Dreamscape presents The Night Side by M. DeLuca, narrated by Helen Laser. For the grifter, ripping people off is seldom the point. Jacob Weisberg. There is also a mid-region, peopled with innumerable hosts of wandering and mournful spirits. Old habits are dear to them, and they cannot snap the link that binds them to earth. The Night Side of Nature by Catherine Crowe, 1850. 1. Somerset, England, 2022. Ruby dreams about Stony Brook for the first time in 20 years. It's a dream in two parts, past and present. First, she's 14 when the real spirit came to her. Not the pretend kind her mother, Ida, made her impersonate, with a white veil and daisy crown, or the feral sprite, yelping like a pup, her body slathered head to toe in mud. She's at one end of the dining table. Ida's at the head. Two guests sit on each side, wide-eyed, eager, waiting for the show. Ida wields the spirit-writing pen over a blank sheet of paper. Coins of light from the crystal ball play across her face. Ruby blinks twice at the sudden flicker of scaly cheeks, the sly, reptilian glint in Ida's eyes. Ruby's mouth goes dry. She can't recite or speak in tongues, or even fall to the floor in a faint. A lace curtain rustles. A moth flaps up against the window. Shadows solidify into hazy, distorted shapes. The air feels clammy, tainted with the stink of ashes. A bonfire doused with water. A memory of something long past. "She's keeping you prisoner here," says a faint voice from behind the door. Is it coming from under the table? "She's not who you think she is." Maybe it's just inside her head? Your family are buried under the ashes. No one notices when she gets up and collects her navy jacket from the coat stand in the hallway, or when she slips on her canvas runners, forgetting to lace them up in her haste. Back door or front door? Front door. Ida is in the throes of a trance, speaking in her Southern belle twang. "Spirit, show yourself. Come forward into the light." Ruby runs toward the streetlight, to the main road. She'll wave down a car or a passing truck, go someplace far, live on the streets. She glances back just as Ida appears on the front step, a thin black figure set against the light. Mosquitoes and moths circle her hair as if her head has cracked open, released her scrambled thoughts and sent them buzzing in vexation all around her. She smiles and beckons, and Ruby stops, too afraid to cross her. Then time slips out of joint, and something shifts in the air. Years melt away, and a heavy silence cloaks the night, a silence filled with the muffled breathing of waiting things. She's hidden among a thick stand of pines, watching as the moon moves out from behind a flurry of clouds and sheds white light on the khaki-armored vehicle crawling behind a darkened police cruiser. The convoy swishes up the driveway of her two-story clapboard house, headlights out, engines purring low. Swerving away onto the grass, they pull up alongside the dark shape of an old barn, then kill the engines. Silence. The back door of the SWAT vehicle creaks open, and boots hit the gravel as 6 officers dressed in black uniforms and gray helmets emerge into the warm July night. Shouldering rifles, their eyes trained toward the lit windows in the lower level of the house. 2 officers climb out from the cruiser. The leader, a tall, athletic woman wearing a bulletproof vest over her uniform, holds on to the door with one hand and beckons the SWAT team forward. Pinpricks of light dance from the two-way radios clipped on their belts, bleeding onto the dull glint of pistol and taser handles. Falling into formation, they snake toward the house in an orderly line. The leader freezes at the front door. She gives 2 sharp knocks, waits 10 seconds for a response, then waves the others on. 2 swift kicks, and the door crashes open, splintering the rotten wood. Rifles poised, the shooters rush inside. 2. Ruby polishes a whistle made from the human thigh bone of a Bronze Age priestess. Seems like a morbid practice to use the perforated skulls and bones of loved ones as musical instruments, she thinks, just as Ivan, the dig supervisor, bustles over to her, all business. He hands her a folded piece of paper and shakes his head. "Sorry to break this to you, but someone called and said your mother's passed. Wants you to contact this number immediately." Ruby doesn't flinch, doesn't cry out. Her eyes are bone dry. She tries not to think about the timing of last night's dream. Tries to quell the eerie sense of foreboding that comes when memories of Stony Brook creep into her head, drawing her back to a time and place she left behind. But this dream was so vivid, a movie playing in real time. Maybe a vision? But it can't be. That's all in the past. She shivers. "Ruby!" She blinks, glances at Ivan, who wipes mud-speckled glasses on the hem of his t-shirt, perches them on the bridge of his nose, and glares at her with a twisted expression that falls somewhere between perplexity and suspicion. He holds out his hand. "Specimen, please." She slips the bone into his soiled palm, registering the grimy fingernails. Too bad all her painstaking work with the baby-fine toothbrush will be wasted once he gets those dirty hands on her prize. He turns and heads toward the field hut, leaving her standing in the silty mound of Wiltshire clay, shivering under a simmering August sun. She sighs. It's finally happened. Ida Carlson, professional grifter, ex-hippie, seventh daughter of a seventh daughter, who claimed to see far beyond the corporeal world, has finally gone to the other side, entered the foggy in-between place, filled with lost and wandering souls that had so fascinated her during her life. She glances at the scrawled message. It's over. She's dead. Call Ione immediately. Aiden. Prickles of heat crackle across her skin. A fly buzzes and throws itself at the fieldhouse window, pock-pocking against the glass. The breath catches in her throat. Aiden. She mouths his name over and over. She followed the recent news about Ida's arrest and impending trial online. But what happened? Why wasn't she safely locked away in jail? Disoriented, she scans the dig site, committing the swollen hillocks of loam, clay, and gravel to memory, the moist, earthy smell of newly turned soil, the students in khaki work shirts digging and sifting, eager for the glint of a copper coin or a flint arrow tip, the cheery prospect of a few pints and a pie at the pub, accompanied by the buzz of conversation about the day's discoveries. She's happy here, content to muddle along in the slow rhythm of days, existing in present reality but still haunted by old secrets, one so dark that even Aiden doesn't know about it, only Ida. And now there's a chance she's taken it to her grave. Ruby needs to be sure of that, so she'll have to leave England for a while, settle Ida's affairs, attend to an unfinished chapter of her life, close the door on Stony Brook for good. Now that Aiden has contacted her, she has no choice but to go. Just thinking about Ida causes instant heart palpitations. A river of sweat trickles down her temple and stings the inside of her eye, and a tight, uneasy feeling clutches at her throat when she dares to think of the house at Stony Brook, with its clammy sense of unease that sucked the joy from everything. But she puts down her tools, peels off her gloves, and walks towards the field hut, averting her eyes from the gauntlet of quizzical looks that follow her progress. Head bowed, she forces herself forward, as if walking to her own execution. 3. Flying over the Great Plains, Ruby feels an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Compared to England's mismatched jumble of miniature fields and crooked stone walls, the vast, flat expanse of prairie landscape stretches toward the horizon, scarred and bleached by the blistering sun. A bare and ravaged section of the earth's skin. She's forgotten how, when the sun is high, The intense blue skies dissolve into a white glare. A single straight highway cuts across the scene with the occasional vehicle crawling along like a minuscule black beetle. Overwhelmed, she rests her head against the seat, closes her eyes, and recaps the phone conversation with Ione, the forensic psychiatrist. The pretrial hearing was scheduled for next week. Some other related lines of inquiry opened up, then Ida skipped bail. I'd prefer to discuss the specific circumstances with you in person, but enough to say it could possibly be suicide. We'll talk about the details in a more private setting. Suicide? Not possible. Ida's too vain to do away with herself. She always claimed she'd discovered the secret to eternal youth. That's why, when she turned 50, she claimed everyone still pegged her at 35. But suicide? Ruby runs over the possibilities. Hanging? Too brutal. Eating a revolver? Too messy. Facial destruction was inconceivable to Ida. No potential for evocative death portraits or moody open casket displays. Overdose? Lack of drama and strong on cliché. It had to be something more spectacular. A tableau to be photographed and wondered at. Something artistic, even elegant. Maybe poison? But the idea of suicide still doesn't ring true. Ida had always bargained on being a youthful centenarian, doling out life advice to anyone who would pay. Suicide. Totally out of character. The plane crosses the North Dakota border into Montana, and the land begins to change. The rolling swell of the Cypress Hills are dark shadows to the north, and in the far west, a great wall of mountains, the Rocky Mountain front. Below her, the Missouri River gleams, snaking through parched grassland, thirsty for rain. England's dewy greenery recedes to the back of her memory, along with Marcus, her current lover. His white body dusted with fine brown hair, arms bronzed from the elbows down, tanned face and neck, as if he's wearing a flesh-colored t-shirt. He has long, delicate fingers like a pianist's, perfect for teasing filaments of bone and arrow tips from the clay, ideal for massaging every inch of her body. But he isn't Aiden. Aiden is in her blood. Always has been. She left Marcus a note. Mother died. Need to sort stuff out. Had to leave in a hurry. Call later. It's better that way. No need for a tearful goodbye and the litany of questions that would accompany the news. Questions that require too much backstory and revelations that don't need to be made. Yet. Her life history is so twisted it defies logic. Best leave it in the past where it belongs, to the person she once was. And when she's looked after everything and tied up all the loose ends, there'll be no need to ever go back to Stony Brook. With Ida dead, the memories of that terrible place could be banished forever. The plane begins its descent as the city of Great Falls comes into view. Its uniform grid of parallel streets and avenues a striking contrast to the quaint winding lanes of the English villages. Over 20 years have passed since she stepped onto a plane bound from Great Falls, Montana to New York, LaGuardia, then straight on to London, Heathrow. She was 18 at the time, carrying a backpack and rolls of $100 bills stuffed into her underwear. A lifetime ago. Now another version of her is returning. An educated, accomplished woman whose outer poise conceals the deep scars of a messed-up youth. The sudden bump of wheels on tarmac and the chirpy voice of the attendant signals their landing in Great Falls, Montana, hunting capital of the U.S., home to nature's greatest display of scenery and wildlife. Big sky country. A vast, wild, and brutal panorama. At least that's what the guidebooks say. She's booked 2 nights at a downtown hotel just to rest and get herself together. Visit Ione and find out where the body is being held before figuring out what to do with the house in Stony Brook. She's already decided to sell the place as soon as it can be arranged, unless the cops have appropriated it already. It doesn't matter who takes the proceeds and all the other ill-gotten gains of Ida's scams. She wants rid of everything that links her to Ida, so she can finally erase the woman from her life. Waiting at the luggage carousel, She tries not to think about the possibility she'll have to identify Ida's body. The image of Ida's lifeless corpse lying on a gurney suddenly flashes into her mind. And she can't shake the thought that when the mortuary attendant pulls back the sheet to reveal Ida's corpse, her eyes might snap open like a doll's glass eyes and fix onto Ruby, her dead mouth whispering, "Told you I'd get you back here. I haven't crossed the river yet." Ruby's knees turn to jelly. She stumbles against the moving belt. A man standing nearby, holding onto a stroller, lunges sideways to catch her arm. "You okay?" She takes a deep breath and tries to smile. "Must be the 17-hour journey. Couldn't sleep once we left Chicago." He nods and goes back to his toddler, who's burst into tears at his father's sudden movement. "Thanks." She nods as her suitcase comes around. She's beat, just needs to sleep. Her mind has already started drifting into the kind of dark imaginings she hasn't experienced since leaving Stony Brook. She's spent so many years trying to anchor her mind to reality, swapped all the spirit mumbo-jumbo for a quiet life, spent digging up real, tangible relics of the past. The earth cradles its secret past, her prof always said. It's up to us to tease out the stories, reconstruct the lost world, its culture and the lives once lived there. Now that she's built her career and established her reputation, she won't allow Ida to reduce her to a passive, compliant state ever again. But she can't anymore, can she? She tells herself the news again, tries to convince herself that Ida's gone, really, truly, finally erased from Ruby's life. She shivers. Is it the air conditioning in the baggage area blasting out in icy gusts? Or is it some deeper chill? Ida's influence still creeping into the pores of her skin, tunneling into her head, and messing with her thoughts. 4. A burst of music blares out from the blackness. Ruby rolls over and grabs her phone, fumbling with the icons before silencing the alarm. She slept a solid 12 hours, broken only by a mosaic of dream fragments, none of which made sense. Only colors came to her, a waving banner of neon green, fuchsia pink, and bright indigo. Is it the clothes rack in the wooden hut on the commune in Saskatchewan? Near Ness Creek? She was only a toddler when they lived there, can barely remember anything about it, but then it comes to her, a memory as sharp as a TV image, a rack of brightly colored clothes hanging in a makeshift bedroom, bell-bottomed jeans, smock tops, t-shirts, batik shawls, and strings of multicolored beads, flower child gear from the 60s. Ray, her dad, was a hippie. In later years, he always talked about his spiritual reawakening when he'd opened himself up to altered consciousness and the deeper mysteries of the cosmos. How many times had he ranted about his epiphany, a skunky cloud of smoke billowing from his mouth, enough times that Ruby knew it by heart. Her phone buzzes. A text from Aiden. Heart leaping, she scans it. "You're here?" "At the Marriott." A pause. The response box pulses. 3 dots taunt her. She wills him to tell her he's on his way. The box disappears. She types frantically, "Are you coming here?" "No, not yet." "When?" So what if she sounds desperate? She's waited years to see him again. "Soon." What does that mean? You'll find out. He's being so cryptic she could smash the phone against the wall. "Ray's here. Did you know?" The dark shapes of furniture blur and merge into each other. Now she's back, it's happening again. She thinks or dreams of something, and then it materializes into reality. "No way. Where?" She texts back, relieved to still be talking to him at least. "Psych ward at the hospital." "Why?" "Go see him, and you'll understand." "Maybe after I meet Ione." "Up to you." "But I want to see you." Right away she regrets clicking send. Her message comes across too needy, too desperate. "You will, but don't let on you know me well." Question marks? You'll find out. She waits for another text, but he's done. His evasive responses leave her frazzled. So many other unanswered questions buzz around in her head. Too many loose ends. But that's what's driven her back. A solid, fulfilling life can't be built on a foundation of uncertainty. She has to be here in person to witness Ida's downfall and lay the ghosts to rest. But deep down she knows she's here to see Aiden, to atone, to finish what was started. Maybe he'll be ready to talk to her once she's met with Ione, identified the body, and established that Ida's gone, never to return. She climbs out of bed. It's later than she thought. Now she only has an hour left to eat breakfast and get over to the hospital, but she needs a shower. Washing the grime off after a long plane ride is way more important than limp bacon, scrambled powdered egg, and spongy waffles, or, worse still, biscuits and lumpy gravy bubbling in a crock pot like an alien swamp. An hour later, she winds her way through the busy hospital corridors, clasping the remains of a donut in one hand and coffee in the other. A voice in her head keeps telling her Ray is there, in the psych wing where Ione's office is, only a few minutes away from her. Perhaps she's even passed his room, but she didn't recognize him. She shudders at the thought of him being nearby. She'd assumed he and Ida were still together, but why is he in a psych ward? And Ida dead. Surely he should be locked up in jail awaiting trial, unless Ida struck out on her own. Maybe that's why most of the news articles didn't mention him by name. A group of nurses in various shades of scrubs stride along the corridor, laughing and chatting, oblivious to the lingering scent of bleach, stale urine, and fake air fresheners. She swerves to avoid them, envious of their casual confidence. If only she could be so laid back, even just for a few minutes. Living in a permanent state of tension makes it difficult to relate to people in a relaxed fashion, hence she's only maintained a tiny circle of close friends. Clenching her fists, she turns her attention to a polished brass plate that reads, Ione Goff, forensic psychiatrist. She knocks and a husky voice invites her in. The door opens onto a cool, Spartanly furnished office. Gray walls, white desk, single white orchid tinged with pink in a striped gray and white pot. The only bright spot in the room, a painting above the desk, its canvas covered in multicolored swirls. A maelstrom of churning color. My impression of the human mind, says the olive-skinned woman sitting behind the desk. A smile tugs at the right corner of her lips, revealing a small gap between her bright front teeth. Her tawny hair is wrapped into an elaborate twist, which adds height to her already tall, elegant stature. She stands up and holds out her hand. Ruby? She nods and shakes Ione's hand. Good to meet you, but not in these circumstances, I guess. Please, sit. She gestures toward the chair opposite. Ruby perches on the edge, aware she's being scrutinized. You don't look like your mother. I mean, with your dark hair and eyes. Ruby touches her hair. She's scraped it up into a ponytail. Truth is, I never really felt like I was hers. But then I guess all kids think they're adopted at some time or another in their lives. I was 12 when I asked my mom that question. Poor woman. She still reminds me of it to this day. Ruby's stomach turns. The donut lies heavy in her gut. For me, it wasn't just a temporary feeling. Let's just say it persisted throughout my teen years. Well, you're named as Ida's nearest surviving heir, and I understand her lawyer has some important details to discuss with you. Do you have his contact info? Ruby nods. She's used the same guy for years. I plan on seeing him tomorrow. Sounds good. But I'm here to talk about Ida. I have a duty to the police and the court regarding her disappearance. If you're ready, I'd like to ask some questions about her. Ruby frowns. I hear you have Ray in here. Why don't you ask him about Ida? He knows everything, right from the start. We've tried, but your father only has brief periods of lucidity. It's difficult to get a clear picture of events from him, as you'll find out if you intend to pay a visit. Do you? I haven't decided. We've been estranged for a long time, and after everything that happened, it won't be easy. I understand. You were so young. Do you really? says Ruby, her breathing shallow, the first fluttering of panic tickling her stomach. Ione presses her fingertips together. Let's talk about Ida. Go ahead. That's why I'm here. Did your mother ever attempt suicide at any time in her life? Ruby blinks away a sudden, vivid image. White mounds of flesh rising from soapy bathwater. A thin bracelet of blood on a dangling wrist. She shakes her head. Is that a no? Ruby's windpipe constricts. She waits for a moment to catch her breath. I don't want to talk about that right now. Ione purses her lips and nods. Okay. Did your mother, Ida, ever receive psychiatric treatment at any time? Never. She was a stubborn woman. Whenever Ray lived with us, they had one row after another. He'd call her a crazy, whacked-out nutcase. Sorry, I know those terms are unacceptable these days, but I'm just relating his specific words. He claimed she was unbalanced. But then he'd up and leave for a few days before anything could be done about it. So he left you alone with Ida at those times, even though he considered her unstable? Ruby nods. That's Ray for you. Always took off when the going got tough. And she'd take care of you? In a manner of speaking. Ruby feels a sudden shifting of her center of gravity. Look, I just arrived here yesterday after an exhausting flight. This is all a bit overwhelming. Just tell me what you need to about the incident, how she killed herself. Ione holds up her hands, palms facing outwards. Apologies. Understood. So, the circumstances? Says Ruby, trying to soften the sharp edge of her voice. It seems your mother was finally successful at staging her own suicide. You're sure it was suicide? Why do you doubt that? Why does this woman answer questions with more questions? Ruby isn't in the mood for game playing. Maybe it's the jet lag, but she feels the panicked breathlessness of claustrophobia. No, forget I said it. Go on. The evidence points to suicide. Her clothes, shoes, and purse containing all her ID were found on a remote beach near Halter Lake. Halter Lake? Why there? Ruby's mind flashes back 25 years to a summer bike ride with Aiden. Had Ida known about it? Any note? She shakes her head. Nothing. Just her clothes, folded in a tidy heap. Who found them? A jogger, just after dawn. Claimed he'd seen a woman standing on the beach staring at the water. He didn't think anything of it until he came back along the path and found the clothes she'd been wearing, but there was no sign of her. He called it in right away. Her car was still in the parking lot. And the body? Nothing yet. They haven't recovered it. The knowledge is like a punch to Ruby's gut. Of course they haven't found her body. Ida never tied anything up with a neat bow. She'd want to keep everyone wondering, talking, speculating about the mysterious disappearance of Ida Carlson, hoping someone will make a true crime Netflix series about her, or some podcast that ends with the questions now echoing in Ruby's head. Did Ida Carlson escape the law, and is she still alive and living under an assumed identity? Did she stage her own fake suicide? Why didn't Aiden tell her this vital piece of information? The answer comes to her in seconds, because he knew she wouldn't have come if there was no actual body to be seen. She turns her attention back to Ione. Why am I talking to you and not to the cops? I'm helping the investigation. In a consultative capacity, we needed to establish her competency to stand trial. Now Ruby felt the slow twist of nausea. Why? I can't reveal that to you. Our patient records are confidential, but I wanted to meet you. And the police thought it better that you hear about your mother from me. Soften the blow a little. Ida and I haven't spoken for years. I don't give a damn about her. Or maybe that's another thing you didn't know. Ione picks up a pen and taps it on the desk. So why bother to make the journey at all? Ruby bites her lip to stem the sudden rush of emotion. Ida was a complicated and twisted woman. A chronic grifter who screwed up a whole lot of people, including me. I've spent the last 20-odd years trying to quit hating myself. Now I want to settle her affairs and finally move on. Will you be going back to your old house? It was never really a home to me, and I'll only stay long enough to empty the godforsaken place and sell it. You'll have to talk to the cops about that. It could be tied up in the ongoing investigation and victim settlement. You know how slow the courts are. Don't worry. I knew that might be a factor. I don't need or want anything from her. Ione leans forward. But if you're going through her things, maybe you could look out for anything that might shed some light on her frame of mind. Any clues or hints about a possible suicide? We have to keep an open mind here. Until a body is found, we have to consider all options. Ruby rocks slightly in her chair. Once a con artist, always a con artist. Grifters don't ever drop their game. Ione raises one perfectly groomed eyebrow and sighs. I realized that when I interviewed Ida after her arrest. I had to stop halfway through the session and leave the room just to get my objectivity back. She was so charismatic, so convincing. She knew so much about me and my work, even complimented me on a lecture I'd given at Michigan State. She probably looked you up online, researched your work. No doubt there's a transcript of that lecture somewhere. That's how grifters operate. Flattery is their first line of offense to break down your defenses. Ione nods. Absolutely. And she seemed so empathetic. But when I asked her if she realized how much she'd damaged people's lives, she started making excuses, tried to tell me she was actually trying to help her victims, until a whole string of unlucky events happened. Then she'd insisted she needed more and more money to make things right, pay medical bills and all that. I got swept up in it, almost started believing her, and when I looked over my notes, they seemed way more positive than they should have been considering her crimes. Guess I was taken in by her, too. Ruby remembers her dream. Was there a SWAT raid when Ida was arrested? Ione nods. You bet. A massive police operation. Ruby's palms are sweating. At night? I believe so. Why? Oh, just wondering. Troubled by the accuracy of her dream, she's afraid to ask more questions. She's not that weird, haunted kid anymore. Ione continues. The cops had been watching her for years. Her latest victim was a reclusive dairy farmer. His extended family lives out of state. Guess one of his nieces decided to look him up and got suspicious when Ida tried to steer her away without seeing her uncle. That's when she alerted the authorities, who decided it was time to bust her once and for all. Turns out this guy was the latest in a whole string of vulnerable victims. She'd emptied their personal, investment, and business accounts, stripped them of all dignity. The latest guy's house was mortgaged way beyond its value. He hadn't a penny to his name, and was living like a prisoner in her house. The officers found him in a terrible state, emaciated, strapped to a bed, dehydrated, covered in bed sores, and hanging on to his life. Ida had control of everything. She'd acquired a whole raft of luxury goods, even dabbled in drug trafficking. But we haven't found the bulk of the money. It's probably in some offshore account or shell company. We're still working on it. Our guess is she's been at this game for a very long time. Ruby grasps the chrome arms of the chair. Her mind flashes back 20 years, then immediately blocks the memory. She can't think about that time yet, the dark circumstances around her leaving. Ione stands, her face drawn. Are you okay? Can I get you some water? Ruby nods, unable to speak. Ida had never stopped her old games. Instead, she'd escalated her operations, unable to resist another con job. There's more, says Ione, handing her a glass of water. Ruby takes a sip, tries to slow her heart rate. What else? The arresting officers found another man upstairs in the spare bedroom. Your father, Ray. He was in a really bad way, beaten and bruised, out of his head with drugs. Tears press the back of Ruby's eyes, but she can't cry, won't show weakness or open herself up to that kind of hurt again. No more, please. She smacks the glass down onto the desk and stands, her knees aching from all the sitting she's done since she got here. She's an avid hiker back in England, so this constant sitting is getting to her. Are we done here? Ione shrugs. She looks bewildered. Sure, if you don't have any more questions. The investigating officers will be in touch. Sounds good. The sooner I get things wrapped up, the sooner I can get back to my old life. Ruby, a moment. You need to be prepared. These kinds of cases are complex, and it might take way longer than you anticipated to wrap up all the business. Just warning you. You have information we might need to help us fill in the blank spaces, so stick around a while. I'll do what I can, but I'm not promising anything. Ruby's anxious to get outside. The walls are closing in on her already. She's about to step out of the office when a thought occurs to her. She turns back to Ione, who's gathering papers together into a manila folder. Are those Ida's records? She smiles. I can't share them. If her death is confirmed, then they'll naturally be released to you, but for now, I have to respect patient confidentiality. Okay. But can I ask you one question? You can ask, but I can't promise to answer it. Ruby sucks in her breath. Okay. Where was Ida born? Ione presses her lips together to form a thin line. I guess that's one I can answer. She flips through the sheets and documents and holds up a yellowed sheet of paper. I do happen to have her birth certificate here. She scrutinizes it carefully. According to this, she was born in Bismarck, North Dakota. That's official? She nods. Stamped, signed, and witnessed. If and when we find a body, I'll scan it and send it to you. Ruby mutters a quiet thanks and lets herself out, cursing under her breath. Nothing Ida did was ever straightforward. She'd claimed she was Canadian, from Saskatchewan, just north of the U.S. border. When Ruby was a kid, she'd ask Ida about her parents and her early life before Ray. Ida had a bunch of different stories that changed a little with each telling. Ruby just had to trust her account, because she never got to meet those parents that Ida claimed she'd run away from. Now she knows those stories were lies, like everything else in Ida's life. 5. Stony Brook, 1990s. Ruby's dad, Ray, was working at the farm equipment depot, and Uncle Hugh had just left for the hardware store. As Ray's father's brother, he was really Ruby's great-uncle. But Ray said just call him Uncle. He likes that better. Ruby had faked a stomachache because she didn't want to go to school that day, preferring to follow Ida around the house as she swept the kitchen. Tell me the stories about your mom and dad, please. Please? She'd beg as Ida helped herself to another cup of coffee and settled herself into the brown tweed armchair. Ruby sat on the small footstool, watching Ida gaze out into the distance. Finally, she began to speak, as if she were telling a fairy tale. Many years ago, I was born near Estevan, Saskatchewan, in a very small town. Ruby perked up. Last time you said it was near Moose Jaw. Ida blinked. Oh, did I? I must have forgotten. It was so long ago and such a no-account place. Nothing going on there. More cows and chickens and stray dogs than people. Anyway, my mother and father, Esther and Larry Moore, were strict evangelicals. I thought your mother was called Sarah, said Ruby, anxious to get the story right. Sarah was her middle name. What's an evangelical? Ida's brows knit. They're God-fearing people who force their kids to attend church every Sunday, whether they're sick, running a fever, or suffering terrible ear infections, which I had constantly as a child. But my parents were sour, joyless people. No love in their stone-cold hearts. You don't know how lucky you are to have a caring mother like me, she said, patting the top of Ruby's head. Tell me about your house. We lived in a tiny, whitewashed bungalow with a mud-brown front door. Inside, the hallway always stunk of cabbage and musty towels, even though Mother was a clean freak who constantly sniffed and dabbed her nose with a white hanky as if everything around her stunk like skunk breath. Ruby giggled. She loved the way Ida spun the story with enough detail that she could see and smell every corner of the place. Ida continued. My dad, Larry, was a straight-ahead guy who worked as a welder at Clem's Auto Body near Swift Current, Saskatchewan. Ruby piped up again. Is Swift Current near Estevan? Near enough, snapped Ida. Now quit interrupting. Sometimes on his way home from work, Larry weakened and submitted to the devil's call. In other words, he'd stop off at the pool bar in town and down a raft of beer. When he staggered back home, Esther screamed and yelled and took his jacket away, dangling it from one finger as if it was diseased. She called him a filthy alcoholic and therefore a craven sinner. Her eyes blazed like burning coals, and she'd send him to the bathroom and tell him to wash the stink from your body and purge your sins before you sit at my kitchen table. "She sounds like a mean old thing," said Ruby, clenching her fists. Ida nodded. She was. I had a tiny bedroom with barely any furniture. Really, it was more like a closet. I had no free time to play. She made me do household chores every evening, and Saturdays, when I had to vacuum the stair carpet, scrub the toilets, polish the brass candlesticks, and sweep the kitchen floor, while all the other kids were at the playground whooping and laughing. "Tell me about the dolls." Ruby loved this part. Ida smiled as she stared out of the window. "Oh, yes, the dolls. I almost forgot. Mom had a doll collection displayed in a glass cabinet, like angels with long, glossy hair and dressed in ribbons, silks, and lace. I ached to play with those pretty dolls, but Mom just sucked in her breath and shook her head and said, 'Made to look at, not for dirty little fingers to touch.' She sewed me frocks made from material that looked like old curtains, and the only time she ever came close was when she combed my hair. But even then, she was cruel, yanking and twisting it into braids so tight my eyes watered and my head ached. Once I tried to stroke her arm as she knotted the ribbons, but she slapped my hand away. That woman didn't know how to love." By then, Ida's eyes were always filled with tears. Ruby would pat her hand and try to make her feel better. Ida sniffed, wiped her nose, and continued. "I had one decoration on the wall above my bed, a framed needlepoint that said, 'Bear the cross and wear the crown.' I always thought it meant that if I survived a life with these miserable parents, I'd eventually become the princess with the crown, so I made a solemn vow to never let go of that dream. I'd borrow Hollywood magazines from the library and hide them under my bed. I'd sit for hours studying pictures of movie stars in glamorous evening dresses or posing by swimming pools under hot blue skies. When I turned 16, I took a job as a waitress at the only diner on the main street. After a year, Mom and Dad tried to marry me off to a welder who worked alongside Larry at Clem's Auto." Ruby always started giggling at this part of the story. "How gross was he? Tell me about the kissing." Ida snickered, too, at that point. "He was so gross. Let me tell you, he had zits all over his forehead and mossy yellow teeth, and he kissed like a wet dishcloth." Ruby blushed and covered her mouth with her hand. "So the night before our next date, I waited until Larry and Esther were sleeping, packed a bag and all my tip money, and hitched a ride to Calgary. Didn't leave a note to explain. I figured they wouldn't care anyway. I never saw them again, never heard a word from them either. They were likely glad to be rid of me. They weren't real parents. Didn't have a scrap of love in their hearts. Not like the love I have for you, Ruby. It's bigger than the sky." She'd scoop Ruby up and wrap her arms around her so tightly, Ruby could barely breathe. "Tell Mama you love her, baby," she whispered into her ear. "I love you, Mama," said Ruby. The arms would tighten. "How much? Say it." More than trees." Ruby struggled against the crushing arms and grimaced at the pain in her tummy. Ida's hot breath spilled into her ear. "Spit it out, sweetie." "More than mountains and oceans," Ruby croaked, but the vice grip tightened. "More than the stars and the solar system." The arms relaxed, and Ruby fell backward, panting. "Now go play," said Ida, giving her a shove. Ruby ran upstairs, her ribs aching. 6. Present day. Ruby leaves Ione's office in an agony of indecision about visiting Ray. Logic dictates that he's her biological father, and she has a duty to at least check in with him, but her heart says the guy was nothing but a weak and shiftless drifter who'd left her when she needed him the most. Sure, there were good times when he blazed like a shooting star. all color and fire, but the moment the party died down, he fizzled out and collapsed into a complicated darkness that often lasted for days. When he took off for the last time, he left at dawn, so no one would catch him. She walks along the corridor, remembering how she'd woken early to the roar of his old truck starting up. She ran to the kitchen window and watched as he eased the truck away across the gravel. When she ran outside to wave him back, he pressed the gas harder, sending a spray of dust and gravel pelting into her face. She told herself he hadn't seen her, that he'd never knowingly hurt her. Uncle Hugh had found her sitting up against the barn, hugging her knees and crying. When she told him Ray was gone, he sat down right beside her, even though his knees were old and arthritic. "No sense in crying about him," he said, handing her a cotton handkerchief. "Truth is, Ray's just like his pa. My brother couldn't ever stand to say goodbye. Couldn't handle all the sadness and guilt that goes along with leaving the people you love. Don't mean he doesn't love you. Just that the feelings are way too big for him to deal with. Can you understand that?" Ruby nodded and rested her head against his shoulder. His sweater smelled of freshly made toast. "Why aren't you like that, Uncle Hugh?" "Guess I'm like a big old tree. Once I put my roots somewhere, just try and move me. I'll always be here for you, kid." Ruby feels the stab of grief when she remembers Uncle Hugh's steady presence and his ability to understand Ray's limitations. But as she turns the corner into another wider concourse, she realizes Ray was probably bipolar, and yet he'd never sought any treatment, just self-medicated with a cocktail of the closest drugs at hand. He'd always boasted that he was smoking pot by the age of 10, and that's why his mom had put him into, of all things, ballroom dancing classes, to keep him in line. Ruby never could reconcile the wild, dope-smoking hippie with the polished perfection of a ballroom dancer. But Ray was Ray. You took him or left him. Changing him was out of the question. Uncle Hugh understood that, but that didn't stop Ida from trying her hardest to make Ray into something he wasn't. Without another thought, Ruby sidles up to the nursing station. The air is stagnant, dried sweat masked with air freshener. Ruby almost gags. A young woman in a pink smock sits at the front desk, chewing gum and studying her computer screen. She looks up, pursing her lips together. "I'm looking for Ray Carlson." "Are you a relative?" Ruby nods. "I'm his daughter." "We weren't aware any family members were coming to visit." "You need to see ID?" The woman shakes her head. "Just be aware that this is a closed unit. He can't leave the premises even if he begs you. Press the button to alert the staff if there's a problem." She buzzes Ruby through a locked door that leads into a narrow corridor lined with small rooms. Ruby glances into each one as she passes. Some residents lie comatose in bed, others just sit upright, staring at nothing. A terrible sadness grips her, that a life filled with the whole range of human experience and emotion should end in the confines of a tiny square room. Ray would feel like a trapped bird in here, bashing himself against the window until he couldn't fight anymore. She stops at the door with the handwritten name card. R. Carlson. The place feels way too quiet for him. In the old days, he liked to be around people, drinking in bars, huddled around a campfire riffing poetry, anywhere he could get an adoring audience to listen to him. She slips inside the small room, where a shrunken old man whose pallid skin is freckled with brown sunspots leans back in a lazy-boy recliner, tapping his fingers on the arms. The room is Spartan. A bed, a small side table with a metal side lamp, and the recliner parked by the window. He glances at Ruby as if she's just floated in from space, as if he can just find his way to her through the fog. He still wears his grizzled gray ponytail wrapped with a thin leather thong, a tribute to his days of flower power, peace, and love. Ruby pulls the only other chair up and sits down beside him, winces at the sour odor of musty clothes, watches as his hands begin to move, as if he's making a speech. She leans forward, trying to catch what he's saying. "Speak up, Ray. Can't hear you." He's reciting poetry. "Salt, sweat, salt sweet footprints on wet grass. You imagine pale bones, splayed ribs, your hands sticky with dew. The old guy still has the knack. He always boasted about his fans on the commune, and now he's still trying to spin magic from broken phrases. Where was that, Ray? Where did you walk barefoot on the grass? He looks up at her, uncomprehending. Fear clouds his eyes. Don't know. Don't remember. Were you alone? He grins, revealing a few rotten teeth spaced along his gums. No way. Never alone. I was with my woman. She was beautiful as a sunflower in the hot August sun. Was it Ida? What was her name? He shakes his head and smiles, as though he just remembered an old joke. My beautiful Skylar. I lost her. Ruby frowns. Who's Skylar, Ray? But he keeps on tapping his fingers. He's gone again, slipping back to the past. The last time Ray came to Stony Brook, he only talked about Saskatchewan. Couldn't forget his days up in Canada. Talked nonstop about the endless sunshine and never-ending parties at the little commune on the Saskatchewan prairie. The brutal winters Ida described to Ruby had long faded behind a curtain of freezing fog. For Ray, only the memories of the hot, dry summers remained, and the chirping sounds of the crickets hiding in the tall grass. Ray grasps her shoulder, startling her. Proud of you, kid. You turned out all right. You're back, says Ruby. Can't keep an old prairie dog down. Damn right. I'm gonna take you to Hawaii. Maybe Ida can come too. He inclines his head toward the window, his mouth turning downwards at the corners. Where's Ida gone? Why'd she leave me here? I need food. I'm starving. She's missing, Ray. Nobody knows where she is. Something tugs at Ruby's heart when she sees tears rolling down Ray's cheeks. She places her hand over his dry, shriveled one. Where'd she go? Why'd she leave me here in prison? Why? Why? He begins to rock back and forth, faster and faster, until she's afraid he'll fall off the chair. Then the sobbing escalates into loud bawling until a nurse rushes in. Maybe you'd better come back to visit another time. We need to medicate him when he gets bad like this. See you later, Ray, she says, backing out of the room. There's so much she doesn't know about him. When did he come back to Ida? Did she suck him into her business dealings? How did he end up in this state? But maybe it's a mixed blessing. He's so far gone that he'll probably never have to face the consequences of his part in Ida's scams, which most likely included using a whole lot of the proceeds to maintain a permanent high. Now another attendant joins the first to hold Ray down and jab a syringe into his arm. Looks like the old Ray is long gone, never to return. She grits her teeth to stem the swell of regret, and promises herself she'll never go into a piss-stinking place like this when she's old and broken. She'll get a cyanide pill, or OD on some powerful crank. Anything is better than the kind of slow, agonizing death in store for Ray. But then, maybe he deserves it, after the pathetic life he's led. 7. Present day. Ruby heads west on the highway towards Stony Brook, a 50-minute drive away. The road behind her is empty, and vast fields dotted with cattle or horses spread out as far as the eye can see. She's forgotten just how long you can drive out here and still not see any sign of civilization apart from the occasional barn or farm or tiny church in the middle of nowhere. 45 minutes later, she turns onto the narrow two-way road that leads into Stony Brook, a small town, population around 8,000, that boasts at its entrance a giant-sized cricket wearing a baseball hat and a catcher's glove on its tiny insect forearm. This is Charlie the catcher cricket, named after the large population of crickets during the summer and the local minor baseball team that won a state trophy in 1972. It takes Ruby around 3 minutes to drive the entire length of Main Street, a quaint arrangement of wooden storefronts with an ornate hotel, coffee shop, and beer parlor at the end. Many of the old stores she knew are boarded up with "To Lease" signs, most likely casualties of the brand-new mall that opened 25 years ago on the highway between Stony Brook and Great Falls. The lawyer's office is situated halfway down First Avenue, in a restored two-story house with blue-painted wooden siding and a quaint wraparound porch. A young receptionist who introduces herself as Leah checks Ruby's ID, then hands her the keys to the house, as well as surprising her with a set of keys to Ida's new headquarters, a storefront near Main Street according to the business card she presses into Ruby's hand. Leah also reminds her of the important legal meeting scheduled for the following morning at 9. Ruby ducks away before Ed Bloom, Ida's long-suffering lawyer, spots her. She isn't ready to spend an hour listening to his long-winded theories about Ida's death, or alleged suicide. Because without seeing an actual corpse, Ruby still can't believe Ida's dead, and Ed has always been one of Ida's most loyal spiritual followers. He'd probably start rambling on about where in the cosmic universe Ida's spirit might be, perhaps in some kind of dark limbo awaiting divine judgment, the final decision that will assure her smooth passage over to the other side. But in Ruby's opinion, Ida doesn't deserve eternal rest, just permanent purgatory. Ed can wait until tomorrow. Ruby stands outside his office, perusing Ida's business card. Distant Sands, Sister Ida, psychic readings, tarot cards, palmistry, tea leaves, spiritual cleansing, curse removal. In the old days, Ida used to run her so-called business out of their house, but the storefront is something new. She must have been running it alongside all her home-based operations. No wonder the old guys in Ida's upstairs rooms were neglected. Ruby drives back to Main Street, taking a right off 3rd Avenue, past a row of small businesses. She parks the car by a quirky-looking bookstore, then walks past a nail salon and a tattoo parlor to find Ida's place, 4th from the corner. The name Distant Sands is painted in gold on a brown sign that hangs above a bright window display. A colorful procession of camels follows a lone driver through a desert landscape. Saffron yellow banners trimmed with gold tassels hang above a brilliant blue backdrop. In front, an arrangement of crystals in various shapes and sizes surround a white porcelain unicorn with a golden horn. It's way more eye-catching than anything she ever remembers Ida creating. Someone with artistic flair has been helping her. But who? She scopes out both sides of the street before trying the door. Despite the heavy, humid heat, her hands are chilled, and she can't shake the feeling of being watched. But the lock clicks easily, and the door swings open onto a cool, dark space. Inside, the air is heavy with incense, patchouli, jasmine, and sandalwood, Ida's favorite scents. She clicks on the nearest light switch. Low light fills the room, burnishing the gold candlesticks and figurines arranged on a small table. A pack of long matches lies open next to a box of candles. Beside it, a heavy armchair draped with bright silk scarves. She imagines Ida sitting there like a priestess, her hands cradling the crystal ball at the center of the table. 2 racks of clothing stretch along either side of the room, mostly Indian print tops, dresses, and batik shirts. A couple of sequined belly dancing outfits trimmed with beaded fringes hang like exotic showpieces for the more adventurous clients. A curtained-off alcove to the side reveals a tiny space containing 2 chairs and a table, a pack of tarot cards spread across the surface, as if Ida had just finished a reading, or maybe even cut the cards just for the heck of it. Ruby hesitates before checking out the spread. 20 years ago, she'd vowed never to go near them again, but the flickering magic of the tarot feels like a challenge to solve an intricate puzzle. 3 cards are squarely placed on top of the jumble of shuffled cards, the High Priestess, most commonly denoting human wisdom. Typical of Ida and her inflated view of herself as representative of the divine feminine, the wise priestess. Ruby holds the card in her hand, feels the thrill that comes with ancient mystery. A siren wails in the distance. Ruby blinks her eyes. She's alone again in Ida's store. Hold fast to the now, she tells herself. Don't let this place lure you back. The next card is the Lovers. Had Ida met someone new? Targeted some other sucker and was priming them while the other was dying upstairs? Maybe she'd pushed things too far, and this person was responsible for her disappearance. Questions crowd into Ruby's head so fast that she's confused, her mind untethered. She slaps the card down onto the table, its power far too much for her to cope with at that moment. The third card, the Knight of Swords, is reversed, upside down. Ruby's mind clicks through a catalog of interpretations, scattered thoughts, lack of direction, impulsivity, a surfeit of energy and nowhere to channel it. Restlessness, frustration, the realization that you need to go it alone. Did Ida know the game was up? That the scams were getting way too ambitious? "Want to give us a reading?" says a husky female voice. "But I don't have any silver to cross your palm with, just plastic." Ruby almost leaps away from the table. A man and woman stand just inside the door, dressed in a navy blazer over a plain white shirt and navy pants. The woman is tall, slim, and businesslike. Around 40 with a chestnut ponytail, warm brown eyes, and a dazzling smile. Behind her, a younger man hovers, head down and slightly obscured. The woman extends a hand. "Detective Claire Sampson." "And you're Ruby, I guess?" Ruby nods and hesitates. Claire's grasp feels fleetingly fierce. A warning? Ruby only has time for a quick intake of air before Claire lets go, her intense brown eyes scrutinizing Ruby as if gauging her reaction. She turns to the man behind her. "This is Detective Aiden Butler. But he tells me you already know each other." Prickles of heat crackle across Ruby's skin. The store lights blur out of focus. She forces herself to look at him. In 1993, he'd sported long, wavy hair, wore a tattered Roadrunner vest, and walked around brandishing a long stick as if he were a Jedi warrior. 5 years later, they'd sat naked in a hayloft and used ink and a darning needle to tattoo matching hearts at the base of their spines. "One forever," the crudely scratched words said. "Good to see you again," says the clean-cut guy with cropped sandy hair. Ruby recognizes the dark, distinct eyebrows and slim, chiseled nose with its dusting of freckles. The milky scar is still visible, running down the left side of his face. But the slightly cleft chin is more angular and defined, and bears the shadow of a beard. His upper lip flinches. "It's been a long time," she says, her heart aching. Claire glances from him to Ruby. "Old buddies?" The air is so sultry that Aiden's Adam's apple glistens when he swallows. She remembers the first hickey she gave him on the side of his neck, can almost taste the salty tang of his skin. He clears his throat, and Ruby blinks herself back to the present. "Oh, we were neighbors. Childhood friends," says Ruby, feeling the flush of heat on her face. Claire's eyebrows knit. "Cool. You can fill me in on it sometime over beers. I love comparing my miserable childhood to other people's. See who had the worst deal." Aiden holds Ruby's gaze. "Ruby would probably have you beat, hands down." She smiles at him. He remembers. "I'd pretty much beat the entire state, but that's old history now." "How can I help you, Officer Sampson?" "Please call me Claire. I'm not one of those tight-assed formal types." "Sure. Claire, you heading the investigation?" She nods. Ruby's attention drifts again. A sharp image flickers into her head, the SWAT team in her dream, the stately female officer. Claire's voice interrupts her thoughts. "We need a body, Ruby. Until we get that, we treat this as a suspicious disappearance." "I haven't spoken to Ida in more than 20 years. "Yes, but you can still help us." Ruby feels the tingle of suspicion. "How?" "You know her better than anyone." "Used to. Maybe she's changed." Aiden shakes his head, doesn't speak. "You know the way she works. You were her assistant, weren't you?" There's a pounding in Ruby's head. Her heart races. "I was a kid. A victim. I didn't have a choice." The words come out far too quickly, a defensive edge to them. The corner of Claire's mouth twitches. Ruby knows what's coming next. "Surely at 15, or was it 16, you knew right from wrong? Why did you stick around so long? What finally made you leave?" Ruby bites the tender skin inside her mouth to stop the angry rebuff. She takes a deep breath. "Calm down. You don't need to defend yourself." "They don't know anything about the night I left. They can't. Ida would never tell. You have no idea what it's like to live with someone like her. It messes with your head so much, you're not sure what's real and what's imaginary. That's exactly the kind of thing we're interested in. Claire holds out a card. Here's my number. Text me yours. I'll arrange a meeting at the station in a couple of days when you've had a chance to settle in. If there's anything you come across at the house that you think might help us, give me a shout. Or call Officer Butler if you feel more comfortable communicating with him. Aiden hands Ruby another card. Anytime, Ruby, just call. His eyes linger on hers for a moment, and she searches for a sign, anything to let her know when she can be alone with him, but Claire taps him on the shoulder. We gotta go, Butler, she says, and the spell is broken. Claire heads for the door, then stops, turns and taps her chin. By the way, will you be staying at the house? Ruby clenches her fist. She wants this woman out of her face. Out of her life. I haven't decided yet. I'll figure it out when I get there. Yeah, see how you feel. We've already searched the place, done all the forensics on it, but you can't remove anything. We'll let you stay there, as a courtesy. I understand. Maybe I'll look in on your parents, Aiden. Aiden frowns. Mom passed a year ago. She was pretty far gone with Alzheimer's. Didn't even recognize me at the end, but Reg still keeps chickens, although he's always talking about selling up. Say hello for me. Get some eggs. He'd love to see you. Sure. I might. She's desperate to grill him with more questions about all the people they used to know, but his face has that closed-up kind of look, as if no more questions will be permitted. They turn to go, and she calls after them. How did you know I'd be here? Claire tosses her ponytail and laughs. Called Ione. She told us you were probably going to Ed Bloom's office. I gave them a shout. Talked to Leah. It's a small town. All trails lead to someone we know. Guess I've lived in England too long. It's easier to slip through the cracks and disappear there. Claire's brilliant smile appears again. Not the same here, Ruby. Don't you forget that. Aiden shoots a weird look at Ruby, as if he's on the brink of saying something, then reconsiders. Instead, he just nods before following Claire out. Alone, she's acutely aware of a sudden pressure on her chest. Seeing Aiden again has disturbed the air, and what was empty space around her suddenly takes on substance, appearing grainy and pixelated. Unreal. The silence replaced by the buzz of old memories. 8. Stony Brook, 1990s. Ruby first met Aiden at school in 3rd grade. The kids were teasing him about his long hair and his Star Wars obsession. They danced around him and called him a fag, then ran away after snapping his Jedi warrior sword in half. Ruby ran to the classroom for some masking tape, then hurried back and fixed the sword while Aiden watched her scowling. She tried to cheer him up by telling him he reminded her of Taylor Hanson, the cute middle brother from the Hanson band, but he just shrugged and said they were dumb. The next time she came across him was in 4th grade. One recess, after a heavy snowfall, she caught a couple of the classroom bullies out in the field holding Aiden's face down in the snow. He was fighting for breath, coughing and choking, his legs kicking like a donkey's. Without thinking, she grabbed the biggest guy's school bag and smacked it across the back of his head, hurling him onto the frozen ground. Then she took the other kid's bike and rolled it down the bank toward the half-frozen river. The bullies both yelled and started to chase her, but she opened her mouth and let out the most piercing scream she could muster. She screeched until her face was sore, which thankfully paid off. The principal and guidance counselor rushed outside and quickly rounded up the offenders. The kids left Aiden and Ruby alone after that, and Aiden regarded her with a mixture of awe and bewilderment. In summer, they'd sit together in the school field. Aiden would let her weave daisies into his hair, as long as she'd play Star Wars with him. They'd both been branded weirdos, but they didn't care. Content just to be in each other's company, they became oblivious to the cliques and feuds that dominated the lives of the other kids in their grade. Aiden lived with his parents, Reg and Kathleen, on a small farm, about a 5-minute bike ride away from Ruby's house. They kept chickens and a few pigs, and sold vegetables and flowering plants during the summer and fall. Reg was a brisk, athletic type who'd been the assistant coach of the famous baseball team that won the state championship. A framed picture of the event was fixed to the wall of his tiny farm office. Ruby snuck in there one day to take a look while Aiden hung back in the doorway. Dulled by years of sunlight, the portrait showed Reg posing beside the Charlie Cricket statue, grinning and holding out his gold medal. "That's so cool," said Ruby. Aiden blushed and scowled. "Are you kidding? It's lame. He looks like a stupid loser." Ruby shoved him. "You're lucky to have a dad who can keep a job and a business going. My dad's so lazy. He lies around the house most of the time, and he's always arguing with my mom. That's what you call a loser." Aiden rarely talked about his mom, Kathleen, a reclusive creature who mostly stayed inside baking, cleaning, and dusting her collection of glass ornaments. He usually took off on his bike if Ruby asked too many questions about her. Ida used to take Ruby along with her when she went to the butler's to buy eggs and vegetables. In the summer, Ida wore a tight-bodiced dress printed with bright sunflowers. Her blonde hair fluttered in the breeze, and she swung a cloth bag in her hand as they walked down the gravel road. Reg kept his eyes downcast most of the time they were there, but he usually picked out the best salad greens, the firmest cucumbers, and the freshest onions for her. He'd even throw in a free bunch of cut flowers from his garden, and sometimes a bouquet of rosemary for Ida's roast potatoes. One time, Aiden came up behind Ruby just after Ida had followed Reg into the flower beds. He tugged at Ruby's braid and said, "How come your mom walks all twitchy when she comes here?" "Don't know what you're talking about," said Ruby, pulling an angry face at him. "At least she comes outside and doesn't hide in her kitchen like your weirdo mother." "Your mom shakes her booty at my dad," said Aiden, pursing his lips and wiggling his hips. "I think maybe she wants to have sex with him." "Ew, gross," said Ruby. "And what do you know about that anyway?" "I heard my mom arguing with my dad last time you guys were here. She told him to stop sniffing like a dog around that Carlson woman." "She wouldn't look at him anyway. He's too old for her." "I've got news for you," he said, sticking his tongue out. "She's an ancient cougar and you don't even know it." He ran off, leaving Ruby feeling hurt and betrayed. She slunk out from the poky little office and out into the backyard where the flower beds were. Sure enough, Ida stood so close to Reg that she thought they were going to kiss. They chatted in low tones so Ruby couldn't make out the words. Then Ida touched Reg's arm, whispered something, and started to giggle. He laughed too, a hearty laugh, but his eyes never left her face as he handed her a full bunch of blue delphiniums. "Blue for your eyes," he said, handing them to her. Ida's face glowed. Ruby's stomach felt strange and wobbly. She thought of Ray waiting at home, bent over the hood of his car, tinkering with the engine, his hands stained with oil. Then Aiden rushed up behind her and said sorry for being mean and shoved a Tootsie Roll into her hand. She forgot about Reg and Ida and Ray as she followed Aiden to the tire swing that hung from the tree in the backyard. 9. Present day. In the past 20 years, anytime Ruby thought of the old farmhouse on the outskirts of Stony Brook, she'd picture it in grayscale, ominous and looming, a Gothic ruin set against a flat tungsten sky. But when she finally summons up the courage to drive past the thick pine forest bordering their property and the poplar trees that line the dirt road leading to the sway-backed barn and the house, all seems calm and peaceful. Clouds float like wisps of cotton across the rising moon. The fading light reveals a slightly leaning 2-story house covered in shabby white siding that needs a paint job. It looks desolate and sad rather than menacing, a fading relic of a long-lost homesteading past. She pulls the car up at the front of the house under the carport canopy, a rusted sheet of corrugated metal, then reconsiders, remembering she's driving a rental car. She backs out, realizing the flimsy cover won't be any match for the windstorms or the odd tornado that rips across the open fields. She sits for a while, looking at the place, trying to remember the person she was when she lived there, But that timid young girl is a lifetime away. For a moment, her resolve falters, and she considers turning and driving away, not stopping until she reaches the city, where she'll find safety, anonymity, and denial. Someone else can handle the sale of the house and its effects. She'll just set the wheels in motion, fly back to England, and let the lawyers sort everything out. But the body is still missing, and that nagging inner voice tells her she has to step inside, stay a while, and see this through. Confirm the death, so she can put Ida out of her life forever. She adjusts the rearview mirror and checks out her face. Get a fucking grip on yourself. You can handle yourself now. You don't have to be her victim anymore. You're young, strong. She couldn't keep you here against your will. Grabbing her backpack, she slides out of the car and stands looking around at the backyard, trying to orient herself. It's a velvet night, the air warm and soft. Crickets chirp in an endless chorus from the tall grass. As a child, her gut twisted whenever she crossed the yard at night. Ida filled her with stories about spirits who waited for the full moon to appear. Then they'd stream through the open portals in the cosmos or creep out from graveyards under cover of darkness. Later, she'd stay out late riding her bike around the back roads with Aiden. At first, Ida didn't slap her when she came home late, like other kids' parents did. Instead, she spun lurid tales of grown men transforming themselves into wolves and lurking around the forests and roadsides, lying in wait for innocent little girls like Ruby. Even ordinary people you thought you could trust could have their heads turned by the strong pull of the moon, which made them do bad, unspeakable things you'd never think possible. Ruby shudders. Her hearing is alert to the slightest rustle of leaves or scrape of feet on the gravel road. It's happening again. Those childhood demons trying to claw their way back into her head. Half-remembered dreams she could never make sense of. The smell of burning, blackened stubble under her feet. She squeezes her eyes shut, clenches one fist, then chews the corner of her thumbnail off, spits it out, banishes the images from her consciousness. She remembers that restless, panicked feeling of always wanting to leave the house, but never having the guts to actually do it, until later, when things became unbearable. Now there's no trace of Ida to be seen here, but Ruby can still feel her dark presence lurking in every corner. She turns and opens the trunk of the SUV, takes out her suitcase, and wheels it toward the front door, which is painted a deep brick red. Unchanged since she left. A tattered piece of yellow police tape sticks to the lintel, the only reminder of the recent raid. But inside the house, the pristine interior takes her breath away. Everything is neat and tidy, the living room transformed, a world away from the place she'd known as a kid. Natural pine cupboards, pale blue and cream walls, a gray tweed sofa, and a twisted wooden centerpiece on a bleached pine dining table set a stark minimalist tone to the room, replacing the velvet sofas, embroidered pillow covers, dusty knickknacks, and maroon swag curtains of her childhood. No evidence of Ida's recent opulent lifestyle remains other than the shimmering mosaic backsplash and cream granite countertop. Obviously, the cops stopped short of using a crowbar and carting it away with all the other luxury accessories. The past has been scoured from every surface. Even the little reading room, with the glassed-in veranda, has been transformed into an airy space with cream and sage walls. The room is stripped of furniture, but Ruby imagines the expensive wicker chairs and carved oak tables that probably sat there. That room had been Ruby's sanctuary when things got too far out of control, when she'd had to crawl into the built-in cupboards to get away from Ida and all the weird goings-on in the living room. Someone else came up with this muted decor, unless Ida had taken up interior design, unlikely given her involvement with the new business. I could sleep in this place, she thinks. It feels different. She parks her case in the living room, throws her backpack onto a kitchen chair, then goes to check out the fridge. The funky scent of sour milk indicates the place has been empty for at least a few weeks, which fits with the timeline the cops gave her. She slams the fridge door shut. She can survive on canned goods for a while. Grabbing a box of ginger cookies from the pantry shelf, she decides to stick around at least for a couple of nights. Still jet-lagged, she isn't up to driving along unlit country roads in the dark. And if she can't find the courage to venture upstairs, she'll just crash on the sofa and binge on some Netflix series. There's a toilet at the back of the house. She can wait until tomorrow for a shower. Chewing on a cookie, she realizes she has no appetite. Instead, she rifles through the pantry and storage cupboards to find Ida's booze stash. She needs a stiff drink to calm her nerves, help her sleep, and if she doesn't last longer than one night here, she can always move to one of the motels in the area. When she can't find any bottles in the kitchen, she remembers Ida's sewing room, just off the dining room at the back of the house. She's never minded that room, because when Ida was sitting at her sewing table, hunched over the old singer, whipping up stiff cotton dresses that chafed Ruby's skin, she was out of the way, and Ruby could sneak upstairs and play chess with Uncle Hugh, who'd once lived upstairs in the front bedroom with the little dormer window. Aiden came along sometimes too, which she didn't like, because he was better at chess than Ruby, so she'd have to spend a whole lot of time on the sidelines just watching the two guys ponder every move. Her heart leaps when she pushes the sewing room door open. Heat must have dried out all the hinges, causing a loud creaking noise that sets her heart thumping again. She feels inside her jeans pocket for her phone. It's still there. At least she can call someone. But who? Who would come and help her in an emergency? And is there anyone in this godforsaken town that she can even trust? Now Ida's gone, she's alone in this run-down remote place that operates under a whole different set of rules than folksy old Somerset. The thought almost knocks the wind out of her. Only the shaky four walls of the farmhouse separate her from people she doesn't want to talk to. Old neighbors who are now strangers and may even be enemies. Even though she's a new and different person, those people would still remember the skinny, haunted kid that trailed behind Ida over 20 years ago. She needs a drink to get her through the night. A musty waft of mildew stings her eyes when she snaps on the light. The room is empty, untouched, a little dusty but bare, the walls covered with the same rose-sprigged wallpaper she remembers from her childhood. There's a bad smell, like rotten potatoes or decomposing vegetables. She steps further into the room, drawn by a dark patch in the far corner. Could be a dead mouse or squirrels stuck in the space behind the drywall. Maybe even a nest of rats putrefying in there. It's clear only a small portion of Ida's scam money went into this house. The rest must be stashed away somewhere safe. She slams the door, glances down the narrow back hallway to the small wooden bureau with the mirror above it. Ida always checked her lipstick there before she went out in the days when she and Ray still got along, before all the arguing started. It's important to put on your best face for the world, Ruby. And if you don't have time for full makeup, a little lipstick and mascara can go a long way. Most men appreciate a woman who makes an effort. At least decent men do. The bad ones don't even worry about your face. They're interested in other private, disgusting places. But you'll learn all about that later. The nicest memory Ruby has of her mother was when she was 4, and her parents were headed out to the harvest dance at Butler's barn. Ida's face was like a heart-shaped flower when she bent down to kiss Ruby with lush red lips. But she still let Ruby hold her lipstick tube and slather on more. Then she kissed the back of Ruby's hand and said, "There's an imprint of my lips. You can think about me all night when you look at it, then you won't be lonely." Now a stranger looks back at her from the mirror, a pale face with chewed, scaly lips and dark hollows under her eyes. Only one night. If she can't survive another, she'll hop in the car and head back to the airport. Take the first plane going east or to a major hub, and to hell with Detective Claire Sampson's directive to stick around. She bends down and opens the small doors at the bottom of the bureau. Bingo. A half bottle of gin and an unopened bottle of sherry. The gin will do. She'd spotted 7-Up in the pantry and decides to mix a big one, maybe 2, even though there's no fresh lime. Back in the kitchen, she measures a generous half-glass of gin, even hums a happy tune as she tops it up with pop. After taking a giant swig, her shoulders relax, and the stress drains away. She slumps down on the cream recliner in front of the small flat-screen TV, flicks the remote only to see a no-service message. Obviously, the cable has been cut off, so who's dealing with all the bills? How long before the electricity and the water follow? This is the last place she wants to be stranded when the lights go out. She adds this to the mental list of concerns she hopes Ed Bloom will deal with tomorrow. Closing her eyes, she leans back and savors the sharp bite of gin blazing down her throat and steadying her heartbeat. She's just exhaled a long, deep breath when her phone rings. It's Claire Sampson.
Ruby, are you at the house?
Yes, why?
You'll need to come see us tomorrow morning.
I have the lawyers meeting at 10.
Okay, come after.
What's up?
We found something near the lake.
What? What is it?
I'd prefer to discuss that with you in person tomorrow, if that's okay.
Damn it. She'd been winding down for a quiet night. Please tell me now, otherwise I'll lie awake all night wondering. Silence. Then Claire swallows loudly.
We found hair, a hank of it, dyed, blonde hair, wrapped in a plastic bag.
Surely that could come from anywhere. Anyone? A pause.
There's a small amount of skin attached, and a piece of fabric tied around it that resembles something belonging to your mother.
The ceiling shimmies above her. She closes her eyes to stop the dizzy feeling.
We're still waiting for DNA results, but I just wanted to prepare you for the worst.
Appreciated, says Ruby, her stomach roiling. I'll swing by tomorrow. The phone clicks off. She downs the rest of the drink and immediately gets up to pour herself another. 10. Stony Brook, 1990s. Ida always had big dreams that didn't square with her current life. She'd complained to Ruby about being trapped in the kind of small town she'd tried to escape as a young woman, in a house that someone else, Uncle Hugh, owned. Even though they all lived there rent-free, he still had to help out with the household expenses or the family wouldn't have survived. Ray's income was sporadic and money for extras was in short supply. She'd sit Ruby in front of her and take her by the shoulders, a frantic look etched on her face.
See, I'm the kind of gal who doesn't like to be dependent on anyone. You'll learn about that later, along with a whole lot of other stuff, like you should never rely on a man to support you. Most of them are lazy, no-good dreamers, and they always want something in return for keeping you. A woman should have her own source of money. Then she's her own person. No one has any claims on her.
Uncle Hugh had bought the farm back in the late 40s from a man whose sons had died in Normandy. Ray's father, Troy, Uncle Hugh's brother, turned up a couple of years later, fresh from working the oil fields in Alaska. Penniless, and with only the clothes he stood up in, he carried in his arms a 2-year-old kid with a head of thick black curls. No sign of a mother. Uncle Hugh took Troy and little Ray in, only to wake one morning 2 years later and find Troy's bedroom empty, his backpack gone, and 4-year-old Ray crying for his breakfast. Uncle Hugh became a father to his nephew. He also worked part-time at a hardware store, walking there 3 days a week, even in winter. Ida was convinced he had piles of money hidden around the place. Hoarding it all in a secret stash. No way in hell the old skinflint would part with any of it. Ruby couldn't figure out why Ida resented him. He wasn't lazy, didn't drink, and worked hard. Best of all, he was the greatest spinner of stories. Ruby loved to sit across from him after they'd played chess and listen to him talk about his time in the army, how he'd traveled through the eastern Mediterranean and Africa, even rode on a camel up to the Great Pyramid and watched the sun set on the Serengeti. All along the way, he'd played chess tournaments in far-off countries Ruby had never heard of. Back home, he kept it up by mail, sending one single move at a time to chess masters in Germany and Hungary and Russia. Ruby sat mesmerized, transported magically to all those exotic places. "The world is a smaller place these days," he said, setting the chess pieces up again. "Easier to get around, so one day you'll get to see it all and more." "How?" said Ruby, her eyes filling with tears. "Mom would never let me go." He took her hand and squeezed it. "Maybe not now, you're just a kid. But the time will come when you'll leave this place. I know for sure." Ida considered him a bad influence. "He's full of crap and tall tales. He should be ashamed filling a young girl's head with crazy ideas of going off to Timbuktu and all those savage places." She sniffed as she propelled Ruby out of his room, pinching the flesh of her upper arm. "The best place for you is right here, safe in your own home. Don't go listening to that dried-up old relic. Listen to me. I'll put you straight, tell you the real truth about life." Then she'd collar Ruby again, a faraway look in her eyes. "You know, I was born in the wrong place and time. I have the tastes of someone meant for bigger, better things. Maybe I should get a Mary Kay biz up and running. I'd have that pink Cadillac in no time." At first her ideas stirred Ruby's imagination, and Ruby went along with the fantasy. "If we got the pink Cadillac, could we ride in it with the top down? We could go west to California, you, Daddy, and me. And we won't stop till we hit Disneyland. Well, maybe if we get hungry, we'll pull over for root beer floats and steak sandwiches topped with onion rings. And afterward, we'd have banana splits with real cream on top." Ida's mood could turn on a dime. She glared at Ruby with a look that withered her insides. "You and your stupid dreams. Don't you know I'll never get out of this rat hole? Never. Too much baggage to carry along with me." "But I'd help you with the baggage, so would Daddy." Ida threw back her head and laughed, but her mouth wasn't smiling. "Dumb kid, don't you get it? You and your dad are the damn baggage. I mean, I'd have to get rid of you two losers." Later, when Ruby turned 10, Ray lost his job at the sawmill. Ida happened to be in one of her manic phases and couldn't tolerate him lounging around the house, so she came up with the brilliant idea of starting a dance school. Before Ray ran away to the commune in Saskatchewan, he'd met Ida at a ballroom dancing exhibition in Missoula. Later, she'd followed him north and found him changed into a wild-haired hippie. But that day, Ida was in one of her up moods with glistening, feverish eyes and her face flecked with flour from making bread. She wiped her hands on her apron and stood by Ray's armchair, tapping his shoulder and interrupting his Saturday baseball. "You were a champion once, Ray, before you started on the weed. Surely that's worth a few bucks, and it could bring some glamour to this backwater town. Besides, I still have my dresses. I could help." Ruby's ears perked up. "Where are your dresses, Mom? Can I see them? Can I try them on?" Ray tipped his head back hard against the backrest of his lazy boy. He hadn't shaved, so his chin and upper lip were rough and stubbly. "Get real, Ida. Do you think anyone in this goddamn place is interested in ballroom dancing? And I haven't done any of those moves for years." She grasped the arm of the chair and crouched down so her eyes were level with his. "You were great. That's when I fell in love with you. I fell so hard I followed you all the way to that goddamn commune to freeze my ass off. We could advertise in all the other towns around here. Just say yes, and I'll get started." Ruby hung onto her apron tie. "Say yes, Daddy, and I can learn too." "Your daddy was the most suave and handsome dancer you've ever seen, Ruby. Take it from me," said Ida, her hand creeping up his arm. "He looked like a classical composer in his tux, didn't you, hun?" A slow smile crept over his face, and his foot started to jiggle with excitement. When his slipper fell off, Ruby was there at his feet, quick as a whip, to place it back on his foot. "Guess I was pretty slick back then," he said, stroking Ida's shoulder. "Suppose I do have the time right now. Maybe we can just give it a shot. Can't hurt." When the school finally got going, Ray spent at least an hour in front of the mirror every evening preparing for his ballroom dancing students. He even cut his hair and slicked it back with a large blob of sticky goop that made greasy blobs on the headrests of all the chairs in the house. He'd pulled out a pair of black patent leather dance shoes from a box in the attic that made his right ankle swell so much he had to sit down after every lesson and slap a bag of frozen peas across it. He'd groan, his mouth twisted in pain as he gazed out at the fields beyond the back gate, like he was trying to find a certain place he'd lost. During those times, he'd drink a cold beer and nap. Ida unpacked her boxes of dresses only to discover every one of them was infested with mice. Tiny balls of poop tumbled out from among the chewed-up sequins, feathers, and beads. She screeched so loud Ray had to stuff them all back into the boxes, stack them up, and lug them out to the backyard, where he made a massive bonfire and burned them all. Ida looked out from the kitchen window, fat tears brimming in her eyes like she'd lost a piece of her heart. Ruby tried to hold her hand, make her feel better, but she just blinked, shook her off, and said, "Some things can never be replaced." Then she headed upstairs to the bathroom and stayed there a long time. When Ruby listened at the gap under the door, she heard the medicine cabinet open and the tap turning on and off. Afterward, Ida stopped eating and became thin like a stick. She buzzed around all day, flying from one task to the next like a crazed gnat, answering the phone, handing out advertising flyers, making sure the schedule was perfect, and sometimes, though rarely, looking after Ruby. She didn't dance anymore, only stepped in sometimes if Ray didn't feel up to it. Most times she supervised, walking around the place as if she was dancing the tango, accompanied by the clacking of all the tortoiseshell bangles she wore on her wrist. At first, Ruby tried to get in on the classes. She'd pick one of her favorite dresses, comb her hair, fasten it back with a beaded clip, then spin around the edge of the dance floor, annoying Ida to the point of madness. Sometimes when she got under Ray's feet, Ida sent her upstairs, where she'd sneak in to see Uncle Hugh, who sighed and clucked his tongue, calling the dance school just another one of her harebrained ideas. Incredibly, Ida's instincts were accurate. There was definitely room for a little magic in Stony Brook and the surrounding area. They managed to get at least 10 steady bookings that year, just from locals. The class was held in the dining room, now stripped of furniture and masquerading as a studio space. They'd added a large mirror nailed crookedly to the wall and an old piano rescued from the original schoolhouse before it was demolished, and students bussed to the next town. Most often that piano was played by Miss Esme Dufour, a retired teacher who knew the instrument like an old friend. She'd thrust her whole body into playing, as if she was riding a horse, but refused to cut her fingernails, so everything was accompanied by the constant clicking of her nails on the keys. "Your mom has brought so much color to our little town," said Gloria Jensen. Her husband Rolf had a large pig farm about half a kilometer south. On hot summer days, the stink from their place was so pungent that Ida couldn't burn enough candles to curb the stench that wafted over the area and snuck in through the open windows. But Gloria had paid for a whole year of lessons in advance. Ida entered the numbers into her ledger, her tongue licking her bottom lip as she tried to balance the figures. "Don't ever say anything about that damn pig smell," she said, eyes flaring at Ruby. "We can't afford to insult our clients. We gotta eat." But by that time, Ida had realized that Ray was the laziest, most stubborn business partner. Almost every evening, Ida would check on his dance class and find him dozing, an empty beer bottle tipped over on the table beside him. 2 weeks before Ruby turned 11, and a week before Ray disappeared for the last time, Ruby hid by the studio door to check out the class, knowing Ida was busy in her sewing room updating the ledger. 3 students stood ready on the dance floor, a couple of teens from the area high school keen to show off their dancing skills at senior prom, where they expected to be nominated as king and queen. Val Wagner, the widow of the last local police chief, was fixing her dark wavy hair at the mirror. Her late husband had been chasing a thief who'd just done a break-and-enter. Too bad the guy fired a few rounds at the police cruiser, which swerved off the icy road and slammed into a massive tree, killing him instantly. Val was in her early 30s, curvy-figured and fond of clingy ribbed sweaters and tight jeans. She'd scraped her thick brown hair up into a ponytail and was wearing pale pink lipstick. Ray stood at the front, in a white open-necked shirt and black pants, tapping out the beat with the point of his patent shoe and studying Val, who waited, poised and erect, for him to partner her. Miss Dufour launched into a rousing paso doble, and Ray immediately snapped into a matador pose, holding his arms stiffly out toward Val as he slunk across the floor toward her. The music transformed him into some mystery being who didn't belong in a small-town farmhouse. He and Val looked as though they belonged together. Both thick-browed with dark glossy hair and full lips, like 2 exotic flamenco dancers, they circled back to back without touching, the air between them crackling with unseen energy. The teens shuffled alongside, awkward and graceless. Ruby held her breath, unsure why Ray was looking at Val with an intensity he'd never directed at Ida, as if they were connected by an invisible force field
that reminded Ruby of her comic books where superheroes scoped each other out with jagged electric rays zapping from their eyes. Ruby knew little to nothing about sex, lust, and desire then, so she couldn't figure out what was drawing them together. But when Ray snuck his arm around Val's waist and pulled her close, she held her breath. The teens shuddered to a halt, and Miss Dufour's fingers went slack. Everyone watched as Val's pointy breasts pressed against Ray's chest, her head thrown back in an expression of ecstasy, her bare throat a hair's breadth away from his lips. Ruby jumped as someone crashed a flattened hand onto the piano keys. The tuneless jangle wakened everyone from the enchanted moment. Heads turned to see Ida standing over a shaking Miss Dufour. "I'll take over, Ray. Drive Ruby to the store. We've run out of flour." He blinked and was slow to let go of Val, who stepped away, blinking madly as she fanned her flushed pink face. Ray stopped at the door on the way out where Ida stood, her face frozen and angry. He leaned in close and whispered in her ear, loudly enough so Ruby and probably everyone else could hear. "It was only a fucking dance." She didn't move, just whispered back, "Maybe, but don't ever do it again under my fucking nose." She never smiled at him again after that incident, never touched him. When Reg Butler pulled up in his rusted pickup and moved the piano from the house, the school was disbanded, and a permanent chill descended on the house. Afterward, things changed for the worse. 11. Present day. Ed Bloom is decked out in a pinstriped suit with wide lapels, the jacket buttoned up snugly over a swollen paunch. Ruby half expects to see a black 30s-style Homburg hanging on a coat hook at the back of his door, but a gray bicycle helmet with yellow flashes hangs there instead. She wonders how on earth he cycles to work in 90-degree heat, wearing a heavy wool-blend suit. "Coffee?" he asks, motioning her to sit down. She nods, thinking he'll buzz the receptionist and order 2 cups of muddy-dripped stuff. But he jumps to attention, holds up his index finger, and starts to fumble with a French coffee press on the narrow counter behind his desk. With meticulous precision, he measures ground coffee into the flask, then pours in boiling water from a glass kettle. "Nothing like a cup of the real stuff in the morning. A client who spent a winter in France put me onto this a while back. I couldn't believe I'd been drinking cheap sludge all these years from a drip machine. We may be in the boonies, but we all like our little luxuries, huh?" "It smells incredible." "Well, you've been in the UK for so many years. They drink tea in the morning, don't they?" "That for sure would give me acid indigestion. Tastes like cat piss. I'd have to chew a pack of Tums just to get through the rest of the day." He waves a hand over the carafe, wafting the fragrance up to his nostrils. "We just need to wait a few minutes to let it brew." Ed is in his early 60s. He used to be handsome, even dashing. Now he clings on to those last vestiges of his fading youth by dyeing his hair, wearing shirts with sharply starched collars, and bleaching his teeth. For a while Ida had hankered after him, but he'd remained steadfastly loyal to his wife of 40 years. Maeve had been a stalwart of the local social scene, the chair on many charitable boards, and a longtime member of the local golf club, not to mention chief disseminator of juicy local gossip. Her photo sits on Ed's desk, a black ribbon draped across it. "My condolences, Ed. I didn't know Maeve had passed." He presses his lips together in a tight line. "It was a tough time. She suffered. Cancer. Metastasized all over her body. Your mother was a rock in Maeve's last days. Gave her great comfort. Helped me a whole lot, too. I mean, after Maeve's passing. She was a magnificent woman. One of a kind." "Of course," Ruby says, noting how Ed's eyes have drifted to the window, as if he's trying to grasp on to his recollections of Ida. Ruby imagines Ida ministering to poor Maeve with a smirk on her face, making sure Maeve noticed how agile and well-preserved she still was. Flashed her long legs at Ed to maintain his loyalty and interest, strung him along, and maybe even had a fling with him once Maeve was out of the way and Ed was a widower. But Ida never did anything unless there was a payoff,
Probably secured Ed's continued silence on all her illicit activities. Ed presses the plunger down, then makes a great ceremony of pouring out 2 cups of steaming coffee. "Cream?" Ruby nods and takes the cup. The coffee is fragrant, nutty, incredible. He grins. "I try to convert everyone. Tell them to get a little culture and haute cuisine into their lives. I've even started an online cordon bleu cooking course. Gotta keep busy somehow, now I'm alone." He glances over at Maeve's photo, his eyes moist. I know she had a tendency to tattle, but she had a good heart. Ruby tries to look interested in Ed's desolation, but can't stop thinking about her upcoming appointment with Claire. Can't stop imagining that gory piece of hair. The sudden movement of a white-knuckled hand grasping Ida's hair and yanking it so hard that it tore away from her head, leaving a bloody patch of scalp. Or did they use a knife? Whose blinding rage had driven them to do something so vicious? Those thoughts had driven her to spend a restless night on the downstairs sofa. Nauseated, she puts down her cup. "Look, Ed, I have an appointment with the detective handling Ida's case. We need to move on with business." The smile disappears from his face. "Is it bad news? Have they found her?" Ruby shakes her head. "No, nothing like that." He sits back in his leather chair and mops his forehead with a handkerchief, then slides out a sheaf of papers from under a heavy law tome. He clears his throat. "Well, first and foremost, the will cannot even come into effect until there is proof of death, which we don't have since there's no body. The authorities can declare the person in question to be officially dead without finding a body, but that generally won't happen for at least 7 years. So I can't get her affairs in order yet?" He wipes the handkerchief across his mouth. Ida always said that sweating above the upper lip was a bad sign, particularly in men. It signified a heavy conscience weighted with guilt, and was a harbinger that something bad was about to be revealed. "Look, Ruby, I hate to be the person uncovering unpleasant family secrets, but when I studied the deeds for the house, I discovered that you are in fact the legal owner, not Ida. Your great-uncle Hugh left it to you in his will." "But Ida always said it belonged to Ray, which meant it was also hers. I mean, she was counting on it." Ed tidies the edges of the papers into a perfect pile. "I assumed it was part of the assets from their marriage, but it seemed your great-uncle was quite clear about the title of ownership. The attendants at the hospital said he kept reading that part over and over to them before he died. Made them promise to tell me about it. Got quite worked up about it, I'm told." Ruby's heart aches at the thought of Great-Uncle Hugh. He'd done so much for her, and Ida had treated him like a stranger. But Ruby was just a kid at the time, and there's no way to repay him now. I guess Ida just decided not to tell me. Did she even know? Ed chews his lip and frowns. "Oh, she knew all right. When Hugh passed away, when was it? Over 23 years ago, I had her here in the office to tell her. She didn't take it well. If that old-timer had been here, she would have torn up one side of him and down the other with the curses. Shocked me, I'll tell you. But she came back later, apologized, and swore blind she'd tell you when you were 18 and old enough to take the house on." I had no interest in the place anyway, so it doesn't matter. "Well, it does now. It's considered an asset and is tied up in the legal issues related to Ida's upcoming trial, or at least the trial that was slated before she disappeared." Ruby rests her palms on the arms of the chair. "I don't want anything from the estate. They can have everything for all I care. If it compensates the victims in some way, that's fine." "It's not as simple as that. As Ida's closest relative, her next of kin, you're legally required to take on certain responsibilities." "Responsibilities? Like what? I told you I'm not interested in any of the proceeds." Ruby tries not to let her voice escalate, even though she has the weird sense that Ida's fingers are closing around her throat again. She takes a deep breath and thinks of Somerset's quiet, rural beauty, the pub with its honeyed lights spilling out into the lush forest nearby. "Okay, I can sell the business and the house and hand over the funds to the victims." He shakes his head. "There's more, Ruby." Ida used the house as collateral for the business and other outstanding loans, and since you're the legal owner, some of this debt load may transfer to you."
Her head throbs. The jet lag is back with a vengeance, and the musky scent of Ed's cologne is making her nauseous. I don't understand. How could she use the house when she didn't own it? He avoids Ruby's eyes, busying himself shuffling the papers around as if trying to find something.
Probably sweet-talked some banker into accepting her application without the proper documentation. Convinced him she was good for it. You know how persuasive she could be.
Isn't that fraud? He nods.
Sure is.
And what about the business? All the money she scammed?
Businesses cost money to set up, and your mother, well, let's say she was a woman with particular tastes. Expensive at that. She went through a whole lot of it. Police seized all the proceeds they could get their hands on, but they believe it's just the tip of the iceberg.
She didn't use any of it to pay her debts?
She neglected her loans, set up minimum payment schedules. The police froze all her personal accounts, but the debts remain outstanding. They're not associated with the business, so the cops don't want anything to do with them, of course.
Ruby sits back, clutching the arms of the chair, her knuckles white. So that explains the home makeover and the elaborate window displays at distant sands. How much?
You mean the total amount of the loan?
She nods. Does she really want to know? He selects a document and shoves it under her nose. The figures swim like tiny crawling ants. 6 figures, and the first is a 3, the second a 5. How's this even possible? His mouth droops at the corners.
I don't have any details about the nature of the loan or the expenditures. The bank won't release the info, but she got the storefront going, renovated the house, and she lived well, very well.
She holds tightly to the arms of her chair to anchor herself, as if she's about to freak out and fly off into the air like a deflated balloon.
The monthly payments are around $1,500. The term I'll have to check on.
The news comes like a swift jab to her solar plexus. Anything else you need to tell me?
Well, there's the credit card balance, around $12,000.
But surely there's money in her personal bank account. He attempts a weak smile that turns out twisted.
Seized by the cops. That's why I can't give you any more details right now.
Let me get this straight. It's okay for me to be responsible for all the debts, but I can't get any information about the loan terms?
Take it easy, Ruby. I'll look into it and see if we can get them to write it off. Might take some convincing, but I'll give it a shot.
She exhales, tries not to think about the money, changes the subject. Were you set to defend her during the trial? He shakes his head.
She hired some hotshot from Billings.
He opens his drawer and pulls out a business card. She scans the name. Never heard of him. Can he help me? He shakes his head.
I'm sorry, Ruby. He'll only discuss matters related to the case and the current charges. But I'm always here. I'll do what I can. I'm just a bit out of the loop with this one.
Sure. I'll be in touch, Ruby says, pocketing the card and shoving the chair back. She sweeps out of the office blind with fury. She'd stupidly thought she was free and clear of Ida's machinations, but, true to form, Ida's found a way to drag Ruby back and make her pay for all her transgressions. She also knows for sure that Ida has hidden away a whole lot of the money she scammed in some secret offshore account that nobody knows about. She'd never have let it slip through her fingers without a fight. Ruby stands in Ed's doorway, breathing in the stifling dry air and looking along the deserted street. The old buildings she'd always thought so quaint when she was a kid now appeared derelict in the late summer sunshine, and she can't shake the feeling that Ida is still around, whether in body or spirit, witnessing the entire debacle and thoroughly enjoying every minute of it. 12. Stony Brook, 1990s. The week after the incident with Val, Ray went into town every day. Sometimes he'd take Ruby. Silent, he'd clench the steering wheel, studying the road ahead and pursing his lips as if he was arguing inside his head. Often after doing his errands, he set Ruby up outside the pool bar with a bottle of pop and a bag of cheesies.
tell her to read her comic book and not move an inch. One time she sat there for an hour. When he finally appeared in the doorway, wobbly and unsteady on his feet, he reeked of stale cigarettes and beer. On the way home sometimes, his head drooped forward and he almost fell asleep at the wheel. Ruby had to nudge him so he didn't swerve off the road into oncoming traffic. Ida and Ray had massive screaming matches every morning and evening. Ruby just crept up to bed and hid under the sheets. At breakfast, Ida once threw a skillet of scrambled eggs at the wall, then made Ruby clean it up. Ray called her a goddamn crazy, heartless bitch, and she screamed that he was nothing but a piece of dog shit she could wipe off her shoe. Ruby would set out for school, her head ringing. But once she met up with Aiden at the end of the street, she'd listen to all his chatter about Power Rangers and video games and magic cards, and that would calm her down. Finally, Ida and Ray just stopped talking to each other. After a few days of tense silence, Ruby woke up on the Sunday morning, and Ray wasn't in the kitchen. He'd been sleeping in the spare room, so she ran up there to wake him. All his things were gone. In the master bedroom, she stood inside his empty half of the closet, lining up the wire coat hangers. Her heart ached like someone was pressing a fist against it. He hadn't said goodbye, hadn't even looked in on her when she was sleeping or left a note to show he cared. The weird thing was, he hadn't taken his car. His rusted white pickup was still unlocked and parked in the back carport. Ruby climbed inside and sat in the driver's seat. The car smelled of cigarette smoke, stale coffee, and vanilla car freshener. She held on to the wheel, squeezing her eyes shut and trying to imagine him sitting there. Nothing came to her. Was he dead? She felt like throwing up. Dizzy, she finally opened her eyes and noticed a single leather glove lying on the floor of the passenger side. Why would he leave one of his gloves? And where was the other? It was totally unlike Ray to go anywhere in this cold weather without his gloves. She marched into the kitchen and told Ida about the truck, waving the stray glove in the air. Ida shrugged and said he must have been in one heck of a hurry to catch the Greyhound bus out of town and get far, far away if he'd left his best leather glove behind. She gritted her teeth and put on a scary expression. "And you'd best keep your mouth shut, or the entire town will be talking about how your father ran out on us, and all the other kids at school will say your father was a pervert and a philanderer who fooled around with younger women." Ruby knew what pervert meant, but didn't dare ask what a philanderer was. She looked it up at the school library a week later and realized Ida must have suspected he was fooling around with Val. She considered walking to the local sheriff's office to report his mysterious disappearance, but when Ida found out, she got a fixed, angry look on her face, a look that said, "Don't dare to cross me." Ray had done exactly that, and now he was missing, no trace of him anywhere, gone without his truck and his right-hand glove. A few days later, Ida moved all the furniture back into the dining room. A week later, Ruby walked past Miss Dufour's house. She raised her hand to say hi, but the old woman turned away, as if she hadn't seen her. Another time she was walking with Ida past the hardware store, and Val Wagner pushed the door open and ran toward them. She tapped Ida's shoulder. "Do you know where Ray—" But Ida grabbed Ruby's hand with pincer fingers and dragged her away before Val could finish her question. A couple of weeks after Ray disappeared, Ida started to read more. She'd never even glanced at a newspaper before, yet she'd walk into the library with a handful of empty bags and emerge with bulging sacks of reference books. She'd stand Ruby in front of her, tell her to open her ears and point to the open books on the dining table, talking in short staccato bursts. "All these educated folks say the same thing. It's women who have the gift. Women are the ones able to communicate with the unseen world around us. And they're fast learners, quicker than men. They have the gift of insight, the real power. Not surprising, considering some of the dough-brained fools I've known." Then she'd grab Ruby's arms. Her sharp nails pressed into the soft flesh of her underarm, her eyes darting from side to side, as if all the glittering possibilities sparkled around her. "Women have to take control, Ruby. They need to reach out and seize what's due to them. See? We're not content to walk around with our heads bowed anymore. We're done putting up with the crock of bullshit that men try to sell us. We gotta be smarter. We gotta be way ahead of them. Understand?"
Ruby nodded her head, but Ida kept on preaching. See, I have this idea. I read in one of them history books that many a poor servant girl or factory worker made their fortune as mediums. Some of them even convinced learned scientists and writers they could conjure up the spirits of the dead. And some of those men staked their reputations on a mere slip of a girl. Famous writers and men of learning, believing in those young, powerful women who had such control over them. They'd do anything those girls asked of them. Understand? You have to make your mark any way you can. Got it? Then she shook Ruby so hard her teeth knocked together and didn't stop until she said, "Yes, Mom, I get it, I get it. And you call me Sister Ida now. Understand?" Ruby nodded, thinking she'd never seen such a wild expression in her mother's eyes, as if she'd changed into a complete stranger. 13. Present day. Ruby drives straight back to the house, ignoring the meeting with Claire. The whole Will debacle has her so flustered that she can't face Claire Sampson's cool, analytical gaze. The only thing on her mind is how quickly she can get home to do a thorough search. See if she can find any information about Ida's debt. And then she remembers. The cops took everything. Every document, bill, and receipt. Swept the place clean. What was she thinking? She screeches into the gravel driveway, sending up a cloud of dust that scatters a flock of grazing geese. Stomping toward the house, she curses Ida for saddling her with a whole new raft of problems. Where has all the money gone? Why is everything mortgaged to the hilt? And how is she ever going to get back to her job? She aches at the memory of the lovely, peaceful routine in England. That quiet serenity is lost for God knows how long. But maybe there's a secret place the cops didn't know about. She lets herself into the house, knowing she has to finally summon the courage to go upstairs. She wanders toward the staircase. Looking up at the shadowy landing, the old breathlessness creeps over her, that childhood fear of the unexpected, the sudden graininess of the light, the gradual sliding into a dimension where imagination takes over from reality. But there's a certain victory to be gained by facing the demons she spent years trying to elude. Steeling herself, she grasps the wooden banister and begins the slow climb upwards, only to stop at the sound of the front doorbell. She freezes on the third step. Someone else knows she's here. Doesn't take long for news to travel in this part of the world. She swings the door open onto a tall strip of a man with a long, grizzled beard, horn-rimmed glasses, and a battered Kansas City Royals hat. Thick lenses magnify his eyes. His shoulders are hunched under a royal blue sweatshirt that hangs loose over faded gray jeans splattered with white splotches. He holds out a carton of eggs. "Aiden told me you were back in town. Thought you might need something for breakfast. That is, if you're planning on sticking around." Ruby takes the eggs, trying to catch his eye, but Reg Butler never looks directly at a person. He'd always focus on a point just behind your left ear, or on the ground by his toes. "Haven't decided whether to stay here or in town yet." He holds out a paper bag, the corner tinged with blood. "Got a nice fresh chicken for you, cleaned it and all. A good roaster." Ruby's stomach roils. "I'm vegetarian now, Reg, but thanks for the offer." He shrugs. "Your choice, I guess. Guess I'll cook it for Aiden. He generally drops by during the week." He raises a disheveled eyebrow and glances at her from the corner of his eye, as if trying to gauge her reaction. What does he know about her and Aiden? Ruby taps her foot on the step. "He'll love it. Hey, thanks for the eggs. Gotta get back to clearing out the place now that Ida's gone." He doesn't make a move, just clears his throat and flicks a piece of grit from the step with his toe. "Your Ida. She was a special person, no matter what some other folks say around here about all that stuff with the cops. She helped Kathleen a whole lot. You know, Kathleen never got over losing little Andy. I swear his name was the last word to come out of her mouth. She talked to him every day, right until the end. Looked at me and Aiden as if we were strangers walked in from the street." "That's tough." Ruby tries to look sympathetic. "Sorry for your loss."
He glances around, shuffles his feet a bit, and looks generally uncomfortable. Oh, and I got something else for you that you might like. A keepsake of sorts. He digs into his pocket and pulls out a small painted glass figurine, a baby with pallid bluish-white skin, wide Cupid doll eyes, 2 apple cheeks, and a crest of yellow hair. Ruby's skin crawls when she holds it in her palm. She hasn't seen that hateful thing in so many years. Thought it might remind you of your ma now she's gone. If she's really gone, he says, his upper lip curling into a twisted smile. Then he touches the peak of his hat, turns, and walks away, whistling to himself. It's then she notices the trail of tiny red blotches on the gravel, the blood he's left behind from the dripping bag of dead chicken. 14. Stony Brook, 1990s. The whole Sister Ida thing puzzled Ruby. Did it mean Ida wasn't her mother anymore? She already acted like she wasn't, with her cool, standoffish attitude, and why had she put away her jeans and t-shirts and started swishing around the house in flowery smocks with strings of colored beads looped around her neck and long feather earrings dangling from her ears? She'd burn candles and sit cross-legged chanting. Ruby hated this new version of Ida and detested being left alone with her in the house, which now felt strange and unfamiliar. During the summer holidays when Uncle Hugh was at the hardware store, she'd clear out as soon as she woke up, just to get away from it all. One day when she was heading out of her bedroom, intending to ride off and meet Aiden, Ida swooped out of nowhere and blocked her path, a wild look in her eyes. She grabbed Ruby's hair and yanked it, making her eyes water. Tonight, you'll brush that mess of hair into a ponytail, wash your dirty face, and put on your pink polka dot dress with the white collar. We're having company. But first, I have a very special job for you. Something secret, something you can't tell anyone about. Ruby's imagination could turn an ordinary bike ride into a magical mission, so this was right on her radar. Ida told her to go out to Reg and Kathleen Butler's place. I want you to spy on Kathleen Butler. Hide somewhere, and make sure she doesn't see you. She sits in the house all afternoon. Watch her closely and tell me everything she does. Ida swept away in a hurry, scratching her left shoulder like she did when she was anxious. Ruby's stomach cramped as she climbed down the stairs. The mission had sounded exciting, but then spying on Aiden's parents seemed sneaky and dishonest. She dragged her feet as she passed through the kitchen. Where was Uncle Hugh when she needed him? But even he couldn't help her anymore. Since Ray had left, Uncle Hugh had grown older and frailer than ever. Now all it took was for Ida to bark at him to get up to his room, and he'd slink away up the stairs like a beaten dog, too weak to protest. Ruby didn't know how he made it to the hardware store anymore. That's why she took leftovers up to his room when Ida was finishing the dishes. Otherwise, he wouldn't eat any supper. Breakfast dishes were still scattered across the table, and a fat blue bottle struggled to climb out of an open jar of peanut butter. When Ray was around, Ida would never leave food out, especially in the summer when flies and wasps swarmed in from the backyard. She'd slacked off with the cleaning and was nowhere to be seen, though Ruby caught the low hum of her mumbling on the phone from the sewing room window. A chill made the tiny hairs on her arms prickle. On the roadway, all was quiet. No one out in the fields or walking a dog. It felt a little like everyone was hiding, ready to jump out and surprise her. She rode down the gravel road toward the Butler's farmhouse, a gray stone 2-story, surrounded by cedars, which Mr. Butler sometimes pruned into animal shapes when he had time. After stowing the bike against a bush so Aiden wouldn't see it, she snuck along the pathway that wound around to the front window where a wooden statue of a lady stood, her eyes downcast and hands joined for eternity in prayer. Large globe cedars partially obscured the front window. Ruby crouched behind them, then gradually stretched her legs until she could see Kathleen Butler. Dressed in a flowered smock, her hair scraped back into a ragged ponytail, she wafted a pink feather duster around the shelving unit that contained her glass animal collection. Rows of tiny, pretty figurines that glinted in the sun. First she picked up a perfect unicorn with a silver star on its nose, dusted it, and kissed it,
before setting it back on the shelf. She followed the same routine with all the ornaments. It took a good 20 minutes to clean them all and arrange them precisely in their place. Then she opened the door of a wooden cabinet, took out a crystal glass and a tall blue bottle, and poured a generous serving of brown liquid. Strangely, though, maybe it was a trick of the sunlight or the blazing reflection from all that glassware, but it seemed that when her tongue darted out to sip the drink, it was long and pointed, like a lizard's tongue. Ruby fell back against the wall, pressing her eyelids shut, heart in her throat. Why was everything so weird today? She emptied the first glass in a few slurps, then poured another, before shuffling over to a flowered love seat. There she flopped down, put her feet up on a pink velvet footstool, and started to cry, mopping her eyes with a fat ball of tissues. Once she'd snuffled and snorted for a while, she took a deep breath and clicked on the TV. Within 3 minutes, she was fast asleep and snoring like a bear. Bent almost double, Ruby waited a few minutes longer, then crept past the window and over to the wooden statue which, on closer inspection, smelled musty and rotten. She ran her hands over the hair, the eyes, and the carved buttons down the front of the woman's coat, but when she tried to grasp the slender hands, the fingers crumbled like a piece of dried cake. Someone tapped her on the shoulder and she slumped back against the wall. Cops could arrest you for snooping around someone's property, but breaking their stuff is way worse. They'd put you in juvie. Aiden poked a crooked stick into her chest. Ruby pushed it aside. Why's your mom crying? He tilted his head so his long hair flopped over his eye. Every afternoon she gets drunk and starts up with her bawling. It's on account of my twin, Andy. I was born alive and he didn't make it. Mom says he was all blue and cold like a dead fish. Guess she never got over it. Did you kill him? He pressed the stick harder until it stung her skin. How could I? I didn't know nothing before I was born, and babies can't kill. They don't have the brains or the malice for it. But I think she still blames me because I was the only one inside with him. She says I ate all the food and left none for him. His eyes went so watery that she felt sorry for him. That's a stupid thing to say to a kid. Babies can't be guilty, even I know that. He smiled and put down the stick, and they went to watch the baby chicks hatch in Reg's chicken house. Later, Ida lapped up all the information about the ornaments and the drinking and little Andy. She took some money from the cookie jar and drove into town. They visited the treasure chest store and bought the glass baby ornament. Pursing her lips together, Ida told her never to mention them buying it, otherwise she'd pack Ruby off to an orphanage where fierce attendants would beat her, and she'd never, ever set foot in her own home again. When Ruby started to cry, she brought her a chocolate ice cream to shut her up. The visitors that night were Reg and Kathleen Butler. Ida had instructed Ruby exactly what to do, so she sat perfectly still on a straight-backed kitchen chair, her heart like a fist rammed into her throat, and her head aching from the tight pigtails Ida had braided. She focused her eyes on the moon, swimming pale silver among the clouds, and tried to remember her part. Once they join hands and the circle is complete, you wait until I look at you and raise my eyebrows. Then you'll say these 6 words. I see a little boy praying. Ruby tried not to look at Kathleen, perched on a chair next to Reg at the kitchen table. She grasped his hand and used her other one to dab at her brimming eyes with a tissue. Ida sniffed. She'd never liked to hear people crying, so Kathleen's blubbering was probably irritating her. We need to join hands, Kathleen, otherwise the circle will be broken. Kathleen blinked the tears away and reached out for Ruby's hand. Hers was damp and sticky, but Ruby clasped it, afraid of Ida's disapproval. Ida took hold of Reg's other hand and closed her eyes. Silence followed, except for a low throbbing in Ruby's ears. She wanted to throw up the grilled cheese she'd eaten for supper. Ida's voice was low and different. There's great sadness here. So much pain and unresolved grief, and drinking won't cure it. Kathleen's grip tightened when Ida mentioned drinking. Ida began to rock back and forth. Spirit, show yourself.
Talk to us so we can ease your tortured soul.
Ruby watched her from under lowered eyelashes. Ida was using the fake British accent she'd used when she talked about her ballroom dancing days. But where was this spirit she talked about? Ruby glanced around the room, trying not to move her head too much. Her stomach roiled. The shadows appeared thick and gluey. A slow humming sound buzzed in her head. Ida continued, her voice dropping lower, making Ruby's skin prickle. It sounded like a robot person talking.
Spirit, if you're there, don't be afraid. Our minds are open. We welcome you and ask you to show yourself.
Kathleen snorted, as if she was trying to swallow a sob. Reg jolted her arm, and she stopped. When Ida started moaning, then whining like a child, Kathleen's eyes snapped open, revealing whites all around her blue eyes. Ida's eyebrows rose, and Ruby tried to speak. At first, her voice scratched across her throat so it came out like a whisper. Then, when a slow smile spread across Ida's face, she spoke louder.
I see a little boy praying. I see a little boy praying.
Louder. Louder. For the first time ever, Ruby's body seemed to move of its own accord, and soon she was rocking and screaming at the same time.
I see a little boy praying.
Kathleen was almost standing up when Ida shouted in a child's squealing voice,
Mother, don't go!
Kathleen began to moan. Ted started to cough, but Ida silenced everyone when she slammed the little glass baby figure onto the table.
Mother, I'm home,
the weird child voice said, and Kathleen fainted against Ted's shoulder while Ruby wet herself for the first time in 7 years. The meetings with Kathleen and Reg gradually increased to 3 times weekly. Ida was always changing up Ruby's part in the session. One time she daubed mud streaks all over Ruby's face, then told her to hide in the kitchen until she rapped the underside of the table with her knee. On that signal, Ruby entered in slow motion, in a state of absolute terror, saying things like,
The little boy came to the woods again, calling for his mother. He's crying to come home. He's so lonely.
Then she'd make Ruby sit in the seat next to Kathleen. Let her cuddle you tight, sweetie. And Kathleen clutched Ruby to her breast, crushing her face against the scratchy fabric of her dress that stunk like stale sweat in the armpits. Her warm, oniony breath dampened the top of Ruby's head, and the longer she held her and blubbered into her hair, the more Ruby felt like gagging. Reg sat still as a rock, blinking nervously as he watched his wife lavish all her pent-up love onto someone else's child. Once when Kathleen was holding her, Ruby glanced toward the window. Aiden stood outside, a solitary figure, his face angry and twisted. After Reg and Kathleen left, Ruby ran to play on the swing. Before she could even push off, 2 hands grabbed her shoulders and hauled her backward onto the ground. Aiden pinned her down, knees on either side of her body.
Leave my ma alone and stop your stupid games.
Tears streamed down his face, leaving white streaks on his grimy cheeks.
She won't even look at me anymore because of him, and he's dead. He ain't coming back.
Ruby was strong enough to buck her knees like a donkey and shove him off.
I got no choice. Mom makes me do it. If I don't, she won't feed me.
He sat, legs splayed out in front of him, wiping a dirty fist against his eyes. He seemed too old to cry that hard.
They're all cracked in the head, all the adults. I hate them.
Ruby pulled a crumpled tissue out of her pocket, offered it to him. He inspected it, then dabbed his eyes.
I don't ever want to be like them. I'm leaving soon as I get some money.
Then I'm coming too. His eyes brightened.
We'll make some money and pool it. Then we'll get to leave sooner.
Yeah. Let's do chores, rake leaves and all that. I got the tools in my dad's shed.
Now. We'll start now.
They clapped hands together in a complicated handshake and ran off through the autumn woods to start the new business. But someone had tied a new rope swing to the oak tree by the creek, and soon the 2 of them had forgotten all about raking and shoveling and leaving Stony Brook. 15. Present day. A dusky evening is settling in when Ruby takes the glass ornament into the shed. places it on the ancient workbench, and smashes it to pieces with a claw hammer. Bye-bye, Andy. For good this time. Even though the evil little figure is gone, she still can't shake the image of Ida's expression when she counted out the growing roll of bills in the cookie jar she kept on the top shelf of the pantry, her mouth twisted into the same greedy grin as the little bear rubbing its belly on the front of the jar. Ruby throws the hammer aside and wanders out into the backyard. She feels guilty about missing the meeting with Claire. Too stunned by Ed's financial revelations, she can't handle a bunch of grisly details about the new piece of evidence. Feeling the need for a change of scene, she gets into her car and drives down Main Street, now a muddy blur of shuttered storefronts and tattered awnings, broken only by the bright green blaze of a dollar store that stands out like a toxic slur. The urge to purchase cheap, useless things has finally reached Stony Brook, judging by the buzz of activity under the flickering strip lights. She hits the gas pedal and takes a right off Main, passing the house of the recluses. Marcia and Marion, mother and daughter, Ida's next targets, after Reg and Kathleen, but only Marion is left now. A few years back, she'd been browsing Great Falls' local newspaper online and read about Marcia's untimely death. Something to do with severe food poisoning? She can't remember what killed her. Poisonous mushrooms or botulism in a jar of peppers? Marion's house is a square stucco bungalow, its side wall cloaked with Virginia creeper. But the unexpected sight of Marion standing motionless in the open doorway gives her a start. A wraith-like figure. She's still the skinny, awkward girl with one shoulder sitting higher than the other. The enlarged knob of bone on her shoulder blade has disfigured her since birth. She raises a hand in greeting, and Ruby slows down, imagining Marcia standing beside Marion. Stout, fidgety, and heavy-browed, Marcia's hair always hung in long gray strands down to her shoulders. She refused to cut it even after Ida told her to grow up and get it styled like an adult. When she comes to a stop, Marion is gone, along with the image of Marcia. Has she imagined them both? The old terror creeps across the back of her neck. She's run far away from these people and this place. Now they're drawing her back, as if she'd never left, as if she still belonged, as if she still believes in the spirits that became part of her life. In the early days of Ida's business, Ruby was so immersed in Ida's strange magic, with all the seances and card readings, that the boundaries between fantasy and reality began to shift and blur, to the point where she became that weird kid at school, with no friends except Aiden. But she's a different person now, not the haunted kid from before. Or is she? She shakes herself into the present and floors the gas all the way home, runs straight inside, and locks the door behind her. It's probably hunger that's making her so lightheaded. So she makes a tuna sandwich and eats by candlelight at the kitchen table, trying hard not to look at the flickering shadows on the wall and remember how, as a child, she'd think they were monsters or lost spirits, slipping through the cracks in the universe that Ida had opened by calling out to them night after night. A tap at the window startles her. She moves the sheer curtains aside. Marion is at the front door, motionless. Shaken by the sudden sight of her, Ruby forces herself to open the door. "Long time no see. Come in." Marion's face breaks into a wide grin. "I knew it was you, but I had to make sure I wasn't imagining things." She looks around the room. "Hey, why are you eating in the dark?" Ruby shrugs. "Just wanted to stay low-key, I guess, but that's no excuse for not stopping to say hi when I drove by. It was rude of me." Marion smiles, squeezing her arms close to her sides, as if trying to contain her excitement. "You look so sophisticated. I dreamed you'd turn out that way." Ruby switches on the light, eyes stinging in the sudden brightness. "Time's a bitch. It never slows down. But you haven't changed at all." Marion's still pallid, with just a few more lines on her face and a few strands of gray streaking her light blonde hair. She looks around the living room with appraising eyes. "It's beautiful in here, don't you think?" Ruby bustles around making tea, trying to sound cheery. "Gorgeous. I didn't recognize the place, all this trendy decor. Clean lines, no clutter, and I love the natural touches. The driftwood and the antlers. Marion smiles, her lips pursed together like a child who's just performed a first dive for their proud parents. Want to know something? I helped Ida with everything. I shopped for all the accessories, picked the colors. We went into town and to Billings and Missoula, flew to Seattle and San Francisco, then once to Vancouver, stayed in nice hotels. I didn't feel lonely anymore.
So that's where a good chunk of the loan money went, Ruby thinks.
Marion looks around the place with such a proprietary air, as if she'd taken up the post Ruby vacated as Ida's loyal sidekick. She plays with her necklace that glints gold against her pale skin. Ruby recognizes the locket Ida had given Marion as a gift a long time ago. It's almost as if she's flaunting it as proof of her special relationship with Ida. Ruby places a tray of tea and cookies onto the coffee table, wondering how long the partnership had been going on and why Marion wasn't arrested along with Ida. Surely she was involved in Ida's scams. Marion perches on the edge of the couch. Up close, her skin appears red and patchy, as if she's been scratching itchy hives, but her eyes are deep blue, the color a rich jewel tone. Marion's misshapen body was always a source of conflict for Marcia and her husband Earl, who blamed the disfigurement on Marcia's mongrel two-bit family, as he called them. After years of physical and mental abuse, Earl walked out on her, claiming he wasn't Marion's father. He turned up dead a few months later after a bar fight somewhere outside of Billings. He never appreciated the precious gift of this little girl, Marcia would say, braiding Marion's hair. She'll always look after me, 'cause she's not going anywhere or marrying anyone with that hunched back. Even though she was only a few years younger than Ruby, Marcia used to keep Marion inside most of the time, claiming she was too delicate for rowdy kids' games. Aiden and Ruby often cycled by her in grubby shorts and tees, laughing at her white buttoned-up blouse and pink pleated skirt. "You missing her?" asks Marion, rousing Ruby from her thoughts. "Ida and I had a complicated relationship, and I was away so long.
Guess I haven't quite accepted she might be dead yet."
Marion bites her lip as if she's about to cry. "I know what you mean. It feels like she's still here. I can feel the essence of her in every corner and every piece of furniture. We spent so much time together after Mom passed. That's why it's hard to understand why she'd want to take her own life. She had so much to live for. And we still don't know what really happened. The investigation's ongoing." Marion's eyes open wide. "Have they found anything? Evidence, I mean." Ruby bites her lip. "What do you know about the raid, Marion?" "I was working at the dollar store at the time," says Marion, shrinking back into the chair. "I wasn't involved with that part of Ida's business. I just helped around the house." "But you must have known something about what Ida was up to. I mean, you were around plenty." "Ida needed a break. So I planned a week in Vegas, even rustled up tickets for Cher at the MGM. Ida loved her. But she changed her mind, said she was busy with a big new project. So she had me bring in food for Ray and the other guy upstairs. I looked in on them every now and again." "That qualifies as personal care, looking in on them once in a while?" Marion glares at Ruby. "They ate good when I was there. Soup, macaroni, pizza, fruit. The rest of the time, I don't know. I had to work." "So you don't know anything about the charges?" Ruby taps her foot, studying a loose thread on the toe of her slipper. "I like to keep my nose clean. Cops told me not to talk about the case." Ruby notices the untouched teacup. "Don't like tea?" "Can't sleep if I drink it. I lie awake all night, and that makes me vulnerable to the spirits. You know, Ida said that after you left, she drank to calm all the voices. She was real cut up when you ran away." "Ida said a whole lot of things, not all of them true." "She helped me contact Ma again, so I could ask for forgiveness," Marion says, her eyes taking on a blissful, faraway look. "I thought your mom's death was an accident." "Kind of." She rubs the flat of her palm across her knee. "Guess it was bad food poisoning. She was a big eater at the end. And careless about how long things sat in the fridge. At first, I thought she just had a stomach flu. But by the time I realized what was happening, it was too late. and the ambulance had to come in from Great Falls. I held her in my arms until the end.
You think it was your fault?
Guess I could have cleaned up more, checked the fridge once in a while, but I was so busy here, and Ida said it doesn't hurt to make peace with the departed, so they can break the link and pass over.
How did you feel about Ida keeping her latest project a secret from you?
Marion shrugs. Hurt. Angry, but I understood. She was just trying to protect me, and I know she was only trying to help that man. That's all she ever did. She put her whole life on hold for all those people. Sacrificed her best years.
That sounds exactly like something she'd say, says Ruby just as the phone rings. Hold that thought. I have more questions, she says as she rushes into the kitchen. It's Claire.
You in the habit of being uncooperative?
Ruby swallows. I had some bad news today.
Hey, I deal with bad news every day, but I never let people down. My time is valuable, and it's best you figure that out now.
I'm sorry. There's just so much happening. Her tone softens.
I'll overlook it this time. Let's try again tomorrow at 10.
Sure, 10's great.
You bet it is. I'll come to you this time, so hang tight there and don't leave.
The phone clicks off. Ruby feels like a kid who'd just been scolded. A part of her burns to rebel, tell all these people who are basically strangers to take a hike, fuck right out of her life. She isn't part of this place anymore. Doesn't belong. Doesn't want any association with this goddamn backwater, its sluggish atmosphere and its stagnant people. All she wants is to go back to Somerset, to the digging and the cozy firelit pubs. She stomps back into the living room. Marion is gone, but the door is wide open, as if she left in a hurry. It's clear she's hiding something, and Ruby means to find out exactly what it is. 16. Stony Brook, 1990s. Ida first spotted Marcia one afternoon when they were walking down Main Street, past Davy's hardware store. Marcia burst out from the front of the store and stomped down the steps, pulling Marion along with her. Ida's fist clenched. That poor woman's got troubles. She's all alone and needs my help. Ruby pulled on her arm. Let's go home, Mom. By then she knew the type of help Ida offered. The butlers were already paying dearly for it, and Aiden had told her it was garbage help. Said Ida was robbing them blind, upping her prices every time they went, making them buy candles and useless charms. Ruby tried to convince him she couldn't stop her mother. A grown-up couldn't stop a freight train in its tracks, so what chance did a mere kid have?
I want to go home. I have a gut ache, she begged,
but Ida jerked her arm so hard the joint clicked.
Cut it out, Ruby. Just cooperate for once, for Christ's sake.
She followed along, dragging her heels. When they caught up to the women, Ida put out a hand and stopped Marcia in her tracks.
Is everything okay with you? I mean, I saw you come out of the store.
Marcia looked at her with red, swollen eyes. Why don't you mind your own damn business? She shouldered past Ida, but Ida persisted.
You're upset. I just want to help you.
Marcia glared. People here got their noses in everyone's business. Think their shit don't stink, too. I need to get away from this town. Take my girl. Ain't nothing you can do for me. Ruby stared at Marion and her knobby shoulder, trying to imagine what it looked like underneath her sweater. Ida went to touch Marcia's arm, but she flinched, as if the hand was white-hot. I can help you. I sense something, a darkness surrounding you. A dense and troubling aura, something or someone that wishes harm on you. Don't know what you're talking about. Just gibberish like on them TV shows, said Marcia, shaking her off. Come on, Marion. We don't need your advice, so get out of my way. Ida tailed her along the street, even though Ruby pulled at her jacket to stop her.
We can help. Me and my daughter, we have the gift.
She thrust the handmade card into Marcia's hand. Call any time, night or day, if you feel low or can't see your way forward. Or if you want to just chat over a cup of coffee, I won't judge you, promise. I'll just listen. Ida looked down at Marion. My, your little girl's got pretty eyes. I told my Ruby I noticed them from way over the street. Marcia frowned, suspicion clouding her eyes. Marion wore the blank face of a Raggedy Ann doll. "You people make me sick," said Marcia, hurrying away, but it only took 2 days for her to call, and within 3 days she was installed at Ida's kitchen table with a cup of coffee and a slice of banana chocolate chip cake. "My folks always taught me good manners are the key to a happy life, so I came here mainly to apologize for being so pig-headed and rude." Ida tilted her head and smiled. Ruby knew that look as her fake empathy expression.
"Spoken like a truly refined woman, Marcia. I knew you were classy soon as I met you."
That morning, Ida had instructed Ruby to do a palm reading.
"You'll take the lead, read her palm, but mess it up. Make it sound like you're confused, like there's something really serious that you don't want to say."
"Why?"
"Gotta get her worried."
Ruby's stomach twisted again.
"Isn't that lying?"
Ida grasped Ruby's chin.
"You suddenly turned stupid on me?"
"He's that boy and his space games making you think all crazy now."
"You know the dance. You've seen me do my fortune-telling. You're like the warm-up act in a concert or a comedy show. You get them going, hold their attention until the headliner comes on. It's just a bit of play acting, no harm done. And you get to keep all the money she gives you. How about that? You get some of the take."
Now Ruby sat paralyzed, unable to touch a bite of cake. Ida talked incessantly, her hands fluttering in the air. Ruby had spied on her earlier in the bathroom, her ear to the keyhole, heard the medicine cabinet creaking open, taps running, the click of pills in the plastic bottle. Ida got all jerky and manic afterward. Hayden said she was a junkie taking uppers. Ruby said they were just nerve pills. Sitting across from Marcia, Ida's eyes blazed. "My girl Ruby senses the unknown. Just open up and listen, and cross her palm with a few pieces of silver before she begins." Marcia fished around in her handbag and sorted out a handful of quarters, depositing them on Ruby's palm. Still warm, they had a satisfying weight, $2.50. At the time, $2.50 was a big deal to Ruby, but not so much for Marcia, and that's what Ida counted on. Earn the target's trust, get her in cheap at first, then step up the game. She'd drilled Ruby on the right catchphrases for palm reading. Long life, curved descending lifeline, highs and lows, a brief illness, surprises along the way, and more bullshit.
Pause. Sound like you're really thinking about it, but hesitate every now and again, as if you're having trouble.
Above all, don't meet her eyes. Keep yours closed like you're in a trance, and when I interrupt, stop everything and fade into the background. Take the girl into the kitchen, give her a Coke, and grill her about her deadbeat dad. Ruby took Marcia's hand, noting the calloused patches on her palm. This was a woman who worked hard. She sensed her sagging energy, the darkness that always surrounded the sad and lonely. She'd felt it when Reg and Kathleen came over, a change in the air, a chill that hovered, then settled around them. She never let on to Ida about this thing that had happened inside her when she was supposed to be pretending, that sometimes she was filled with dread and a sense that something was creeping inside her head. She squeezed her eyes shut to close her mind from the feeling and forced herself to put on the fake act.
You have a crooked lifeline? That means, there'll be many surprises along the way, and, your headline splits in two, so it tells me you're a very sensitive person, and your heartline is short and curved. You like small, homey places, like chatting to people. You... She opened her eyes and stole a glance at Marcia, whose eyebrows were knit, her expression puzzled. She wasn't hitting the mark, not surprising. She sounded like a trained robot. I... Ruby stuttered. The clock on the mantel ticked louder. Dust spiraled in a sunbeam. A thin film of sweat dampened her upper lip. Marcia's eyes begged her for more. She was ready for Ida. "Excuse me," said Ida, shouldering Ruby aside, "but I have an urgent message for you, and it can't wait." Marcia's head snapped upwards. Her mouth hung open as Ida shoved Ruby out of the chair and took her place. She clasped both of Marcia's hands and stared her right in the eyes. "I sense you have a strong aura. I believe people gossip about you because they're jealous of your independence." Marcia frowned.
That's not how I see it. They laugh at me because my husband slapped me around, walked out on us, and left me to raise my girl alone.
Ida put a finger to her lips to shush her. He left a void in your life, a place where darkness can sneak right in. That troubled aura is surrounding you, spoiling your joy, causing mischief. It's a persistent negative presence that has been with you a long time, and it has to be lifted so that you can go on and prosper. Marcia's eyes widened. Ruby knew then that the cold prickles of fear were crawling up the back of her neck. She'd felt that too when Ida started talking about unseen spirits. Scary, invisible things that squirmed and slithered around you. Marcia searched the empty air, her eyes sliding into panic mode.
I don't see anything. How can I get rid of something I can't see?
And that was the million-dollar question. Ida had hooked her, and now she was floundering like a fish caught on a line. Ida swooped in with the filleting knife. That's what brought me to you, Marcia. I told you I have a message for you. It came to me even before we met. It told me to get ready for an important spiritual cleansing, and perhaps the lifting of a curse in a good person's home. The next day, I ran into you. You are the one who needs my help. It was fate. We were meant to meet. Ida's eyes never left Marcia's. Her voice grew more urgent. Don't turn your back on the things you cannot see or know, Marcia. I beg you. This curse, this malevolent presence is bringing bad luck to you and your sweet daughter. Marcia glanced over at Marion, huddled in her chair, staring at the ground. She suffers so much, poor thing. Constant bronchitis and fits that start up without any warning. Yes, it's the devil's work. Ida's eyes gleamed now that she finally had something to latch onto. Have you thought maybe it's Earl that's causing the sickness? Earl that laid a curse on you? The words dripped from her tongue. Her mouth twisted at the corners. Marcia's face froze. He's long dead. Got stabbed in a bar fight in Billings. Ida shook her head. Doesn't matter. Could be his wicked spirit running loose and causing all kinds of mischief. That's what happens with restless, troubled souls who don't pass over to the other side. They stick around and won't let go, and they delight in terrorizing good, God-fearing folk. Marion started to whine, a thin, reedy whine like an injured bird. I don't want Daddy's ghost to stick around. I want him gone forever. Marcia's eyes widened with panic.
See what I mean? She's haunted by his memory. I keep telling her he's gone for good, but she wakes up in the night with a fever, gasping for breath. What can I do?
Ida's hands shot out and covered Marcia's trembling ones. First, tell me you accept my help. Ruby held her breath. This was the clincher. If Marcia said yes, she could never go back again. The silence stretched out, measured by the slow hum of the fridge. Ida was silent, while Marcia struggled to decide. In the corner, Marion coiled herself into a tight ball, as if she was trying to disappear. Marcia took a deep breath. A whistling sound came from her chest.
Yes, I do. I accept.
Ida let go of her hands and raised her arms in the air. Hallelujah! Thank you for choosing me, Marcia. I am humbled. You've taken the first step toward happiness.
What now?
Asked Marcia. I give you a gift to start your journey. Ida went to the sideboard and took out a decorated candle with pink flowers painted down the side. She always started by giving away free things, then moved the client on to the purchase of small, cheap items before gouging them for more expensive special services. That way the journey was gradual, and the clients barely noticed how much money she was leeching from them. Ruby chewed her lip, wishing she could disappear into a secret door in the wall. Sure enough, Marcia was delighted with the candle and the instructions that came with it. This candle marks the beginning of an eternal flame that will burn in your house. Keep it on night and day. It will cleanse your home of negative energy. I'll come and visit you next week to check the progress. As well, you'll have little Marion wear this locket to keep away the spirits. Ida produced a small gold locket and chain from the drawer, nestled in a pink satin box. Ruby didn't remember her buying it on their trips to the novelty stores and felt the sting of jealousy.
Why hadn't Ida ever given her pretty gifts like that? Why didn't she lift her hair gently at the back to fasten a clasp on a chain, as she was doing with Marion? Ruby ignored Marion the rest of the visit, even though Ida raised her eyebrows at her obvious rudeness. Marcia's eyes gleamed with tears when she left. "You are the kindest person I've met in this backwoods town, and the first real friend." Ida's smile was so wide, Ruby was tempted to scream, "Liar, liar," when they stood chatting on the doorstep. She longed to tell them never to come back, because it was all a big scam. Instead, she brushed past them, got onto her bike, and rode in the direction of the Butlers to look for Aiden, so they could do wheelies in the scrub grass or shoot glass jars with his pellet gun. When she finally looked back, they were still there. Marion was touching the gold necklace, a tiny smile flickering across her mouth. Ruby gave her the finger, and she turned away and burrowed her face into her mom's coat. Ida locked Ruby in her bedroom that night for running out without permission and being so rude to Marion. Later, when Aiden rode by on his bike, all she could do was wave at him from the window. For the first time, she resolved to run away from Ida, permanently. But it would take a long time to finally do it. 17. Present day. The third morning after she arrived back in Stony Brook, she wakes in a cold sweat from a vivid dream in which she'd chased Marion into dense rushes by a lake. Thick mud sucked at her bare feet, slowing her down, but she caught up to her at the water's edge. Marion's skinny legs were stuck, too puny to wrench themselves free from the sludge. Ruby grabbed her twisted shoulder and wrestled her to the ground. The gold necklace glinted, daring her to rip it from Marion's scrawny throat, so she flipped the slight body as easily as a sheet of paper. She was about to unhook the necklace, but then a darkness crowded into her head, and her arms felt disconnected from her body as she pressed Marion's face down hard into the sticky clay. The bird-like bones in her back vibrated as her legs kicked, her skinny body bucked, and her head strained to lift itself to gasp for air. Ruby's eyes slam open. She'd fallen asleep with the TV still on. She blinks, tries to drive away the dark fantasies, replace them with the screensaver, colorful thumbnails drifting across the screen. Her heart rate slows at the sight of a thatched Cotswold cottage, floating by like a pretty postage stamp. She remembers falling asleep after the third drink. She was watching an old movie on DVD. Something with Jim Carrey, his zany humor the best antidote for the warped strangeness of Ida's place. Ida always said that dreaming was seeing without the eyes. She'd read in some old book that dreams could be prophetic, presentiments of what was to come. Even your worst fears formed into vivid apparitions. Or your dark desires. One time Ida even said that dreams were a preview of what you would see after death. Tell that to a 13-year-old kid entering the mind-fucking years of puberty and see how it messes with their sleep patterns. Ruby remembers lying in bed, clutching the sheets tightly over her face, terrified to fall asleep. On cloudy nights, her room would be black dark, while on clear nights the moon played tricks with the branches of the ponderosa pine that towered over the side of the house. Moonlight streamed through the needles until the walls were alive with creeping stick creatures. She lay transfixed, daring sleep to come, fighting it with every ounce of her will for fear of what she might dream. Her chronic sleepwalking most likely her body's final effort to avoid slipping into the dark chasm of sleep. She struggles to sit up, but her side aches from sleeping on the firm sofa cushions. This can't go on. Sometime in the next 24 hours, she has to find the guts to go upstairs and check out her old room, see if it's been renovated like the lower level of the house, or whether Ida has preserved it as some kind of shrine to a long-lost daughter. Her biggest worry is confronting the person she was 20 years ago, a messed-up, traumatized kid whose only certainty in life was that she needed to leave. A cloud passes, and sunshine streams in through the window. A message pings on her phone, a text from Aiden. "Thanks for keeping quiet yesterday." "About what?" "Don't want Claire to know we're in contact." "Okay. When will I see you?" "Soon. I'll figure it out." You haven't changed. You look great. Liar. I mean it. You turned out just like I imagined you would. What's that supposed to mean? Tell you later. Gotta go. BFN. Damn, he's so evasive. He was the one who called her back here. Why? Especially as they haven't found a body yet. Why didn't he wait? Maybe he knows something no one else does. Maybe. Damn, she has to be patient. Trust him. He'll fill her in as soon as he can. Another text arrives, this time from Claire, reminding her of the meeting this morning. Can't miss again. She flings off the blanket. First priority, coffee. She drinks 2 strong cups and scarfs down the last of a box of cereal left in the pantry. Food is low, so she'll need to go into town to get groceries, which is a pain when you're trying to keep a low profile. The sound of tires crackling over gravel brings her back to the present. She straightens her t-shirt and makes a note to check the air conditioning. It's hot and sticky in the house, and she's already sweating from the heat. Claire Sampson looks poised and cool in her short-sleeved cream shirt and tan slacks. An unfamiliar man stands behind her, dark-skinned and wiry. He looked to be in his mid-20s. Claire follows her gaze.
Detective Darwin Adams. Meet Ruby Carlson. Darwin's been newly assigned to the case.
Ruby's heart drops as Darwin smiles and nods a quiet greeting. Where's Aiden? She swallows the question. Fine, yes, come in, she says, standing back to let them by. Claire and Darwin stand in the center of the room, their eyes scanning the place. I made coffee. Take a seat. They settle at either end of the couch, leaning together to whisper a few words, while Ruby fills 2 mugs and sets them down on the coffee table. Nice place, says Darwin, taking in the freshly painted walls. Like the decor. Bears no resemblance to the house I grew up in, Ruby says, sitting down in the easy chair opposite. Claire takes a quick sip of coffee.
If you're wondering why Darwin is here, it's because we took Detective Butler off the case.
I gathered that. She darts a furtive look at Darwin.
Decided he was too invested in the circumstances surrounding it. Too close to you and your mother to stay impartial.
She spits out the word with an unmistakable note of relish, which jolts Ruby. Has Aiden mentioned anything about their relationship? That they've recently been in contact with each other? Did he take himself off the case? Or does he know something about Ida's disappearance that he doesn't want anyone else to know? I get it, Ruby says, trying to stop her toe tapping. She has to stop this wild speculating.
So, the reason we're here. Detective Adams has the details related to our latest piece of evidence. Want to do the honors?
Claire's eyes fix on Ruby's face, making her conscious of every twitch of her face or body. She tries to focus on Darwin's navy silk tie, his pristine white shirt collar. He takes out a slim notebook and clears his throat. We've been maintaining regular checkups of the area where your mother's clothes were found. A patrol has been out daily to search the lake shore and surrounding areas for anything that might be connected with the case. The day before yesterday, they found a plastic freezer bag among the rocks that appeared initially to have washed up from the water. On closer inspection, we discovered it had probably been placed there deliberately. How would you know that? Ruby says, horrified at the prospect of learning the grisly details. He presses his lips together, then continues. The bag was dry and held in place by a piece of driftwood that looked as if someone had actually planted it there for us to find. He coughs slightly before continuing. The skin inside was covered in dried blood and tufts of blonde hair were still attached. What kind of sick person would take a lump of Ida's scalp and place it in a freezer bag for the cops to find? And how did they get it in the first place? Her stomach turns, and she pulls herself up. I think I need a glass of water. She lurches toward the sink, prompting Detective Adams to jump to his feet.
Darwin will get that for you, Ruby. Relax,
Claire says, not moving.
I know the news is unsettling, but this discovery changes the entire course of the investigation. It suggests premeditated actions, as if someone wants us to know this wasn't a suicide. In fact, it suggests foul play, Unless Ida was twisted enough to do something like this to throw us off her tracks. Detective Adams hands Ruby a sweating glass of water. She gulps it down, then presses the cool, empty glass to her forehead. I can't even think about it. The sheer brutality involved. Claire waits until Ruby settles herself, then proceeds. I'm sorry you have to deal with this, Ruby, but we want to keep you up to date with any new developments. We may need your help. She doesn't understand. How on earth can I help you? I live over 3,000 miles away. This is the first time I've been here in years. We're compiling a list of people who might have had a motive to harm your mother. Someone who might hate her enough to harm her in such a brutal way. Detective Butler gave us a few names, but now we need your input. That way we can send our people around to do more focused questioning. Names of people who hated Ida? How about everyone in Stony Brook? Ida had conned so many people that it's surprising she lasted as long as she did. But Ruby keeps those thoughts to herself. How can she reveal the extent of Ida's scams when she was right there alongside her mother, an accessory to all that fraudulent crap? I'll try and come up with some, but honestly, I have no idea what she's been up to since I left, or who she might have pissed off. A slight smile plays at the corner of Claire Sampson's lips. Ruby imagines what she must be thinking. Utter bullshit. You know more than you're letting on. That would be helpful. She strokes her chin. Which brings another question to mind. Did you ever contact your mother after you left? Never. Why, am I a suspect? She snaps the response way too quickly. It doesn't help to come across too defensive. Of course you aren't. We know you were in England at the time she disappeared. You called my work? A formality. We always check family whereabouts, she says, glancing at her cell phone. So, are you in contact with anyone else here? Someone that keeps you up to date with what's going on in Stony Brook? Don't let on you know me that well, Aiden had told her. She shakes her head, focuses on keeping her gaze steady so her eyes don't flicker to one side and betray the lie. I just look online, check local papers, that kind of thing. Claire steals a glance at Ruby from beneath her lashes, then makes some notes in her book. Ruby's heart skips as Claire takes a deep breath and reaches into her bag. So, we need to take a DNA sample from you to compare with the results of the skin sample when they come in, just for extra confirmation that the scalp and hair we found are your mom's. Ruby swallows, the bitter taste of bile flooding her mouth. Don't you have other samples of her DNA? Sure, we got some from your mom's hairbrush and her toothbrush, but it's always good to use live family DNA as further confirmation. Detective Adams will take that just before we leave. In the meantime, I want you to concentrate on that list of possible enemies. Make it a priority. Doesn't matter how tenuous the link is. We'll question everyone you come up with. Can I see Detective Butler's list? She laughs. A dry, terse laugh. That's confidential, Ruby. You know we can't share that information. And we'll have another chat very soon when you've settled in a bit more. Don't make any plans to leave yet if you don't mind. We need you close by. Of course. Ruby makes a mental note to ask Ed Bloom if they have any legal grounds to keep her in Stony Brook. Detective Adams takes a swab from the inside of Ruby's mouth, and they leave as quickly as they'd arrived. She waves from the doorway as they spin the tires in the dust and drive off. An uneasy feeling claws at her insides. Who could have ripped that piece of hair from Ida's head, and why would they plant it somewhere the cops would find it? Is Ida alive or dead? Where is she? Where's her body? Ruby feels dizzy, disoriented, as if she's stepped back into a nightmare. She needs to talk to Aiden as soon as possible. Ask him what he knows about all this. She just has to find the right place to talk in absolute privacy, and in a town so small, that might be close to impossible, though there might be one perfect spot she can think of, somewhere that's important to both of them. As long as he agrees to meet her alone, or will he think it too risky? She takes out her phone and decides to give it a try. 18. Stony Brook, 1990s. Aiden and Ruby loved to explore, and as they moved into their teens, they rode further afield. In summer, Ruby would get an early start and sneak out of the house before Ida was even up.
Usually, after a late-night seance, she'd put on a sleep mask and lie in bed until noon, allowing Ruby to sneak out without any problem. Aiden loved nature spots, like the giant prairie oak by the creek with wide branches for swinging across the water. But that was a spring and fall thing, because in summer the creek dried up and poison ivy grew around the water holes. He'd also discovered a place outside of town where a colony of garter snakes nested, squirming and crawling over each other in a seething mass that gave Ruby the chills. She preferred run-down old buildings, sway-backed barns, abandoned houses, and deserted trailers. They'd poke around to find cracked mugs, moldy snapshots, and rusty pots, even a random gravestone to a lost child or beloved grandmother. To Ruby, all were powerful evidence of past lives. She'd grasp the artifacts in her hand and feel the force of their energy still clinging to an old chipped cup or a rusted coffee pot. Usually, Aiden broke the spell with his discoveries of termite nests or rodent skulls or clumps of maggots feeding on rotten animal carcasses. The summer they discovered the blues bar, Ruby was about to turn 14 and deep into that lazy, sluggish stage where childhood joy had turned stale, and her body had morphed into an awkward, uncooperative thing she hadn't learned to control. She moped, she cried, she burst out giggling at the stupidest things, and she was permanently pissed off. But along with all that angst came new feelings that made her skin tingle, that took her breath away and left her with a craving she couldn't satisfy. Around Aiden, those feelings intensified. He was almost a year older than her and slowly maturing. She became alert to every ripple of muscle in his lean arms, the slight shadow above his upper lip, and the light tang of his sweat. She'd ride behind him, mesmerized by the power of his sharp shoulder blades working beneath the tanned skin. One day they raced a freight train along the dirt road that ran along the railway line. Ruby showed off how she could ride hands-free, while he stood up on his saddle, whooping and hollering. Scorching air seared her skin and ripped through her hair. The mealy taste of grit was in her mouth. By the time they reached the Palomino bar, a long, low brick structure where the main highway met the two-lane road into town, her mouth was so parched that her tongue stuck to the roof of her mouth. Aiden screeched into the gravel parking lot, sending a cloud of dust into the air. "I'm gassed. I need a cold beer," he said, flipping his tangled hair from his eyes. "You're only 14. Gonna be 15 soon. I'll pay someone to get it for me." He rummaged through his jeans pocket. "You got any cash?" Ruby had a $5 bill rolled up in her shirt pocket. She didn't tell him it was her cut from the money Ida had scammed from his parents and all the other poor suckers. She'd been keeping it for ice cream in case she went by the store. "Take this, but I want beer too." "You're way too young." "I'm 15. Well, almost. Well, almost. You'll puke your guts up. I drank a whole bottle of my dad's beer when he was out, and I never felt a thing except I had to piss like a damn mule half an hour later." She clutched the bill to her chest. "If you want the money, you get me a cold beer." "Suit yourself." He grinned. She liked the way he tipped his head to the side when he looked at her, made her insides feel warm and gooey. She smiled back at him. His face flushed as he grabbed the handlebars of his bike. "You're weird. Let's pull up around the back door. I know a trick that'll get us a beer." They pushed the bikes around the side of the building. If Ida had seen her there, she'd have slapped her across the face, because this was the place where bad things happened to girls, especially if they'd just started their periods. That's when men started to look at them in a different way. By then, she was past caring about what Ida thought. She felt safe with Aiden, trusted him more than anyone else in the world. "Wait here. Don't move," he said, parking his bike against the wall, just as the sound of a guitar wailed out into the late afternoon. He disappeared inside, and Ruby rested her head against the wall, transfixed by music that tore up and down the scales and made her heart pound. Raw, rasping sounds that seeped into her body, capturing everything she was feeling in that mixed-up, body-tingling turmoil of adolescence. A swell of emotion thickened her throat, and when Aiden swung out through the side door, waving 2 cans of cold beer, it was all she could do not to run to him and bury her head in his chest. He held the can out to her. "Why are you staring at me like that, nerdo?" Oh, no reason."
She took the can and rested it against her forehead. It was cold and slick with condensation. "How'd you get it?" He tapped a finger to the side of his head. "I'll never tell. Got my secret ways." She shrugged and flipped the tab at the same time he did. Foaming beer fizzed from the top, and they lapped at it with their tongues. It was sour, but ice cold. Ruby chugged back at least half. "Hey, take it easy." He laughed, wiping a bead of foam from the tip of her nose just as the music started up again. "Gotta savor the flavor." "Come here," she said, tapping the wall. "Listen, you can feel the music in your bones." They leaned back against the warm stucco to feel the vibrations from the wailing guitars and the deep throb of the drum beat. While Ruby sipped the rest of the beer, the slow, heady buzz of alcohol turned the sky to gold and her insides to liquid. Soon Aiden's hand crept along the wall and touched hers, clasping it in his cool, dry palm. She could have cried out then that she loved him, that she'd always loved him, but her 14-year-old brain took her voice away. Both giddy after downing the beers, they rode off to the fun fair that was passing through town. "Pretty lame rides," said Aiden as they walked by a rickety-looking Ferris wheel, a couple of kiddie rides, a carousel, and a funhouse next to a bunch of game stalls, like throw the ball into the bottle or burst the balloon with a dart. Aiden tried a couple of times with the dart but missed every time. "It's fixed," he said. "These carnies are all scammers." Ruby spent the rest of her money on cotton candy, which they ate together, laughing at the wisps that stuck to their noses and lips. Then they wandered along until they reached the fun house. By the ticket booth was a glass dome with 2 automated clowns inside. The bigger one had a mean face under a green wig and a pointed white hat. Perched on a shabby velvet throne, it held on its right knee a smaller clown with pink pom-poms on its hat and horn-rimmed glasses. Loud peals of laughter burst from their red, grinning mouths, and their bodies shook so violently the hut vibrated like a rocket ship about to take off. Ruby was mesmerized by the dolls, couldn't take her eyes away from them, until Aiden went, "Boo!" from behind her, and she almost jumped out of her skin. "Let's go," she said, taking his hand. "I don't like this place." When she got home late, stinking of beer fumes and her mouth sticky with cotton candy, Ida hauled her over the threshold and slapped her face until her ears rang. Ruby tore herself away and ran toward the stairs, screaming, "I fucking hate you! I always have!" Immediately regretting her outburst when Ida puffed up like a life-size air balloon, her face purple with fury. She lunged at Ruby, shoving her so hard she knocked her head against the banister. Ruby blinked away the black dots that blurred her vision. She touched the side of her face. Blood trickled into her mouth as she backed away from Ida. Just then, Uncle Hugh's door creaked open. He shuffled across the landing and stood, swaying and holding onto the banister for support. "Better lay off her, or I'll call the police on you." Ruby fell back against the wooden rail as Ida streaked past her like an angry cat. Raced up the stairs until she stood inches away from Uncle Hugh. She hovered over him, her mouth set into a tight line. "Keep your fucking nose out of my business, old man." Ruby's heart fluttered like bird wings as he tried to stand up to Ida. "Or else?" Ida poked her index finger into the center of his chest. "Who looks after you, cooks for you, gets your meds, huh?" His bony shoulders slumped. "Finally got me where you wanted me," he mumbled as he hobbled back to his room. With one hand on the door, he turned and said, "Don't care what you do to me, Ida. Just leave her alone. That's all I ask." Ida made as if to spring forward again. "Boo!" she snapped, and he scuttled back into his room. She turned around, laughing. "Stupid old fool. I could wring his scrawny neck if I wanted. Now get to bed. You've caused enough trouble tonight." She was still laughing when she went into her bedroom and slammed the door. Ruby sat down on the stairs, her insides knotted and her face stinging. Since Ray left, everything in this house was turned upside down. It was like living in that crazy funhouse at the fair, with its warped mirrors and shifting floors, and the menacing presence just lurking around every corner waiting to pounce. Only in this house, it wasn't a mad clown. It was her own mother. And she, Ruby,
Was the little clown attached to her forever, unless someday she could break away? 19. Present day. 15 minutes after Claire leaves, Ruby calls Aiden, but he doesn't pick up. 5 times she tries his number, and 5 times the phone clicks over to voicemail. In the end, she sends a text. Meet me at the PAL tomorrow afternoon at 1. Maybe it's a futile gesture, but she has to give it a try, has to muster up her courage and stop allowing events to sweep her along. That means she has to find the guts to finally go upstairs and search Ida's room. Check out what's become of her old bedroom. Did Ida and Marion gut it or leave it in its original state? Besides, she needs a shower. Her hair is already a rat's nest, and if she's going to meet Aiden next day, she wants to look her best. She stands at the foot of the stairs. Late morning sun blazes through the window, magnifying the cracks on the worn wooden stairs. How many times had she crept up there after midnight, dreading the squeaks and the slow creak of Ida's door opening? Pull yourself together, she's not here anymore. She gulps in a lungful of air and pulls herself upwards far enough so Ida's bedroom door is visible. Hers is the first on the landing, and the one that had to be passed before any other. That way Ida could monitor all the comings and goings. Thankfully, the door is shut. She exhales. She's not ready to tackle that room yet. Each door is painted a different color, unchanged from her childhood. First, she checks out the bathroom. This is a one-bath house with a rundown outhouse. How had they managed back then with everyone sharing one cramped bathroom? She takes a deep breath, turns the handle, and edges the door open. What is she expecting to see? A bloated corpse slumped in the bathtub? Walls slathered in blood? Stupid. The cops have already gone through the place from top to bottom. She throws the door open wide, sees the familiar blue bathtub and shower curtains scattered with orange tropical fish. No renos evident here. Same black and white checkered floor. Below the cracked wash basin, the supplies cupboard. Her heart pushes like a fist into her throat. Memories of humiliation crowd into her head. Ida kept the sanitary napkins there. She remembers Ida's grim expression when she shoved a pack of Kotex at Ruby and told her to stay away from boys because they could sniff out the scent of blood. Make sure you bathe regularly and never flush the pads down the toilet, were her only other instructions, which left Ruby in a permanent state of confusion about where she should dispose of them. She'd sneak them outside in a plastic bag and throw them in the garbage bins, hoping no one could see her. She'd felt so unclean, had no one to confide in until Aiden silently slipped a book called Period Power into her backpack one day after school. He never mentioned it again, not even how he'd come across it, but Ruby was eternally grateful to him for the gesture. She checks out the medicine cabinet. When Ruby lived there, the shelves were cluttered with Ida's smorgasbord of prescription pills. Xanax, Valium, Prozac, codeine, hydromorphone. Now it's empty, probably taken away as evidence. The cupboard above the toilet is a treasure trove of Ida's cosmetics, moisturizers, toners, cleansers, foundation, even an electric toothbrush. She pulls out a garbage bag from the bottom shelf and sweeps the entire mess into it. She wants nothing of Ida's, especially anything that's touched her body. The bathtub needs a good scrubbing to get rid of the few traces of fingerprint powder that still linger, then she can take a shower. No problem now. She moves on to her old room with the pink door. The flowered nameplate is gone, but the screw holes are still visible. Did Ida unscrew it, or was it Marion who'd turned the screwdriver with barely concealed glee? The door handle is still loose. She gently lowers it and eases the door open, conscious of the sweat trickling down her forehead and stinging the corner of her eye. She takes in the tiny room with the dormer window, and her breath stops, as surely as if someone has punched her in the gut. This is a stranger's room. The walls are painted an institutional yellow, the pop star and movie posters replaced by framed religious verses. A narrow hospital-type bed with side railings takes up one side of the room. At its foot, a metal commode next to a battered wheelchair. Ida's green glass crystal ball sits on the bedside table next to a portrait of her as a young woman. her bright blonde hair curled to perfection. Ruby's mind races. This looks like a sick room, a place for a dying man. Most likely Ida's latest target ended up here, shut in this room all day while Ida drained his bank accounts dry. She flings the small closet door open, to find only a couple of toweling bathrobes dangling on wire hangers, but the shelves are stacked with packs of adult diapers and faded underwear, along with metal bedpans and towels. She slams the closet door shut, closes her mind against old memories of Ida's first target when she moved from seances and card reading to serious scamming. No wonder Claire wants to keep her around, the traumatized and damaged daughter of a deranged mother, an abuse survivor with a strong motive to kill to cover a criminal past. Next is Ida's room. The plain white door swings open onto a pristine space. White paint, scrubbed floorboards, knotty pine furniture and robin's egg blue bedspread. White vases filled with dried grasses and flowers scattered about the place. The same palette as the fancy new lower level. The closet reveals a row of plain shirts, neutral-colored t-shirts, a couple of beige sweaters, and a pile of folded jeans and sweats. Sensible brogues and sandals are arranged on a shoe rack. The bed is piled high with sky-blue silk cushions. No trace of the other stash of luxury goods. Had the cops taken all of it? Or is Ida somewhere far away enjoying the fruits of her labors? Uncle Hugh's old room is next, the door painted white. That door handle used to be covered in her fingerprints from all the years she snuck inside to sit with him. But now it's dusted with powder from the police raid. She hesitates before opening the door onto a small bare room with a twin bed and plain wooden bedside table. A coffee table with 2 ladder-back chairs sits in the center of the room, the chessboard long gone. A faint stink of dry urine hangs in the air. She moves closer to the bed. The metal sides of the bed frame are gouged. Was this Ray's room? When had he come back to Ida? Maybe when he'd run out of money to buy drugs. She flips the plain white cover away to reveal bare bed springs. The cops probably took the mattress away for analysis. Images flash into her head. Sound bites. Moaning, whimpering, fingers clawing the bedclothes. The sour odor of a soaked mattress. Ray howling, squirming, his face twisted as he screams for more drugs to kill the pain. Just like Uncle Hugh in the weeks before he was taken away to the hospital. There's some strange irony in Ida putting Ray in that same room where Uncle Hugh struggled to breathe. She has a sudden vision of his gray, caved-in face, his bony pigeon chest rising and falling. No, she pants. Can't let this happen. She backs away until she's far enough out on the landing to slam the door shut with her foot. She'll never go in there again, but it's already too late to forget what happened during Uncle Hugh's last days in the house. 20. Stony Brook, 1990s. The trouble started one night when Ruby came home late from school after riding out with Aiden to the mall out on the highway to check out the new video game store. Ida was at the stove stirring a pot of chili and watching Wheel of Fortune. When Ruby walked in, Ida barely gave her a glance, but the stirring became faster until chili began to splash out from the sides of the pot. A lecture was coming, and that was the last thing Ruby needed. She grunted, "Hi," and pushed on through to the living room. "Stop right there," Ida said. "Don't think you can make a fool out of me." Ruby turned around. Her face was hot. Her blood pulsed in her ears. "What are you talking about? You think I'm stupid. I know what you're up to, trying to stay clear of me and what we're doing here. I'm just a kid. I've been at school. What do you want from me?" Ida pointed the wooden spoon at her. "You better start coming home earlier from now on. I've booked a whole bunch of evening sessions with Reg and Kathleen and Marcia in a couple of days. We're going to her place this time, and you're going to help me clear out Earl's malicious spirit, so you need all your strength for that. Get it?" Ruby's stomach flipped. No way she wanted to go there. To Marcia's house with its dingy windows and shabby carpets. Its rooms that reeked of loneliness and neglect. She sucked in her breath, gathered up her courage. What's the point? I don't see any actual spirits. There's no such thing. What I see is fake, and you know it. Ida slammed the ladle onto the counter. You're getting way too mouthy for your own good. Go on up to your room and think about what you just said to me. Ruby was starved. The last thing she'd eaten was a peanut butter sandwich at noon, so her stomach was roiling with hunger. What about supper? Ida squared her shoulders and bowed her head, clasping the soup ladle tightly in her fist. Ruby knew she should move quickly before it landed somewhere on her body. She ran to the stairs. Uncle Hugh stood on the landing watching. He shook his head as Ida lunged toward the bottom stair. Spying again? She spat the words out, but he didn't flinch. Don't make the kid go to bed hungry, he said in his scratchy old voice. She tossed her head. You quit sneaking around and mind your own damn business. You've no right to give me parenting advice. Look at your nephew, picking up and running out on his wife and kid without a thought. Uncle Hugh sighed, his eyes sad and teary. Ray had a good heart. Just couldn't sit still long enough to put down roots, same as his papa. But you're up to no good with all that spirit mumbo-jumbo, and now you're involving an innocent child in it. Ida clamped both hands onto her hips. You're gonna regret that insult, old man. You'll wish you'd never opened your goddamn mouth. Ruby stood at the head of the stairs, her face burned with shame at the way Ida had talked to him. She should have kept her mouth shut and not back-talked Ida. Now she'd landed Uncle Hugh in Ida's bad books again. Later, she snuck out of the bathroom. The moon shone through the ponderosa pines and sent shadows rippling across the landing, so it felt like she was walking on water. Everything was silent, peaceful. She crept over to Uncle Hugh's room and listened at the door. His breathing sounded raspy, labored. Pushing the door open, she noticed the untouched bowl of chili on his bedside table. Why wasn't he eating? Moving closer, she checked to see if he was sleeping, but jumped back at the sight of his shrunken head, the skin stretched like paper over the sharp bones of his face, the toothless, open mouth. When had he grown so old and frail? She'd been too caught up with Aiden to notice his decline. An empty pill container sat on his bedside table. She picked it up and checked the date. They'd been prescribed over 6 months previously. Was he forgetting his medication? Or maybe Ida had stopped getting it for him. She took it over to the coffee table where the pen and paper was kept and scribbled down the name of the pills. She'd ask Aiden about it the next day. A low creak on the stairs sent her hurrying out of the room and onto the landing where Ida stood like a sentry, holding a large broom. Her eyes looked strange and squinty. "What were you doing in there?" she said, clasping the broom handle so tightly her knuckles were white. Ruby shook her head. "I just went in to check on him. He's sleeping." "He's sick. Leave him alone," said Ida in a strange, flat voice. Her face seemed different in the shadows, sharper and slyer. Moonlight revealed a light down of hair on her cheeks. "Where are his meds?" said Ruby, surprised at her own bravery. She shook the empty pill bottle in the air. "Why haven't you refilled this?" Ida tossed her head. "Think you know everything now, do you? Snooping around behind my back? I've got his new meds in my bedroom. Best go and stay in yours before you really get me angry." She rushed forward, making scurrying strokes with the broom. Ruby backed into her bedroom and onto the bed. Ida stood at the bedroom door, resting against her arm. "You better stop going off with that boy, 'cause you're way too old for kids' games now. You need to know how much evil there is in the world, and how many terrible things happen that just can't be explained. Like how can a daddy get so drunk he burns his wife with lit cigarettes? Or how can a loving boy murder his father in cold blood? How can he slit his throat with a kitchen knife and watch him bleed out? How can a boyfriend turn around and rape his girlfriend until she's unconscious? Something evil gets into their heads. And it's our job to root out those spirits and banish them. Tell them to cease their mischief and get gone. And don't try to lie to me. I know you feel them. You're just too stubborn to admit it." She slammed the door shut and locked it, something she'd never done before. Ruby lay in bed, blood racing in her ears, shivering as darkness settled in all around her, filled with noises that sounded like whispers. The spirits were here. She'd felt them before. Maybe Ida was right. Maybe they did work their way inside your head and led you to do the sick, twisted things Ida was talking about. Led you to hate your mother so much that you wanted to see her suffer and die a slow, agonizing death. Ruby felt under her pillow for the darning needle she'd lifted from Ida's sewing room. It was warm and sharp between her fingers. Ida didn't act like other people's mothers. Didn't bake cookies or make cool Halloween costumes. Never came to parent-teacher meetings or school concerts. She didn't feel like a mother to Ruby anymore, and she definitely couldn't be trusted. Ruby pricked the needle end into the soft flesh of her thumb until the blood beaded out in scarlet globules, stuffed her thumb into her mouth, and sucked the blood. It tasted sweet. Next day, Uncle Hugh didn't get up. When Ruby went to take him some coffee, Ida stood in her way. "It's not proper for a young girl like you to be up there with an old man who wets his pajamas and lies in his own piss, and now I have to go and clean him up and do the dirty work while you play around at school." Ruby was torn. She wanted so badly to check up on him before she left the house. But Ida was immovable. "Why don't you call the doctor? Maybe there's something they can do for him." Ida stacked the dishes in the sink, then pushed the hair back from her face. "You think they can stop the cancer from spreading?" Ruby dropped her toast back onto the plate. I didn't know he had cancer. Isn't there some kind of treatment?" "Too late for that. Best let the old man go peacefully," said Ida, wiping her hand down the side of her skirt. "Is that what he wants?" "Don't matter what he wants now. The disease has him in its grip. Gotta let fate take its course." Next day, when Ruby met Aiden by the forest edge, she told him about Uncle Hugh. Aiden looked solemn as he pushed his bike along the road. "I know there's radiation and chemo treatments for cancer. Why didn't he have any?" Ruby shrugged. "Ida never let on he was sick. His meds have run out, and she won't get any more. I know it. She just wants to watch him suffer because she hates him and wishes he was out of the way." She began to shake, felt the tears coming. "I can't let him die. He looks out for me. And I can't be left alone in the house with her. Then she can do whatever she wants without anyone knowing about it." Aiden put down his bike and wrapped his arms around her for the first time ever. She leaned against his chest, calmed by the slow pulse of his heartbeat. "You've got me. I'll always look out for you. Make sure you're safe. I promise." His hoodie smelled of coffee, and the soft skin on his neck carried the faint scent of cologne. She felt a sudden weakening of her legs and clung to him, afraid he'd see she was blushing. "Got an idea. We're cutting class today," he said, bringing her back to reality. "Why?" "We'll hide here in the woods until Ida goes out, then we'll go and check on Hugh. Maybe we'll find a way to get him out of that house before she lets him die." They sat for only an hour before Ida appeared at the front door dressed in her smartest jacket and skirt and carrying the black bag she usually kept her candles and herbs in. She started up the truck and drove off in the direction of Great Falls. "Wonder what she's up to," said Aiden. "Probably found another sucker," said Ruby. "Someone I don't know about." Once they'd waited a few more minutes to be sure she was really gone, they hopped on their bikes and rode back to the house. "This place is a mess," said Aiden, sniffing at the pile of dirty dishes in the sink. "What's up with you guys?" "It's been like this since Ray left." "You could clean up too." She shoved him. "I don't need lectures from you too. I spend my days trying to stay out of her way. Come on, let's go up." "God, it stinks of piss up here," said Aiden, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve. "Just wait," said Ruby, pulling the door of Uncle Hugh's room open and recoiling in horror when she saw him sprawled out on the floor. "He tried to get out of bed. He knew she was gone. You gotta see if he's still breathing, Aiden." "What the hell has happened to him? He's like a skeleton," he said, crouching down by the old man and touching his neck. Is he? Aiden looked up. "There's a pulse. He's alive. Go call 911. We have to get him out of here." 21. Present day. In the old days, a haze of cigarette smoke hung in the air at the Palomino bar, but now that smoking indoors has been outlawed, only bands of dust motes linger, suspended in sunbeams that filter through the half-drawn shutters. Ruby takes in the stale beer smell, the oily reek of French fries, the glint of beer taps. The regulars huddled on bar stools, hypnotized by the blinking neon Budweiser signs. In the background, she hears the familiar click-clack of pool balls from the restaurant section, but now that sound is drowned out by the jangling chorus of gaming machines. She's taken a gamble, hoping Aiden will join her, but he isn't anywhere to be seen among the sparse groups dotted around the room. Only a couple of heads turn when she walks in, so she sits up at the bar and orders a beer, hoping he'll show up soon. The bartender, a young girl in her early 20s wearing braids and a Stetson, pushes a menu towards her. Craft beers are on tap. Seemed like even the seedy old pal has become gentrified.
Want to see the food menu? We have a mean meatless burger.
Ruby shakes her head. Maybe later. As teenagers, they could only get into the restaurant to play pool and eat. Drinking in the bar was still a few years away. Aiden's favorite were cheeseburgers, loaded with a side of onion rings and coleslaw. He always shared the plate with her, the girl who was perpetually starving from Ida's diet of salad and boiled eggs. She sips the cold beer and looks around. It feels weird to be sitting in the bar section, as if she's still the underage kid without ID. She tries to reacquaint herself with the atmosphere of the place, remember how she felt then. During her last year in Stony Brook, she'd spent so much time just waiting and planning for the day she could get out. At the time, she hadn't realized how hard Aiden would take her leaving. By that time, they were in each other's blood, their bodies tuned to each other's frequency. Now, as the beer slips down, she feels an old familiar warmth spread through her body. People talk about muscle memory. With Aiden, it's skin memory. They spent so much time together that his scent and the feel of him became so familiar she couldn't handle being apart from him. Could have climbed right into his skin. Since then, she's never felt that kind of intensity with any man. Away from Aiden in the safe English countryside, she'd rationalized that feeling as unabated lust, the result of raging teenage hormones that made her constantly horny. But sitting here now in this familiar place that so reminds her of him, she isn't so sure. She feels a craving for him, as deep and instinctive as the thirst for water or liquor. 2 bourbon and waters later, he still hasn't shown. She berates herself. She's been arrogant, overconfident, thinking he'll drop everything at her summons. And she's kidding herself to believe the invisible tie that bound them together still exists. But she only has herself to blame. She'd cruelly severed it when she left town without telling him, without saying goodbye. No wonder he hates her. She drains the last drop of whiskey and orders a cold bud to go, leaves a few bills on the counter before weaving her way around the tables in the direction of the back door. She needs to stand against the wall again, feel the rough stucco against her skin, see if she can recapture that old longing. A few faces turn as she passes by. She senses some whispering. It could be paranoia, but strangely she doesn't recognize anyone. Maybe they've all changed too much or moved on to some other town. Outside is a full-on summer heat wave. A scorching wind leaches the moisture from her lips in 3 seconds flat and blows fine dust under her eyelids. She slips on her sunglasses and stands flat against the old stucco wall, puts in her earbuds, and takes out her phone. Catfish Blues by Gary Clark Jr. is the closest she has to the music she heard all those years back. She closes her eyes, cranks the music up to the max, and lets it pull her under. "You gonna hog that beer?" A familiar voice cuts through the scarlet fantasy. Her eyes flicker open, and Aiden is standing in front of her, a dark silhouette blocking the sun. "Want some?" She hands him the beer. He takes it, his eyes never leaving her face as he chugs down a mouthful. Beads of sweat glisten on his throat. He wears a faded Utah Jazz t-shirt, his sunglasses hooked over the neckline. His arms are tanned, the muscles knotted. Does he still have the tattoo at the base of his spine? He hands back the bottle. I was working. Just got off.
Ruby shrugs. It's okay. I had a couple of drinks, passed the time, checked the place out. Guess they've fancied it up a bit.
Slumming it in Hicksville. The asshole of the state, huh?
I never said that.
You didn't need to.
Why did they take you off the case?
Who told you that?
Claire?
He sighs and turns away, wiping his forearm across his forehead. This fucking heat. Fields are bone dry.
I was thinking about Uncle Hugh last night.
Poor bastard. I change the flowers on his grave when I get the chance. He was a good old guy.
I miss him so much. But we did the right thing getting him away from Ida, didn't we?
For sure. Those last few days of his life were probably the best he'd had for years. It was cool spending time with him.
Remember we had a Trivial Pursuit marathon in his hospital room?
And the old guy won. Couldn't believe how he aced the geography and history questions. Then we bought him a hot caramel sundae and you fed it to him.
He lapped it up like a baby.
But he died feeling loved. That's all a person can ask for, isn't it?
She nods, her throat thick with emotion. I have a lot to thank him for. He helped me get away from here. Her voice falters, and for that, I have to say sorry to you.
Sorry? Sorry for what? The fact that anybody who's worth a damn ends up leaving this place?
Sorry for leaving you. I just wanted to say, I owe you. He bows his head, revealing a flicker of the teenage Aiden in his injured eyes.
You don't owe me anything. You did what you had to. Maybe I would have run too. We talked about it plenty. Now look at me. I'm a fixture here.
That's what I mean. I should have told you before I left, instead of just running away without a word. He shrugs.
No sense going over old history, but if I were in your place now, I'd get the fuck out of here again. There's nothing for you in this place except trouble.
Is that some kind of warning?
I'm saying I wish I'd never told you to come back here. You were safe over there.
He digs his toe in the grit and chews at his thumbnail, an old habit he's had since childhood, jams his hands into his jeans pocket. Am I in some kind of danger? He shakes his head but still won't look at her.
I'm just giving you some friendly advice.
But Claire told me to stick around.
Tell her to go to hell, or better still, don't say anything. Stay clear of her. Just pack your stuff and get on a plane. They don't have anything on you, so they won't touch you when you're back in England. Get yourself lawyered up and let them handle it. House, business, and all. They can deal with pervy old Ed instead. If Claire wants to talk to you, there's always Zoom. They don't need you here.
She takes his shoulder, tries to turn him to look at her. You mean that now I'm here, and now you've seen me, you've decided you don't want to see me anymore?
That's not it. Just listen to me. You should leave here before you can't.
She feels the chill of fear despite the searing heat. Is there something Claire isn't telling me? Is that why she took you off the case? Or have you found out something you don't want me to know? Tell me. We used to share everything.
Used to are the operative words.
He shakes her hand away.
Forget I said that. This was a bad idea. Just leave as soon as you can arrange it.
I can't. I've come all this way, and I'm not going back. Not until this thing is over. Not until they find her. His brows knit, eyes narrow.
You hated that scheming witch. Why are you coming on with this fake loyalty bullshit? After what she did to you and all those other people?
Ruby reaches out to him, speaks more softly. I've missed you so much. Couldn't wait to see you again. I thought, when you reached out to me...
It was a mistake. I should have left you alone.
His words stab at her heart. She pulls back. Is that it, then? Is that all you came to say? His eyes soften.
Believe me, I'm doing you a favor. One thing I've learned living here is that you can't trust anyone, no matter how well you think you know them. There are too many things you don't know about this place. Better it stays that way. Take my advice.
And if I don't?
I can't say. But I did my duty warning you. If you trust me, you'll leave.
Why? You just told me I shouldn't trust anyone. He turns and looks at her straight,
I'm the only one you can trust.
She feels the intensity of his eyes and the power of the moment. Behind him, the heat shimmers, blurring the line where the far horizon merges into the ochre expanse of sky. A shrill ring cuts through the silence between them. He takes out his phone and turns away, lowering his voice to a whisper. When he's done, he looks back at her.
Gotta go, but it's been great seeing you again. Think about what I said. Go home, pack, send me a postcard.
She feels like crying, throwing herself against him, but she won't lose control, not now. Will you visit? Please. He tilts his head.
Who knows, maybe. Can't say right now.
She nods, and he walks away across the parking lot, the heat warping his body until it becomes a wavy black line in the distance. 22. Stony Brook, 1990s. Ida came home just as Uncle Hugh was being loaded into the ambulance. The paramedics had taken one look at him and told Ruby to pack a bag for an extended stay in the hospital. She was handing it off to the attendant when Ida's car careened onto the gravel road. A cloud of dust billowed into the air, and Ida materialized, like a blurred apparition. "You don't have my permission to take him!" she screeched, facing off with the attendants. "Unload him right now!"
The older guy stepped forward. Apologies, but we don't need your permission, ma'am. Mr. Carlson okayed it himself.
Ida stood on tiptoe, trying to see inside the vehicle. "But he's senile, not in his right mind. He doesn't know what he's doing."
The attendant spoke calmly. Actually, he's perfectly able to make decisions for himself. That's the first thing we ascertained when we arrived on the scene. But he's actually a very sick man, and he needs immediate attention, so if you'll just step aside, ma'am, we'll be on our way.
Ida shifted a few feet to the side of the van. "And who's paying for all this? We're not made of money here."
"Not your worry. Mr. Carlson has insurance."
"Who called this in?"
"Your thoughtful daughter over there and her friend. Good kids, I'd say, looking out for their grandpa."
When Ida spotted Ruby and Aiden hiding around the side of the ambulance, her eyes flared a warning. She moved toward them. Ruby backed away. "I might have known I couldn't trust you two, scheming and plotting behind my back." That's when Aiden did something totally unexpected. Instead of cowering in the heat of Ida's anger, he stepped forward.
"Wait until I tell Mom and Dad how concerned you were for an old sick man, how you saved his life when he was in crisis. They'll be real impressed and... You know my mom. She can't keep a secret long. It'll be all over the town. I'd say that's pretty good publicity, don't you think?"
"Get on over to school," she said, "and save that sassy mouth for the teachers. Ruby, up to your room. You're grounded again until tonight, until we go to Marcia's, and I'll have no complaining from you." Ruby blinked back her tears and mouthed thank you to Aiden before he rode away, following closely behind the slow-moving ambulance. In the safety of her room, she took out the envelope Uncle Hugh had slipped into her hand as he was leaving for the hospital. He'd whispered faintly in her ear,
"I wrote this a long while ago, after Ray left. I've been meaning to give it to you when the time was right. If you ever get up the nerve to leave her, go far away. I have contacts in England who will help you make something of yourself. Hide this from her and read it only when you're ready to go."
England? Could she ever leave Stony Brook and travel there? Start a new life far away? She stuffed the envelope into the box of treasures hidden under her bed, promising herself she'd follow Uncle Hugh's orders and read it only when she was ready. But now a terrible thought occurred to her. How could she stay here, alone with Ida and all the spirits that were worming their way into her head? Later that evening, they made their first visit to Marcia and Marion's house. Ruby didn't want to go. She felt ragged and crabby and already missed Uncle Hugh so much. Ida wasn't having any of it. "You gotta toe the line after all your mischief today. Then again, I think the two of you just did me a favor. I wanted him out, and now that he's gone, he's never coming back." Ruby lingered in the front doorway, sick at heart. "I hate their house. It makes me want to puke." "That's perfect. They'll think the evil spirit's getting to you.
I can't do it.
Quit your back talk and get into the goddamn car, said Ida, grabbing her by the shoulder.
It was a fine spring evening, perfect for bike riding with Aiden, but Ruby slumped into the passenger seat, pouting. She rested her head on the window and watched the other kids out playing on the street. Maybe she had done Ida a favor, but they'd actually saved Uncle Hugh's life, so she found some comfort in that knowledge. Ida was all business when they reached Marcia's house. She carried a large bag of herbs and candles.
To protect us against malignant forces, she explained.
Marcia and Marion followed her into the kitchen. Ruby stood tapping her feet and trying to ignore the salty reek of bacon fat in the air. Mother and daughter's eyes followed Ida's every move as she circled the room, wafting fronds of garden herbs into every corner of the room.
This will be the first of a long series of cleansing visits, combined with the burning of special candles. That's the only sure way to rid you of Earl's malevolent spirit.
She took a tall candle from her bag, lit it, and set it into a holder on the kitchen counter.
Are you ready to start the work?
Marcia took a deep breath and closed her eyes. We are. Marion clung to her mother's arm, her body trembling as Ida began to speak in a low, deep voice. Her breath caused the candle flame to flicker. Restless spirit, come to me. Show yourself. Ruby listened intently but heard nothing except the constant whir of the air conditioner and the buzz of the fridge. Marcia and Marion froze in place. Only their eyes darted from side to side as they scanned the empty air. Undeterred, Ida continued. We know you're here, and we're not afraid of you. You have no power over us. We challenge you to show yourself. Ruby felt a sudden change in the air, a clamminess, as if the air conditioner had stopped and the room was sticky with heat. A shadow moved in the periphery of her vision, and her heart stuck in her throat. Something was moving around her, but she couldn't actually see or touch it. The same thing had happened last week when Kathleen and Reg Butler were over, and she'd heard whispers, voices that spoke to her and felt so real she'd run out of the house in the middle of the seance. Ida suddenly went rigid. I feel his presence, right here in this room. Particles of light swirled and twisted in Ruby's field of vision. Through the fog, she could make out Marion's sheet-white face, and the way she breathed with tiny puffs, her thin chest rising and falling.
Earl is a malevolent spirit, bringing you bad luck. His dark energy is still trapped in this house, still clinging to things that were his, said Ida, her voice growing deeper. Ruby detested that booming voice and hated the face that seemed to transform in front of her, the features shifting and changing into something animalistic and vicious. She blinked again as Ida lunged forward, snatched a coffee mug from the counter, and dashed it onto the floor. It crashed to the ground and shattered into tiny pieces. Marcia's hand flew in front of her mouth. That was his favorite cup. All his personal items must be destroyed. We have to cleanse this house, or you'll never be able to move on.
Marion suddenly took off and grasped a metal clock that hung on the kitchen wall. She swung the back door open and dashed it onto the concrete patio.
I hate you! I hate you!
She screeched, running back inside, her face triumphant, her limbs moving like a frenetic wind-up doll. Ida patted her head. Bless you, child. Ruby followed them into the living room so disoriented that she could barely put one foot in front of the other. The room was thick with the musk of dried sweat. Men's dried sweat? Her legs felt wobbly. Uneasy, she steadied herself against the bookcase. Ida's voice became deeper. Earl is here, right here. His spirit crept in through conduits and pathways. It's settling in this room, clinging to familiar surfaces. Her eyes flared. Do you have a family pet that was his? Marcia shook her head. Then perhaps it's here on his recliner. Ruby, come look. But Ruby didn't want to move, didn't want to see. She tried to squeeze her eyes shut, but even that couldn't stop the feeling that the air was alive with something unseen, something palpable. Ida's hand clamped onto her wrist. "Come look at his chair." She stood over the ratty old recliner, Earl's favorite chair, the brown nubbly fabric stuffed full of his skin particles and wispy blonde hairs, the armrest shiny with dried sweat from his armpits. Images came to her in sharp relief. Earl sitting there, hair flopped across one eye, slurping the last dregs of a beer, then crumpling the can in his fist, throwing it onto the floor, and Marion scurrying to pick it up. She looked closer. A dried curl of nail clippings clung to the fabric next to a balled-up Kleenex dotted with blood. The whole thing heaved with the residue of Earl, reeked of him. Ketchup stains and smudges of mustard that had dripped from his sloppy mouth. The fabric bristled alive with cells and particles, swarming with germs and bacteria, wet with his saliva. Ruby bent double and retched, her stomach folding over and over. Ida raised her arms into the air. "See, Marcia, the child knows an evil presence when she sees it." She took Ruby's hand and dragged her through the house, mother and daughter following blindly like stray chicks. Earl's filthy presence was in every inch of the place. A razor soiled with tiny hairs rusting in the medicine cabinet, a pilled pair of socks squashed behind a chest of drawers, a porn magazine under the bed, a baseball glove covered in a mesh of spider webs, a football pennant streaked with mold, the tools in the garage all neatly arranged, except the screwdriver which pointed east. Everything spoiled or rotten or discordant, all signs that he was there and not ready to give up his hold on the place and the people he'd terrorized during his miserable life. By the time Ruby was done, 3 garbage bags were filled with junk, and the 4 of them had pushed the grubby recliner out into the backyard. They all gathered around as Ida dropped the candle into the middle of the pile, and the whole thing shot up in a blaze of sputtering flames that licked around the chair, melting the synthetic fabric until it dripped black sludge onto the wooden frame. In the snap and crackle of the fire, Ruby pictured Earl crouching atop the flames, screaming and clawing at his blistered flesh. He spread his blazing arms wide like wings and swooped down at her, screeching like a great black vulture. She turned and ran until her legs buckled under her. Ida picked her up later, cowering inside the doorway of the 7-Eleven at the far corner of Main Street. 23. Present day. Ruby races home from the Pal, her mind in turmoil. Seeing Aiden has changed everything, sent her crashing back into a past she ran away from. There's no doubt. She still feels the same about him. Maybe loves him even more after all this time away. As she drives, she asks herself if it would be the worst thing to come back and live here with him in Stony Brook, to a new version of life without Ida. Would she think differently about this place? Or is it too late for her to live a normal existence here, after all that she and Ida were involved in? But he didn't ask her to stay. He warned her to leave, hinted she's in danger. Now she's racing along the highway, wondering if she should follow his orders. But why? She eases her foot onto the brake. Slow down. Think about it. Maybe he's overreacting, trying to stop her from hurting him again. Or maybe there's been a new development in the case, one he's afraid to tell her about. Her mind races through all the possibilities as she drives. Could be he took himself off the case so he could do his own investigation on the quiet. Maybe there's someone who he thinks wants to hurt her, and Aiden is intending to deal with the situation in his own way. Could be a person close to him, someone he's trying to protect for now. But he'd be jeopardizing his career, and maybe even his life for her. She can't let him do that, not now she's found him again. The closer she gets to town, the more determined she becomes not to run. She can't leave the mystery of Ida's disappearance unsolved. She has to see this thing through until the bitter end. Make absolutely sure Ida is gone and Aiden is safe. She won't desert him this time. She manages to slow down her breathing, forces herself to get a grip. She's almost relaxed by the time she passes the Jensen farm, once a thriving hog farm and now a dilapidated ruin, obscured from view by a thick stand of gnarled, overgrown elms. The main barn looks like a small plane has dive-bombed into the smashed-in roof. The other outbuildings are derelict, choked by thick vines and weeds, and the farmhouse is a wreck, covered in weather-beaten boards. What's become of Rolf and Gloria Jensen, Ida's third set of victims? Ruby pulls onto the side of the road and walks over to the fence bordering their land. A long row of pig pens is filled with driftwood, rusted old farm machinery, and bashed-in slop bins. Driven by sheer curiosity, she strolls down the gravel pathway toward the farmhouse, stopping at a small clearing shaded by a towering elm tree. A fresh bunch of orange marigolds is bright against a white headstone that reads, "In memory of our beloved daughter, Ivy Jensen. You stole our hearts when you left us, but God called you to be his little angel. 1981 to 1985. How many times had she pretended to channel that child's voice to her grieving parents? Ivy had died of meningitis at the age of 4, and Gloria carried Ivy's favorite toy around with her, a silver-haired doll dressed in a fur-trimmed red velvet coat. Gloria wrapped it in a baby blanket and hugged it close to her chest. Ida instructed Ruby to pretend that Ivy was communicating through the doll. At the beginning of every session, Ida called out into the darkness, "Ivy, your mama's here. She's crying for you. She longs for you. Come forward into the light." And all the time Ruby had curled her fists tight and repeated to herself, "Don't step into the light, Ivy. Stay away from them. They won't let you go." But in the light of Ida's green crystal ball, Ida's face would twist into a mask so scary that Ruby's throat seized with terror, and she'd talk in the high-pitched voice of a little girl. Gloria bawled like a baby, rocking the doll back and forth. Ruby's skin crawls at the ton of money Gloria and Rolf had willingly handed over to Ida. They'd paid for at least 3 sessions a week, and whenever Rolf tried to persuade Gloria to ease things off a bit, she clung to Ida's front doorpost screaming until he relented and prepaid for more. Ida addressed them in a low, concerned voice, eyes downcast, hands clasped, assuring Rolf that Gloria found great comfort in communicating with her lost daughter, and there was no shame in paying for the service. Ruby witnessed these exchanges, shame and guilt knotting her stomach. But by that time, she'd realized she was no better than Ida, a devious coward, leeching the money from a struggling family. Now the damage is here, right in front of her. She can't escape the ugly reality of her past. A few tumbleweeds skitter across the dirt track that leads to the front door. She's stupid even coming near their place, but something draws her. A feeling that someone is still living in that ruin, but she has to make certain. Standing in front of the tattered screen door, she can't bring herself to press the cracked doorbell. What is she thinking? That she'll throw herself at Gloria's feet and beg forgiveness? Tell her it was all an act, put on by a frightened, screwed-up teenager? That she didn't have the strength to stop Ida's games or refuse to be part of them? That Ivy was dead and long gone and had never so much as whispered a message to her mother from the other side? She turns her head. Something is scratching in the gravel at the side of the house. She hears a long, low growl. A coyote or wild dog? She should have known not to leave the safety of her car. Backing away, she scans her surroundings and freezes at the sight of a flea-bitten mongrel slinking around the corner, its ears flattened against its mangy head. Can she hold it back somehow, long enough to get back to her car? She talks in low tones. "Good boy. Quiet now." But the creature keeps on advancing until she's backed up against the barn wall. She holds her breath, expecting it to leap up at any moment, but it stays a few feet away, snarling, its lips curled to reveal sharp, yellowed fangs. At the sound of dragging feet on the gravel, the dog pulls back. "Prince," says a cracked voice. "Heel, Prince." The dog's ears flop. He slinks off and rubs up against a hunched figure of a woman shuffling across the gravel. The old woman stops and squints at Ruby. Stick-thin, her dusty black sweater and skirt hang from scrawny limbs. Blonde wisps of hair stick out from a woolen cap, but Ruby recognizes those eyes, copper-brown, and most often brimming with tears when her precious little Ivy spoke from the other side. Ruby is speechless. Saying sorry is too lame, a bad joke, a pathetic attempt to make up for all she and Ida had done to her. Gloria shades her eyes from the sun and squints.
I see you. I know who you are.
Mrs. Jensen, I'm just here to sort out my mother's estate. Ruby's voice sounds hollow. She can barely get the words out. She's missing, maybe dead. Gloria turns and spits on the ground, then starts to mutter as if talking to someone else.
All for the best. Had it coming to her, Rolf. I told you. It would happen when she least expected it. Hope she's suffering.
Where's Mr. Jensen? She inclines her head in the direction of the main barn.
Put a gun to his head after the farm went bust. Couldn't live with it. Wouldn't sell up. I still see him, though. Never knew the old guy had so much blood in him.
I'm so sorry.
Bullshit you are. Rotten through and through, you and your ma. You wrecked people's lives. I've talked to others. They know what you did.
Ruby edges sideways along the fence as Gloria inches closer, her face set in a frozen glare.
You'd better get gone from here. Next time I'll set Prince on you. Let him tear your miserable throat out.
Ruby turns and takes off in a run back to the car, screeches the tires, and drives off, the stink of burning rubber choking her. Now she has another name to add to the list of Ida's enemies. Claire Sampson will be proud of her. And someone else comes to mind. Val Wagner, Ida's next victim. 24. Stony Brook, 1990s. At 35, Val Wagner was still single and tangled up in romantic troubles. Somehow Ida convinced her she was cursed, her heart chakras broken. But Ruby was old enough to know that Ida wanted to gloat over Val's very public breakup with a local rancher who'd proposed to her, bought her a ring, and then promptly flown off to Hawaii with his 24-year-old horse trainer. Still, Val had the nerve to come back to the scene of her steamy dance encounter with Ray and face Ida, who held on to grudges like a dog gnawing on a juicy bone. And Val's sleek beauty only fueled Ida's determination to make her suffer. Even Aiden wasn't immune from Val's intense sensuality. When they were out riding down Main Street, he could barely tear his eyes away from Val's long jean-clad legs. My dad says nothing good comes from looking like her, but I can't figure that out. I think she's beautiful. It's creepy ogling a woman old enough to be your mom, said Ruby, secretly burning with envy. Ruby had terrible cramps the first day Val came over. Every joint in her body ached. Her hair was a stringy mess, and her mind was paralyzed by the futility of her existence. School that day had been a mind-numbing endurance test of double math class, followed by a stultifying hour of home economics. They'd learned how to sew shoe bags out of old curtains, a pointless exercise, because she only had one pair of shoes, and they were always on her feet. Halfway through the class, Aiden looked through the window at her, hunched over the sewing machine, her mouth twisted in grim determination, and he'd mimed an explosion. He knew her so well, knew she could have set a stick of dynamite under that damn machine and cleared the place out for good, if she'd had the chance. The only class she took pleasure in was history. Mr. Powell, the teacher, was a 50-ish ex-army guy with an iron-gray brush cut who'd been posted all over the world. Instead of going out drinking with the guys in his off time, he'd taken time to explore ancient historical sites and museums in places like Egypt, Turkey, Italy, Greece, the Persian Gulf, Japan, and so many other places Ruby had never heard of. She loved his stories, accompanied by slideshows of ancient sites and buried treasure. His was the only class where she sat up front and listened, devouring the sight of faded frescoes, jeweled sword hilts, copper oil lamps, lapis lazuli-encrusted mummy cases, and hordes of other artifacts. But that particular day, a sub was in for him, and all they did was read through the textbook. Ruby stared up at the clock, willing it to move forward. She arrived home in a black cloud of depression. Her head throbbed with the beginning of a migraine. Strangely, Ida was having a good day, so she sent Ruby up to bed with a few magazines, a glass of lemonade, and a couple of aspirin. But at 7 sharp, she swept into the bedroom all business.
"Val Wagner's coming for her first session. Get up and make yourself presentable."
She tried to lift her head, but pinpricks of light exploded behind her eyes.
"I think I have a fever."
Ida placed a hand on Ruby's forehead.
"Nonsense. I made you a peanut butter and banana sandwich. Once you've eaten, you'll be 100%.
Ruby dragged herself downstairs. Ever since the last session with Marcia and Marion, the sessions had felt different. She'd experienced a jittery, crawling sensation when Ida called out to the spirits. Surely that vision of Earl wasn't just a product of her own imagination. She'd found some psychology books in the school library that talked about how people are susceptible to the power of suggestion, and how darkness and fear increases that susceptibility. Ida was a master at cultivating the perfect atmosphere for anxiety and even outright terror, but lately those feelings had been accompanied by images that felt like movies playing across her consciousness, as if she was seeing real things, visions that were more than just products of her imagination.
"Quit dreaming,"
said Ida, nudging her and sweeping away the dirty plate and glass.
"Get the egg and be careful with it."
Ruby held her breath as she took the egg from the tray in the fridge. Ida had labored for hours, working on it until the 4th attempt was successful. Ruby had almost thrown up watching her. She slipped the doctored egg into the empty carton, avoiding the urge to squeeze it and ruin everything.
"Sit with your back to the door,"
said Ida, guiding her toward the dining table.
"Once you've done the egg trick, you can clear off for a while, but don't be sneaky and listen in to me and Val. That's private business, and not for you to hear. You get it?"
Ruby tried to nod, but the sick wooziness came in waves. She wanted to be at Aiden's. At least there she could rest her head on his shoulder. He'd bring her chilled Fanta, then cuddle her and she'd fall asleep, wrapped in the plaid blanket, with the TV volume turned low while he played Mario Kart. The doorbell rang and she snapped back to reality. Ida went to open it. Val sashayed in, followed by Ida, who aimed dagger eyes at Val's elegant back. Dressed in a soft tan leather jacket and slim blue jeans, Val had the easy elegance that Ida craved. Ruby remembered the way Ray had looked at Val when they danced the Paso Doble. Now that she was 15 and experiencing all the turbulence of lust and unrequited love, she understood the hunger she'd seen in Ray's eyes, even though it seemed gross coming from her own father. Ida showed Val to the kitchen table and sat her on the side facing the door.
"Can I get you a drink? A tea? Maybe something stronger?"
Val settled into a chair, eyes downcast as if she was uncomfortable being there. She shook her head. "Nothing, thanks. Not right now." Ruby sat at the foot of the table. Close up, Val's complexion appeared luminous, pearly and unblemished, except for a tiny mole in the shape of a star on her cheekbone. Her arched eyebrows, slim nose, and gently curved lips made her a natural beauty. Ida, in full makeup and wearing way too much blusher, scrutinized her closely, her top lip curling when she finally spoke.
"Did you bring the egg?"
Val fussed with her handbag. Her hands shook as she tried to unzip the top flap. "Sorry, I'm just a little nervous." Ida smiled with her lips, not her eyes.
"That's why you're here. To get your confidence back. Fix your broken chakras."
"Huh?" said Val, her brows knitting.
"Chakras. The energy sources that correspond with the different parts of your body. Once they're shattered, evil forces can move in and block your natural energy."
Ruby sat still, grinding her teeth. How did Ida come up with this horse shit? At least that's what Aiden said it was. He said he'd heard some psychic on TV spouting the same fake crap. "Sounds scary," said Val, hands trembling as she retrieved an egg from her bag. Ruby exhaled. It was brown, just like the one Ida had prepared. She handed it to Ida, who passed it on to Ruby.
"Put it in the tray. We can't risk breaking it."
Ruby opened the fridge, careful to obscure the opening with her body, though Ida was doing her best to distract Val by reading her palm.
"You're troubled. Someone close to you is causing problems. You feel like you can't escape this darkness, this cloud of trouble that you didn't ask for."
Val's eyes darted from Ruby to Ida, as if she didn't know whether to trust them with her innermost thoughts, but soon Her eyes brimmed with tears, and her lips trembled. Ida had her in her grasp. All the men in my life go away. Why can't I keep them? First Clint, ripped away from me by a piece of shit junkie after only 2 years of marriage, and now Randy just up and left with that little slut. No apology. No explanation. I can't figure out what's wrong with me. Ida's eyes danced at the tale of misery. She covered Val's hands with hers. That's why you're here, so we can get to the root of all this. Are you ready to open yourself up to all the possibilities? Val pressed her lips together and scrunched her eyes, as if she was about to leap from a 12-foot diving board. She nodded. Ida continued. I'm warning you. It can be painful to face the naked truth. Ruby gulped. One thing was certain. Ida would make damn sure she tore Val's soul from her body, as well as emptied her bank account. She was still pissed about the incident with Ray, and wouldn't rest until she destroyed her. I'm ready, said Val. Poor sucker, thought Ruby, chewing the same sore spot inside her lip that she'd bitten the day before. Ida closed her eyes and held on to Val's hand. She began to breathe in gulps, then slowed down and began talking in a weird robotic way. Someone wants to harm you, a powerful presence, someone who's broken your heart. Now that evil force is preventing you from opening yourself up to love. It's telling you you're not worthy enough to find a good man. Val's eyes were wide. I have bad dreams. All the time I wake up sweating in the middle of the night. When I try to remember the dream, all I can think of is darkness so big and terrifying it's going to wipe me out. Like I'm falling into a well and there's no bottom, no end to it. That's the negative presence showing itself to you. It's been with you for a long time, hasn't it, Val? Tears oozed from her eyes in fat droplets. Yes, since I was a kid, after Daddy had the accident, I thought my parents were going to abandon me. Mom always blamed me for it. Said I shouldn't have been playing on the tractor because Daddy forgot to secure the bale of hay and it rolled off and crushed his legs. Everything turned bad after that. And I had the dream again after Clint was shot. All I could see was the killer's face, angry and twisted, like he wanted to destroy me as well. It's possible the same evil spirit that possessed your father may have entered the killer's body, so it could hurt you. It's been following you all this time, since you were a little girl. By now, Val was sobbing openly, the perfect opportunity for Ida to swoop in at her most vulnerable moment. Secure her complete dependence. This negative presence has a strong hold on you, Val. It's an old, vengeful spirit, so it'll take a whole lot of ripping and tearing to cleanse you of it. Val's whole body shook. What do I do? Tell me. I just want everything to be right again. It will. It will. Don't worry. But first we need to find this spirit. Face it. Challenge it. Ruby, get the egg. Val was breathing in short, shallow gasps. Yes, I want to be pure again. I want the evil presence gone. The sick feeling rippled through Ruby's gut. Ida was getting deep into Val's head, burrowing her way into her innermost pain. Should she say something? Tell Val it was all a load of mumbo-jumbo? But Ida was glaring daggers at her, and she lost her nerve. Terrified, she went to the fridge, careful to select the doctored egg from the tray. Ida took it from her and held it over a glass bowl. Val stared at it with such horror that it seemed like her eyes would pop out of their sockets. Ruby's fingernails dug into her palm. This was all wrong. Why couldn't she speak up? Ida continued. The egg is a symbol of life, of purity, a perfect, beautiful thing. It will give us a sign. Show us if an evil spirit has entered your life. The whites of Val's eyes were visible all around. She was shaking, petrified, her hands clawing at the chair arms. They were about to deliver something so sick and shocking, and Ruby could simply step in and stop it all. She was old enough to know right from wrong. She wasn't a frightened kid anymore. What the hell was wrong with her? She opened her mouth, about to say something, just as Ida cracked the egg, releasing globs of bloody mucus thick with wiry black hairs. Ida sat bolt upright in her chair, pointing to the disgusting mess. "There he is!" she screeched. "We have him in all his putrid, evil glory!" Val took one look and started screaming. Her face turned blood red from the effort of yelling. On and on she screamed at the top of her lungs, her eyes bulging from their sockets. Panicked, Ruby stood up, glancing from Ida to Val. "Mom? Mom!" Ida glared, her eyebrows rising in warning. She inclined her head and mouthed, "Go," but followed her to the door. "Don't you think of breathing a word of this," she hissed. "You're mixed up in it, too. You watched me fix the egg, and then you gave it to her. Don't you forget it." Ruby felt a hard lump rise in her throat. She tasted blood. Like a coward, she nodded, then took off out the door. Val's bellowing grew louder. Ruby clamped her arms over her ears, only stopping when she reached Aiden's house, where she promptly downed an entire bottle of beer he'd stolen from his dad's fridge in the garage. 25. Present day. Ruby swerves onto the far end of Main Street. Staying means buying groceries. Cooking at the house instead of grabbing the fast food that's plentiful in the motel strip on the highway outside town, where Burger Kings and Subways nudge against the Motel 6 and the Red Roof Inn. Eventually she'll have to make a trip out to the Walmart supercenter at the mall, but for now she craves vegetables. In Somerset, she'd been spoiled for the best and freshest vegetables sold at quaint farm shops and outdoor markets, so Ida's stock of canned peas and beans just doesn't cut it. Pulling on her peaked cap, she wanders into the local store, only to find a sad array of yellowed broccoli, limp carrots, and iceberg lettuce in the vegetable section at the far corner. Not surprising in a store that still keeps an extensive display of Twinkies, ding-dongs, and donuts at the entrance next to the Cheetos and pepperoni sticks. But the broccoli will do for now. She places it in her basket, next to a bottle of Italian salad dressing and a few cans of tuna. At the frozen food section, she hovers over bags of beans and spinach when she becomes aware of a low buzzing noise and the faint scent of patchouli drifting through the air. Ida always recommended a ritual bath sprinkled with basil, salt, and patchouli as a powerful way to purge negative energy from those afflicted by curses. Maybe it's the air conditioning, but her skin prickles from the cold and the slow, unsettling realization that someone is watching her. The distant hum of chatter at the checkout fades into white noise as she's drawn into a moment of time where only she and the watcher exist. She feels that same disengagement with the present, a stopping of time. Hasn't felt that in years, not since Ida's nighttime seances. She dares to turn her head to see who's exerted such a force on her. Someone stands at the corner of the aisle, a woman, with her head bowed, hands clasped together, who mumbles continuously while her thumbs circle each other. She looks familiar, but Ruby can't quite place her. Unnerved, she ducks away and busies herself with the display of breakfast cereals. At the checkout, a middle-aged woman with cropped gray-streaked hair clings to the arm of a shrunken and much older companion. Ruby taps her feet, anxious to get the hell out of there. Still, the older woman fumbles with some crumpled bills and a bag of change, while the younger one stands immobile, watching her pay for 3 large bags of chips and 2 bottles of Coke. "Thanks, Sandy," says the cashier. "You and Val having a movie night tonight?"
"Mm-hmm,"
says the shrunken woman.
"She sure loves her movies. Most times she picks the scary ones, so I have to keep my eyes covered. Can't abide them demon ones about possessions and exorcism. Tain't godly. But this one, she don't even blink her eyes."
It takes Ruby a moment to realize the gray-haired woman with the blank eyes is actually Val Wagner, the bold, beautiful brunette who danced with Ray all those years back. The older woman is her mother, Sandy. Ruby pulls down the peak of her cap and looks away as they take their bags and head toward the door. But just as Sandy swings it open, Val stops dead in her tracks and screams. Sandy jumps back inside, furious.
"Jesus, Val! I almost caught your goddamn fingers in the door. What the hell you doing?"
Val's rigid arm sticks out, the finger pointed towards Ruby, Her eyes burn through Ruby's skin.
Mom, it's her. Don't you know who she is? Ruby's come back. Ida said she would.
Ruby backs away. What's she talking about? When was she last in touch with Ida? The mother holds her daughter's shoulders, steadying her. It's okay, baby. You're safe here with me. Nothing can hurt you now. But Val shakes her off.
I need more candles. She has to come over and finish it, the cleansing, because he's still here. I hear him. I feel his hands all over me at nighttime.
She scrapes her hands through her hair, then runs her fingernails down her body, as if she could claw the bugs from it. The cashier looks in panic from Ruby to Val, while the mother struggles to restrain the skinny, writhing hands that are now tearing at her skirt.
I'm dirt and scum, and I deserve it all,
she moans as her mother clamps a hand across her mouth.
Don't say those things, baby. There's nothing here. It's just stories in your head, I told you.
You're with people who love you. Val collapses against her mother, shaking and sobbing. Ruby clutches the bags of vegetables. What can she say? Sorry? She stands, gaping, unable to move. Sandy turns to her.
Stay away from here, you evil bitch. You've got some nerve, you and that criminal you call a mother. You both deserve to burn in hell for what you did to my girl.
The cashier stares in disbelief. You're Ida Carlson's daughter? Ruby puts down the broccoli and lettuce, drops the basket, and heads toward the door.
You're not welcome here, the cashier calls after her. Don't come back.
As she pushes the door open, the last thing she hears is Val's raspy voice saying,
He's buried in the ground, you know. That's why they won't let me alone. They think I'll try and dig him up.
Ruby screeches off in a cloud of dust, only glancing to see 3 pale faces staring from the window. Her heart slams against her ribs. Go home. Go home. Go back to England, the voice of reason urges. Stay here and you'll drive with sticky palms and heart stopping up your airways every time you leave the house. Who is she kidding, thinking she can stick around? Ida's screwed too many people over with her scams, but surely they all knew Ruby was just a kid, a victim, held hostage until she could tear herself away. She screeches up to the house and runs inside, locking the door behind her. She has to pack, clear out. To hell with Claire Sampson, who's probably busy figuring out how to rustle up enough evidence to charge her with accessory to fraud, so she'll end up taking the rap for Ida's crimes. Not to mention the fact that she's risking her life sticking around. It won't be long before more people find out she's here and decide to take the law into their own hands. They'll come for her, make her pay for everything Ida did. Maybe they've even linked her to something else that she hasn't dared to think about in 20 years. But no, it's not possible. She covered all her tracks the night she left, hadn't she? Is that what Aiden was trying to warn her about? It's not possible. He doesn't know anything about it. He couldn't possibly even have an inkling. She throws her suitcase open and stuffs her clothes inside. She'll leave now, camp out at the airport, catch a flight going east to anywhere. Forget about this garbage heap of a place. She's just managed to get the case shut when her phone buzzes. She checks the caller ID. Claire Sampson. Is she fucking telepathic? Not wanting to arouse her suspicions, Ruby takes the call.
Ruby?
Hi, what's up?
Got some news you need to hear.
Okay.
I can't tell you this over the phone. You need to come in and see me.
Okay. When?
Now, if you can.
Sure.
See you soon.
She grabs the suitcase. No way is she going there. She'll be 30,000 feet up in the air before Claire realizes she isn't coming. Downstairs, she locks the door and stows her case in the car, pulls out of the driveway without a backward glance, and decides to call Ed Bloom on the way just to check her legal rights. Seems she's running away from the house at Stony Brook again. She never should have come back to it. There's too much bad blood around the place, too many lives destroyed, and she's run into way too many enemies so far. Why has she been so reckless, risking her own freedom and maybe even her life? Aiden was right. She's safer away from this cursed town. 26. Stony Brook, 1990s.
As teenagers, she and Aiden were horror fanatics. In the summer holidays, when Ruby managed to steer clear of Ida, they rented videos and watched them in his basement, cringing at classics like The Exorcist and gore fests like Relic or The Texas Chainsaw Massacre or Scream. But eventually, watching horror on screen became just a little uncomfortable. Aiden was turning 17 and Ruby almost 16. He acted weird and shy if she sat too close. He'd shift away, folding his lanky legs underneath him, but not before she'd noticed the dark hairs sprouting on them. So they sought the safety of the open air and graduated to seeking out real-life scares, riding around to ghost towns filled with deserted clapboard houses, ruined barns, and antique graveyards. Aiden's favorite venue of all was near Ruby's house, Broken Tree Ranch. The place was a dilapidated 2-story alive with termites. Everyone knew that John Grimes still lived there, on his family acreage, with no one but his senile father and his money for company. That summer, they rode up the dirt track toward the ramshackle wooden fence that marked the perimeter of the Grimes' land. They sat among the tall grass and ate peanuts, cracked them with their teeth, then flipped the shells into a tin can. Aiden said his mom told him that John's first wife was brutally murdered, and her dead body discovered in a ditch that ran along the roadside leading into town. They never found the killer, but everyone reckoned John had snapped when she cheated on him. Rumor had it he'd strangled her with one of the silk stockings she'd gotten from a returning GI she was hot for. They arrested John and held him for the longest time until they caught the real killer. A traveling salesman who peddled ladies' stockings and used his inventory to strangle one girl a month in every county of his territory. I can't figure out what kind of a man becomes a serial killer. I'd never hurt you in a million years, Aiden said, tickling Ruby's chin with a blade of grass. She studied his face, the dusting of freckles across his nose, at all the nicks and tiny scars he'd gotten from falling off his skateboard, his bike, tree branches, walls, and everything that could possibly be fallen from. His mismatched eyes, one brown, one gray, which he claimed made him David Bowie's distant cousin. The way he brushed his hair away from his eyes, revealing the white band of forehead the sun couldn't reach, his brown sunburned hands with the long bony fingers. She smiled. That's 'cause you're a sweet guy. At that moment, the sky seemed impossibly wide and blue above them. A chorus of crickets chirped in the summer heat. Sunspots danced in front of her eyes, settling onto Aiden's skin until he glowed. Everything was alive, shimmering, magical. She placed her finger on his lips. They felt soft, the bottom lip more swollen than the top. It felt so good she pushed her finger into his mouth until his tongue curled around it. Her insides tickled. He sat with his legs splayed wide, so she crossed hers and shuffled into the space between his legs. She held her breath as he wrapped his legs around her. They looked straight into each other's eyes for the longest moment. When he finally looked away, she pulled his face around to her. He smiled, leaned in close, and kissed her. At first tentatively, with little bird-like pecks, then harder, more forcefully. Winding her arms around his neck, she fell back into the grass and pulled him to her, licking and kissing him. They kissed for what seemed like hours, rolling around in the tall grass until she had to tear herself away because she knew Ida was expecting her for supper. You gave me a hickey, he said, touching his neck, but I still love you. Ruby climbed onto her bike, wiping her arm across her mouth. You know I love you too. Let's run away together. We'll find a place by the lake and hide there. He kissed her cheek again. Ruby felt awkward, unsure how to handle this new intimacy between them. Animated, he kept on talking. We'll ride to Holter Lake tomorrow. A guy at school says there's an abandoned hunting lodge there. We can check it out. That night she dreamed about holding him, her cheek resting against his collarbone, his heartbeat throbbing in her ear. But the next day, when she called for him after school, his mom said he was sick in bed with the flu. Ruby stood dumbstruck, gawping at Kathleen, who clutched the little glass baby in her hands. Her eyelids were permanently swollen from crying herself to sleep, so she'd dream about Andy, the missing twin. Can I go up and see him? I don't think that's appropriate considering your age.
She looked directly at Ruby's breasts, pushing against the tight button-up white shirt, then leaned in closer and whispered, "And you might tell your mom it's time she bought you a bra, if you know what I mean." Blood rushed to Ruby's face. She felt like a squashed bug, stupid and childish. Maybe Aiden regretted kissing her and telling her he loved her. Maybe he'd told his mom to make up those excuses. Hot tears pressed at her eyes. Her heart ached. How could he ever love an ugly, overgrown kid with a crazy mother? She took off on her bike, skimming along the roadway, swerving over gravel, daring herself to fall off. When that didn't work, she rode at top speed, with her arms held high in the air. She glanced over at Broken Tree Ranch, feeling an ache in her heart. Yesterday had been so different. How had things changed in one day? Feeling even more reckless, she rode up the ranch driveway. Maybe she'd run into him, John Grimes, the accused murderer. What would she do? Run him over with her bike? Tears running down her cheeks, she told herself she didn't care about anything. She could die today and nobody, not even Aiden, would care, so nothing could scare her. Not some crusty old man with ash-colored hair and 2 black teeth. She pedaled faster and faster, imagining she was the greatest racer in the world, until the tires skidded on a beer bottle someone had tossed from a passing car, launching her headfirst onto the gravel. Splinters of blue light sparkled in black space. Her head felt like a bowling ball, too heavy to lift. She heard the crackle of feet on dry rocks. The metallic taste of blood seeped onto her tongue, and her right hand made contact with the jagged edge of a broken bottle. Heavy steps came closer until she opened her eyes to see a looming black shape silhouetted against the sky. A wrinkled hand materialized in front of her. She reached out and touched the dry parchment of its palm and blinked at the sudden flash of silver from the watch on his wrist. The dark, shiny face had 3 silver circles on it, each with tiny clocks inside and a shimmering gold crown at the top. She grasped the hand, and it bounced her into an upright position. The face that looked down on her was wrinkled like a walnut shell and feathered with white, wiry whiskers. 2 blue-black eyes burned into hers. Ruby touched her forehead. Her fingers came away wet and sticky with blood. He squinted and scratched his head. "You want to come inside the house and clean that up?" How old is he? She wondered. He looked ancient, but then all adults did. She blinked as the sun caught the watch band on his wrist. It looked out of place with his faded clothes. I'm not sure," said Ruby, frozen with indecision. She looked back over at her house as a trickle of blood leaked into her mouth. Ida always said you could never tell who the evil men were. They often looked normal and harmless, but that was just a ruse. Maybe John had kidnapped a whole bunch of kids and tied them up in a secret basement room. Yet his eyes looked kind. "I guess," she said, wondering if Ida was watching from the kitchen window. She followed him through his front door into the main room of the old ranch house. Dark timbers stretched across the wide ceiling. A fireplace set in a massive pebbled wall dominated the far end of the room. Scuffed leather couches were dotted around a long wooden coffee table that looked like a split tree trunk set on a huge bearskin rug. But Ruby's eyes were drawn to the walls, crowded with framed photographs of horses and people riding on horses or posing beside them, as well as stuffed animal heads, deer, bears, foxes, and a couple of wolves. "This is awesome," said Ruby, gazing in wonder. John came in from the kitchen holding a clean, wet towel. He nodded at the stuffed heads. "My daddy and granddaddy's collection," he said, handing her the towel. "I'm not big on killing living creatures. I prefer to watch them in their natural state." "You still have horses?" He shook his head. "Couldn't get the hang of looking after them, so I sold most of them off. Still have a couple in the far pasture for riding, though." "I love this room," said Ruby, wiping the blood from her face. "Me too," said John. "Get the full sun in the morning. I like to have my coffee here." A loud knock sounded at the door. "Wasn't expecting any visitors," he said, his bushy brows nodding. As he headed toward the door, the knocking escalated. Then the door burst open, revealing Ida in a frantic state, her eyes blazing. She clamped a hand on one hip.
What the hell do you think you're doing, luring a young girl into your house? Ruby's heart flew to her throat. Mom, it's okay. I fell off my bike. He helped me. John held the door open as Ida streaked inside and grabbed Ruby by the shoulders. Has he touched you? Said bad things to you? Ruby backed away. He just got me a towel to clean the blood from my face. Ida stopped dead and looked around the shabby but extraordinary room. Well, as long as... I didn't mean no harm, but looked like she took quite a tumble. Could have injured herself real bad. He scratched his head awkwardly, and the watch band flashed, catching Ida's eye. I never thought this place was so impressive, said Ida, scanning the room. His daddy and granddaddy built it, said Ruby. Of course, said Ida, snaking an arm around Ruby's shoulders. You live here on your own? My daddy lives here too, only he's sick and bedridden. I take care of him. Ida's eyebrows rose. That's a big responsibility. He nodded. It is. Gets lonely here sometimes, too. Sure is nice to talk to someone friendly once in a while. Her eyes settled back onto the watch. That is a most beautiful watch you're wearing. It's my daddy's Rolex. He bought it in 1964. Told me to always keep it safe, 'cause it's a valuable piece. Must say I do like it. Ruby could almost hear Ida's brain ticking over, assessing the situation. You better keep that safe. It's most likely a collector's piece now, and please, I'd like to apologize for being so impolite and jumping to thoughtless conclusions. I should be thanking you for looking out for her. It's no problem, he said, smiling weakly. I like to help folks out. Ida took Ruby's arm, her thumb pressing into the flesh. Well, guess I'll take Ruby home and clean her up. John's eyes were fixed on Ida and her flushed, rosy face. Real nice to meet you, Mrs. Carlson. The feeling's mutual. Oh, and I'll be baking blueberry scones tomorrow. I'll make sure to drop some off for you and your daddy. His mouth stretched into a gap-toothed grin. Sounds mighty appetizing. I'll consider it an honor, she said as John showed them out. When Ida ushered Ruby into the car, she looked back and waved at John, a dazzling smile on her face. At that moment, Ruby knew the poor guy was doomed. Her instincts proved right. That night, Ida couldn't wait to get back to John Grimes's house. She made up a pan of lasagna, covered it with foil, and told Ruby not to wait up for her. Light's still on in his living room, so he must still be up, she said, glancing out from the kitchen window for the 100th time since they'd got home. Gotta strike while the iron's hot, so to speak. She chuckled at her own joke, while Ruby cringed inside, wishing she'd never, ever gone to his house. Now Ida would get her claws into him, and he'd barely know what was happening until he woke up one day and found himself penniless and broken. You rest your head now, she said, throwing the door open and striding toward the car without a backward glance. Ruby was still up watching Sabrina the Teenage Witch when Aiden rode by the window on his bike. She snuck out the back door and over to the barn where he usually waited, told him about her fall. I don't like to see you hurt, he said, tracing the outline of the bump on her forehead. Is it sore? It's nothing. Just had a bad headache and I felt sick. Sorry about my mom. She's a prude. What do you mean? She says I should hang out with guy friends, thinks I'm too young for a girlfriend. And what do you say? I say fuck her. They burst out laughing and touched foreheads together. He smelled of soap and cut grass. I would have come earlier, only I had to mow the front lawn. I like the smell. I like you, he said, turning her face up to his. I couldn't wait to see you again. Me too, she said, reaching up to kiss him so hard he fell back against a bale of hay. After they'd kissed until their lips were sore, she guided his hand to the front of her shirt. Do you think I need a bra? Your mom says I do. She's sick, he said, his eyes never leaving hers as he unbuttoned her shirt, sliding it off her shoulders. She gasped at the feeling of cold air on her bare skin, moaned at the touch of his scratchy hands on her breasts. You're beautiful, Ruby. Perfect. Later, Ruby found a darning needle and some ink. Ida still wasn't home, so they hid in the barn, stripped to the waist, and took turns sitting behind each other to carve tiny hearts into the skin at the base of their backs, and the words,
one forever. Now we belong to each other, she said, leaning against his back and resting her head against the warm crook of his shoulder. Forever, he said, and ever. 27. Present day. Driving toward the city, she feels an overwhelming urge to see Aiden again before she leaves. He's part of her, inside every cell of her being. Marcus and all the others are just pale shadows, a poor substitute for the real love of her life. On impulse, she calls his number, imagines him checking the caller ID, considering if he should answer, waiting a while, then click. She knows exactly how his mind works. Ruby, where are you? I'm taking your advice. Huh? I'm headed to the airport. You tell Claire? No, fuck her. Yeah, fuck her. I just have one question. Do you still have the heart tattoo on your back? A silence. Just the slow sound of his breathing. I do. You remember? Everything. She pauses. Waits. Did you ever marry? No, you ruined me. So you're gonna come see me in England? I'll try. Something catches in her throat. Her voice falters. Not good enough. You have to promise you'll come. Better get there quick, he says in a strangled sort of voice. Take the first plane that leaves from here. Don't wait. But why? What are you keeping from me? You'd tell me if you knew something, wouldn't you? It's not too late. I can turn back any time and we can face this whole mess together. We always worked better as a team. Look how we saved Uncle Hugh. Bye, Ruby. Keep driving and don't stop for anyone. But she doesn't want to end the call. She wants to keep on talking to him. She wants to know. Last chance. Tell me the truth. What are you hiding from me? Nothing. I told you everything, he says, a sharp edge to his voice. Now go. Safe flight. The line goes dead. She feels the crushing weight of loss. How can she leave him again? She'll make him come to her, send him messages, call him, pester him until he gives in. They'll be safer together in England. She can take a job somewhere else, maybe far up in the Shetlands, or somewhere off the Northumbrian coast. She's almost at the outskirts of the city, its faint skyline visible in the distance, dark against a yellow-gold sunset. She checks the rearview mirror. An old model white Chevy has been following her since she pulled onto the main highway. She slows down to see if the driver gets pissed and overtakes her, but whoever is driving clings to her rear bumper the whole way to the city. Making an abrupt turn toward the airport exit, she notes that the Chevy is still behind her. Is she acting paranoid, or is someone keeping tabs on her movements? Her palms are sweaty now, slipping on the wheel. She wipes them on her jeans and curses herself. Why has she even allowed herself to come back after all it took to rip herself away all those years ago? Her life in England is calm, peaceful, and productive. Here she's surrounded by people who hate her, and now she's running like some cornered rat to escape. She slams her foot on the brake. The Chevy screeches to a halt behind her, stopping within an inch of her back bumper. She turns to look. Now let's see who you really are. But the guy, an older man wearing aviator shades, swings his steering wheel hard, gives her the finger, and screeches away along the road. She falls back against the seat, heart pounding. Just then the phone rings again. She answers, praying it's Aiden, but a familiar voice answers. Ruby, where are you going? Says Claire Sampson. Her eyes mist over. I'm leaving. You can't hold me here, and I don't want to stay. You're right, but you need to hear what I'm about to tell you, and maybe it'll change your mind. She remembers Aiden's words. Don't stop for anyone. Who told you I was leaving? Let's just say there's a friendly lawyer who's concerned for you. Ed Bloom, of course. At least Aiden hasn't betrayed her. Don't you want to stay here and get some clear answers? Put this whole business behind you for good? She's faltering already. How does Claire know exactly what to say? I love my life in England. I have friends, a career. But you know you'll always carry that guilt about your mother and what she made you do. Her voice has a wheedling tone, as if talking to a child. How do you know so much about it?
Let's say Ione and me are close friends, maybe more than friends. At least I'd like to think so.
Ruby presses her tongue against the back of her teeth. You're lovers? She clears her throat.
That's a story for another day. But she's keen to talk to you again. Says she can help you.
With what?
I need you to stop the car before I tell you this, Ruby. Pull over onto the shoulder.
Okay, she says, her heart beating against her ribs. Have they found Ida's body? Is she really, truly dead? She comes to a full stop and puts the car in park. Okay, go ahead.
We found another package by the lake.
So, what was in it?
A blood-stained shirt we assume is your mom's, and her library card.
Why a library card?
Guess someone wants us to know they killed her.
Ruby clings onto the steering wheel. Or maybe that they're holding her somewhere?
That too. There's something else. We got the DNA tests back from the lab.
So the piece of hair and scalp were Ida's?
Yes, they matched the samples we took from the house, the hair and toothbrush swabs, but that's not the only thing.
Ruby wipes her sweating hands on her jeans. I'm all ears. Go ahead.
Your DNA sample came back, Ruby. It doesn't match any of the samples from the house or the piece of scalp, which indicates that you're not related to Ida. She's not your mother.
A massive truck swishes by, shaking her SUV and sending a spray of grit against the windshield. She flops back against the headrest, blinking away the tiny white dots that crowd into her vision. 28. Stony Brook, 2000s. The summer she turned 16, Ruby finally found the courage to make a small but significant stand against Ida. She stuffed the childish blouses and skirts into an old laundry basket, dumped them in the donations bin at the Goodwill store, then rode off to the only clothes store in town, where she used a good chunk of her savings to buy a bunch of cotton t-shirts, 2 pairs of faded jean shorts, and a couple of bras. Marcia and Marion were over having their usual pre-session coffee when she burst into the kitchen in her new getup. Ida's eyes blazed. Flustered, she dropped 2 spots of coffee down the front of her white cotton blouse. Marion covered her mouth with her hand to suppress a giggle. Marcia frowned, as if she couldn't comprehend the idea of having such an unmanageable daughter. She patted Marion's knee as if to reassure herself of her obedience. Ida twitched her head toward the front room, which meant she wanted to talk. Pronto. Heart-pounding, Ruby followed her. She stood, her back to the wooden mantel, hands clamped on bony hips. I make you beautiful skirts and tailored dresses, and you want to throw it all in my face? Run around in cheap dime store rags with that boy? Ruby took a deep breath. Now was her moment. Those clothes are way too small for me, and besides, I'm not a kid anymore. I'm 16 if you haven't noticed, and I need a bra. A flush crept across Ida's face. You're my daughter. I notice every little thing about you. Don't you know we're connected? When you hurt, I hurt. You're part of me, my blood. The mother and daughter bond is unbreakable. Never forget that. Ruby couldn't breathe when Ida inched closer and placed her hands on her shoulders. She dipped down to kiss Ruby on the cheek with her lipstick mouth and musky patchouli scent. I love you, baby, always. And I have a surprise for your 16th birthday. Ruby pulled away. Really? For sure. What kind of mother do you think I am? Now you run along and have some fun today, but make sure you're home for 6, for the surprise. Ruby blinked. Was she dreaming? Ida never gave in so easily. Okay. You're sure? You don't need help? She tossed her curls and laughed. Goodness, not today, sweetie. Marion's a little poppet. She's agreed to help with John's daddy. We're going over there to clean the old man's room and maybe cook up a stew for them. Sunlight caught the ring on Ida's left middle finger. Ruby blinked at the flash of blue. Where'd you get the ring? Ida pressed her lips together and gazed at the sparkling stone. John bought it last time we went into the city. I told him no, but he insisted. It's a sapphire, the stone of prosperity and wealth. Who's getting rich out of this? You? Ida's hand shot out and grabbed Ruby's hair, pulling it so hard her eyes watered. What'd you do that for? She said, backing away. Better shut your mouth. We're in this together, sweetie. In fact, you introduced me to the old guy, so if I go down, you do too. Ruby took in the defiant toss of Ida's head and the sly way she looked at her through lowered lashes. She could have grabbed her by the neck and squeezed the breath from her. Instead, she bit her tongue and ran through the kitchen past Marcia and Marion's astonished stares. Aiden was already waiting when she reached the end of the street. She rode toward him, threw down her bike, and fell against him. "I fucking hate her. She spoils everything." He wrapped his arms around her. "My folks are a pain, too. Not like Ida. She's evil. She won't stop this spirit stuff. Now she's latched onto John Grimes. Thinks he's got money locked up there in that ranch house. She won't rest until she finds it. And I mean all of it." He stroked her tangled hair from her face. "Why don't you warn him?" She shook her head. "He won't hear a bad word about her. Thinks she's an angel, the best thing that ever happened to him, and she's helping look after his sick old father. Never know. Maybe she'll conjure up the ghost of his dead wife, solve the mystery. Remember all those old stories?" "It's no joke," said Ruby, pulling away. "You don't understand. Ida doesn't do stuff for nothing. She always expects something in return. I have a really bad feeling about this one." Aiden chewed his lip. "Let's go riding. Get it out of your head." He offered her a water bottle. She took a slug and climbed onto her bike. "Fuck it. Let's go." The sun baked their backs as they set out in the direction of the Halter Lake, pedaling like maniacs, eager to leave the fields and dried-up pastures behind for the lake and mountains. They rode through blistering heat, with no breeze to bring relief. Patches of sweat spread across the underarms of Ruby's new t-shirt. Up ahead, Aiden ripped off his own shirt and stuck it in his pocket. She wished she could do the same. After over an hour of mind and body-crushing effort, the lake and the grassy tree-lined slopes of the foothills came into view. Beyond them, the higher mountain crags were looming shadows in the far distance. Birds skittered and flapped from the bulrushes along the shore. Sunlight streamed through a ragged tear in the clouds as they settled onto a secluded peninsula below a single gnarled tree, a lone survivor of last winter's crippling ice and snow. Aiden pulled 2 wrapped sandwiches from his bag. "Mayo and cheese. I made them myself. Want one?" She hadn't eaten that morning and was ravenous. "Cool, thanks." The bread was so soft and spongy she devoured it in seconds. "Cheesy mouth," he laughed, wiping a smudge of mayo from the corner of her lips. "You got hairy legs," she said, pointing at the furry brown growth. "No shit, I'm a guy, and besides, so do you." She looked down at the sprinkling of dark hairs on her own legs. "Guess I should shave." He shrugged. "Don't matter to me." "Good. Ida always nags me about being ladylike." He pulled a coffee flask from the bag and poured a slug of brownish liquid into the cup. "We're gonna toast your 16th birthday." She chugged down a mouthful and choked at the bitter taste of rum mixed with Coke. "Sorry, should have warned you. I raided my dad's liquor cabinet." He laughed. They passed the flask back and forth, silently contemplating the gray-blue water. By the time they'd finished, a warm wooziness had spread over her. She stood up and stripped off her shorts and shirt, revealing the only bathing suit she possessed, a plain black one-piece. "Race you to the water." They ran, arms windmilling, sending clouds of spray into the air. The freezing water knocked the breath from her, but she was dizzy with excitement and liquor. She combed the water to catch the tiny minnows swimming around her feet. Out in the deeper section, they dove and swam like seals, their bodies slick and wet. At one point, Aiden caught her around the waist and they floated weightlessly, their bodies entwined. His skin tasted of sunshine and the cold mineral smell of the water. "We could live here together. You can get away from your mom and all her scams." She cradled his face in her hands. In her alcoholic haze, he seemed the most precious thing in the world to her. "I want to leave her so bad, but it's tough to get away." "My parents wouldn't care if I left. They're so obsessed with my dead brother, they'd rather love a ghost than a real son." Her heart ached for him. "I love you so much it hurts. You know that," she said, as they plunged underwater. Later, after drying off in the sun, he led her along a winding path through a section of evergreen forest. Insects and birds darted around them. Loons called from the nearby marsh area. Finally, they came upon an old hunting cabin with a stone lintel above a sturdy wooden door. Miraculously, the roof was still intact, even though the siding was cracked and bleached by the elements. Throwing his bike aside, Aiden tried the door, which creaked open onto a single large room. Sunlight streamed in from a grimy cobwebbed window, but there was a rush mat on the floor, a bare wooden table and 2 chairs, as well as a canvas camping bed and a striped lawn chair. "It's furnished," said Ruby, flinging herself into the lawn chair and resting her feet on the camp bed. "So, who owns this place?" "Nobody knows. I think the original owner died and everyone forgot about it." He turned a rusted old tap that spat muddy-looking water into a metal sink. "See? It has water and food." He threw open the wooden cupboards, revealing a collection of old cans with ripped labels. She wrinkled her nose. "I'm pretty sure those are toxic by now." He grinned. "We could take a couple, cook them up for Ida's supper." The air felt damp and chilly. Ruby wrapped her arms around herself. "Seriously, it's getting worse at home. I can't take it. Ida's doing terrible things, and I don't want any part of her scams." He sat on the camp bed at her feet. "You could just say no." It seemed such a simple idea, but he didn't know Ida. "You're right. I'm 16 now. Not a kid anymore. I should just refuse to help her next time she asks." "What's she gonna do? Beat you up?" "She has this way of making you do things. I can't explain it." She couldn't tell him about Ida's threats to take her down, couldn't tell him how Ida's schemes were becoming darker and more devious. She thought of Val and the terrifying egg trick, the exorcism of Earl's spirit from Marcia's house, all those lurking evil spirits they'd conjured up together. "You know you can always come here if you're ever scared," he said, gazing up at her. He looked so innocent. How could he ever really love her if he knew the truth? She felt chilled, needed the warmth of the sun. "I have to go. Ida told me to be back by 6, and I don't think we'll make it." When she burst through the kitchen door at 6:45, her blood was boiling. For sure she was going to tell Ida she was done with the scams, and she never wanted to see the inside of John Grimes's place ever again. The anger had been brewing all the way home as she fantasized about how she'd pack her bags, walk out that night, and never come back, leaving Ida to die a lonely, forgotten old woman. She imagined scenarios where Ida fell down the stairs and bashed her head in, or left the stove on and burned the house down, then wandered confused out into the winter snow and died of hypothermia. It would be payment for all her scheming and lies. Ruby stopped dead at the sight of the kitchen table set with Ida's best china, crystal glasses, and a pink and white iced birthday cake with a big 16 in the center. A box wrapped in silver paper was placed next to a mini bottle of champagne. All the bravado drained from her as she stood in the glow of candlelight, feeling the weight of guilt pressed down on her chest. Maybe Ida had really tried this time, and who was she to judge her mother's actions? After all, she was helping a lonely man out with his senile father. Maybe she was an ungrateful daughter. Maybe it was time to talk reasonably to Ida. Let her know she felt uncomfortable about the Sister Ida stuff. Tell her she preferred not to be a part of it. "Mom?" she called. No response. "Are you upstairs?" She heard the drip, drip of water from the upstairs bathroom. Ida was having a late-night soak. "Thanks for the cake, Mom," she called. Still no answer came. Prickles of fear made goosebumps on her arms. "Mom? Are you okay?" When there was no response, she bounded up the stairs 2 at a time, stopping at the bathroom door. The light was on. Through the frosted glass window, she could make out the dark shape of the tub and the mound of a body in there. "Mom, nice cake. I love it." No answer. Was she sulking? "Sorry, I'm late. We lost track of time." Silence. "Come downstairs, and we'll do the cake, Mom." But the shape didn't move. Ruby tried the door handle. It was open. She slipped inside. Candles flickered at the side of the bathtub. Ida lay immobile, the small mounds of her breasts breaking the surface of the water, her head cradled against her shoulder as if she was sleeping. One white hand gripped the edge of the tub. Blood oozed from 3 or 4 slashes on her wrist. Ruby's stomach somersaulted. She stumbled backward, her hand plastered against her mouth. Somehow, she managed to run into Ida's bedroom, tripping over her feet and the carpet as she staggered toward the bedside phone and called 911. 29. Present day. On the drive back to Stony Brook, Ruby can barely concentrate on the road ahead. If Ida isn't her mother, then who is? And how about Ray? Is he her father? Her stomach clenches until she's forced to pull over onto the gravel shoulder, open the door, and retch until her throat feels raw. Cars fly by, slowing down momentarily, then accelerating on down the road. Who wants puke all over their nice leather seats? Finally, she pulls herself together and resumes the slow drive back to Stony Brook. She pulls into the driveway at an angle, not bothering to straighten up because the front door is ajar. A faint light burns in the window, and someone is moving around the kitchen. Her body goes cold. Has Ida come back? Was the staged suicide just another manipulative stunt of Ida's to bring Ruby back home? She'd done it once before on Ruby's 16th birthday. Ruby cringes at the memory of Ida's bloody wrists hanging over the edge of the bathtub. Ruby could just turn the car around without Ida even seeing her and go back to her quiet English fields, back to the precious work that keeps her mind on an even keel, back to plain old Ruby, the graduate of Durham University, a stellar archaeologist with a shameful but hidden past. But things have changed now she knows Ida isn't her mother. Now there's a new mystery to solve, the identity of her real mother, and she won't allow any of Ida's old meddling clients to stop her from finding out the truth about that. Thoughts swirl around in her head as she tiptoes toward the house, careful not to make too much noise in case it's a break-in and some criminal is rooting around for valuables. She edges along the side wall until she can peek through the kitchen window. A row of brown paper bags sit on the counter, and a small figure darts back and forth, taking out cans and packets and arranging them in the cupboards. It's Marion, making herself at home. In an instant, Ruby feels a wave of childish irritation. Marion was always so smug the way she always tried to suck up to Ida, following her around like a little lapdog, leaping from the chair to take a tea tray, refilling the water jug when Ida held it up, running to get a rag to mop up spilled coffee. She'd done it since childhood, and it always irked Ruby how gently Ida treated her. But Ruby is all grown up now, and understands that a stronger bond has been forged between Marion and Ida since Marcia passed away and left Marion without any family to speak of. But why should she care anymore? She isn't even Ida's daughter. When Ruby strides into the kitchen, Marion swings around, alarm clouding her blue eyes. She places a hand on her heart. "Oh, you gave me a fright. I knocked on the door and waited for you, but you didn't come back, so I used my key. Hope you don't mind." Shutting the door behind her, Ruby scans the place. It's spotless, the scent of bleach cleaner hanging in the air. "Ida gave me a key. I used to do some cleaning for her. She always left the place to be pristine, for the client's sake, you know?" Ruby chokes back her annoyance at the intrusion. "You know Ida doesn't live here anymore. It's only me. And I'm able to look after myself perfectly well. You don't need to put yourself out anymore." It's no trouble," she says, glancing from the bags to the pantry. "I mean, I heard how Mrs. Wagner called you out at the store, and how they told you to never go back there, so I thought I'd help you out." Geez, I'd forgotten about the Stony Brook Gossip Network. She shrugs the misshapen shoulder and smiles. "Guess when you're away so long you forget how petty small-town life can be." Ruby reaches into her purse and fishes out a bunch of 20s. "Here, take this, Marion. No need to spend your own money on me." She shakes her head. "Oh, no, it's okay. Ida set up an account for me to buy things for the house, so I was already in the habit of getting in the groceries. She was always too busy looking after her special clients when she wasn't traveling." No wonder Ida's debts skyrocketed. The money's been leaching out in all directions, and a whole lot of the scamming money is still unaccounted for. But it's entirely possible Marion has no idea about Ida's finances, so Ruby tries to soften her tone to break the bad news. "Look, Marion, I'm sorry to do this, but now Ida's gone, I don't need you to come here again. I'm packing up the house and the business. I also have to sort out Ida's finances, and the police will close her accounts. The truth is, she's up to her neck in debt, and I can't afford to pay you anymore. Marion clutches the top of a paper bag, twisting the paper until it rips. I don't understand. What will I do? Ruby sighs. She doesn't need more complications after everything she's learned tonight. Her brain is fried from trying to process the reality that she'd lived her first 18 years with a woman who wasn't even her mother. So why is she feeling any responsibility to clean up the chaos Ida left behind? Don't you have a job? You own your house, and you're young, with a whole future ahead of you. Look at the way you decorated this place. You have an eye for design. Marion shoves the bag of groceries away. A quart of milk topples over, and Ruby lunges to stop it. Marion gathers up her purse. Keep your money and your fake advice. I don't want anything from you. She shoves past Ruby, knocking her elbow in her haste. Hey, take it easy. I have a big mess to sort out here, and I don't need more problems. She turns at the door, livid pink patches on her cheeks. Don't say I didn't try to be friendly. I know you never liked me. You and Aiden always laughed at me, even though I was only trying to help. You could have included me a bit more. Guess you were like all the others. Probably thought I was just a freak. That's not true. You were younger than us, and we were too busy trying to act like rebels. Ruby holds out a hand. I'm sorry, but I'm under a whole lot of stress. Marion backs away, shaking her head. Things were all good before, until Ida disappeared and you came back. You always spoil things. I thought you'd changed, but you're still the same selfish bitch you always were. All good? How the fuck can you say that? Since I left, Ida's been scamming fortunes from a whole lot of vulnerable people. She's ruined lives, divided families. Oh, and did I forget to mention my dad lying bruised and beaten in the upstairs bedroom? And the bedridden old guy rotting away next door while she siphoned off all his savings? She was only trying to help them all, says Marion, her face reddening. Your dad was a junkie, and the other guy was a drunk. She found him lying in the doorway of some beer parlor in Great Falls. Ida saved him. By remortgaging his house and emptying his bank accounts, would she have helped him if he was broke? She did it out of the goodness of her heart. Ida never helped anyone for free. You don't understand, says Marion, backing away. You never appreciated her gifts. You just ran away and left her. What kind of a daughter does that? Her gifts? My gifts, you mean? Ruby yells. She relied on what I felt, on what I saw when it came to the spirits. She was a big fake. Marion's eyes are wild. She always said you were a liar, and she was right. Fuck you, Marion. Fuck right off. Marion backs through the open door just as Claire appears on the front step. Marion stops dead, takes one look at her, then stomps away down the gravel path. Claire turns to watch her. What's all that about? Ruby beckons Claire inside. Just a disagreement about boundaries. Looks a little more intense than that. Ruby shrugs and closes the door behind her. This town is way too claustrophobic for me. I hear you, says Claire. She's dressed more casually, in narrow-fitting jeans, a black t-shirt, and zippered sweater. You off duty? She nods. An hour ago, but I thought you deserved some answers, and I didn't want to give them over the phone. Ruby opens the fridge and feels an immediate stab of guilt. It's fully stocked with fruit, vegetables, meat, and even a 6-pack of beer. I really need a drink. Want one? She holds a cold beer out to Claire. Sure, since I'm technically off duty. They sit in the living room. Ruby chugs back half the bottle of beer, then leans her back against the seat and exhales. Relaxes. Claire perches in the chair opposite. I understand the news might have shocked you, but I just want to let you know that the DNA results prompted us to do some digging into Ida's early life to see exactly who we're dealing with. And what did you find? Claire's smile seems tired, even resigned. We did a census search based on Ida's birth certificate. It was tough to find a whole lot of info because her family were drifters, carnies who moved from one town to the next, but they did register the births of most of their kids. Seems Ida was the youngest of 6, 3 boys, 3 girls. Dad was a carnival worker, most likely operated a ride or some kind of game booth. Mom is listed as a homemaker and seamstress.
But here's the interesting part. We found an obscure ad for The Little Songbird, toddler singing protege. She holds out her phone for Ruby to see. Looks like Ida had a budding singing career going by the time she was 4. Ruby frowns. Never heard her sing ever. Guess she got a taste for the limelight. Looks like she struck out on her own when she hit her teens, and it seems like she had a juvenile record, singing underage in a bar in downtown Seattle. Cops moved in to apprehend her, and she did a runner. Stole all the night's takings, threw acid in the boss's face, then disappeared right off the map. No more mentions of Ida the Songbird anywhere. You think she crossed the border into Canada? Claire nods. This screwed-up woman somehow found her way to a remote little commune in the middle of Saskatchewan. And that's where Ray comes in, but he can't remember anything. Ione thought she might have a go at talking to Ray. She says old memories are usually the ones best preserved. If she hypnotizes him, he might remember something from the commune days. I want to be there watching. Can you arrange it? She feels the fluttering of anticipation in her gut. Is she afraid of what she might learn about those first years of her life? I'll ask and get back to you. Thanks. Claire drains the last of her beer and stands up. Right. I just wanted to look in to see that you're okay. Also to let you know we don't have any more leads on Ida's whereabouts, and we haven't found a body yet, so the whole thing is still up in the air. But the bloody shirt is at the lab now and may be another valuable piece of evidence to support our murder theory. Or kidnapping? You think Ida's still alive? Ruby shrugs. I don't care now. She's not my mother. I just want to go back to my life and my work. Is that where you were headed when I called you? She nods. You talked to Detective Butler? What if I did? Listen to me, Ruby. Aiden tends to over-dramatize things, that's all I'm going to say, so you're better off listening to me and sticking around a while. You're saying I'm not in any danger? Claire shakes her head. Not that I know of. Is there anything you're hiding from me? I came here to keep you up to date with all the developments. I've been upfront with you from the start. She wants to believe Claire, but that means Aiden is keeping secrets from her, something he's learned himself outside of the investigation. Should she tip Claire off about it? But she stays quiet. Doesn't want to get Aiden into trouble. She's caused enough problems for him over the years. Claire stands up. Gotta get going. I'll be in touch soon. Ruby holds the door open. The night is warm and breezy. An owl hoots somewhere in the distance. One thing I wanted to ask you. Why wasn't Marion arrested along with Ida? Claire shakes her head. Sorry, I can't tell you any specifics about that case. It's still pending, and there's always a chance it could be resumed if Ida shows up alive. But we believe Marion knows more than she's letting on. Likes to make out she's an innocent bystander, when we suspect she was Ida's right-hand person. Too bad we can't prove that. She was nowhere to be found when we raided. Later, when we questioned her, she said she'd got a job at the dollar store downtown and had cut down her dealings with Ida. The store manager confirmed she was hired January of last year, but that didn't prevent her slipping over here at night. Ruby leans against the doorpost. How many other victims were there before the current one? I mean, before she was caught? We're just piecing that together, but you have to appreciate that it's difficult to get those people to come forward. Many of them are too embarrassed to admit they got taken in, and some are actually too ill to talk if they're not dead already. But I'd say over the last 20 years, she's hit on at least 10 different families. Ruby exhales. I know how Ida works. She blazes into their lives and leaves a trail of devastation. It was slow agony living with her. I can't imagine, she says, giving a little wave before getting into her car. Ruby watches her leave, then waits a while longer, looking out at the empty lane. It's clear Ida's schemes escalated after Ruby left. The girl who threw acid in her boss's face went on to inflict severe mental and physical harm on her victims. She glances up at the sky, and the moon hanging low in the distance, illuminating the pile of stones and rubble that used to be Broken Tree Ranch. She's avoided looking at that place since she arrived. Doesn't want to think about the events that unfolded there just before she escaped Stony Brook. The leaves rustle on the big elm tree. She shivers. Feels like someone's skulking around there. She imagines Ida watching her, laughing at the mess she's left her in. She pulls back into the house, slams the door shut, and double bolts it. Something tells her Ida isn't dead. Something more than just a hunch. She can sense her. Feel that she's still here, somewhere, alive and still scheming like she always did. 30. Stony Brook, 1990s. One freezing February night, Ruby woke to the sound of gravel hitting her window. She pulled the curtains aside. Dressed in a thin hoodie, Aiden stood below, shivering. He waved her down. She tiptoed onto the landing, stopping to listen for the low growl of Ida's snoring. Satisfied, she crept downstairs and threw her parka over her nightdress, slipped on her boots, and went out through the back door. An icy wind cut across her face, and her breath plumed out ahead of her. It was far below zero. Aiden leaned against the wall, blowing on his hands. "Are you crazy?" said Ruby. "You'll freeze out here." He kicked his toe into the gravel. "Don't feel anything. Got my hoodie zipped up." "You want to borrow my dad's old parka?" He shook his head and dug his hands into his pockets. "Nah, that's too creepy. I hear your mom tried to top herself last summer." She shrugged. "Who told you that?" "My mom knows everyone around here. One of her friends is a nurse over in Great Falls. They talk a whole lot." "I'm scared she'll try it again." She bumped her face against his shoulder. His body loosened up, slumped into hers. His arms closed around her. "She's got a crapload of pills in her bathroom cabinet. I don't trust her." "Is that why you don't come out riding anymore?" he said, his breath tickling her hair. "I hate her, but I worry for her at the same time." "How is that possible?" she said, looking up into his face. He planted a soft kiss on her lips. "I know what you mean. I feel the same about my crazy family. They drive me nuts, but they're my blood. I have to stick by them. That's why I had to come and talk to you, face to face." A tremor of fear passed through her. "Is something wrong?" He took her shoulders, holding her at arm's length so he could look her in the eyes. "Ever since I was a kid, my parents have been saving so I could go to college. I can't let them down. And since it's our grad year, I've been sending applications out to schools, one in Missoula and a couple of places out of state. I want you to think about coming with me. We could go to school together. Maybe we can work part-time and share our own place. It'd be an adventure. The two of us, together, away from this shithole, away from her." Tears pressed at the back of her eyes. It was a beautiful dream, but impossible. Ida had too much on her. She'd ruin her life. "She'd never let me go, I know it. She'd cause all kinds of problems. I don't know what she's capable of. You can't let her control you for the rest of your life. Just promise me you'll ask. I'll go with you to the counselor tomorrow. We'll get the application forms and fill them out together. We can do it on our breaks." "You really think we could?" "Once you're 18, you can do what the hell you want, and if you get a scholarship, you won't need her." She held his icy hands, kissed the fingers. "Okay, let's do it. But don't say anything to her yet. She'll try to stop you. She's messing with your head. It's called emotional blackmail." She looked down at the thin crust of ice on the surface of the water bucket. "It's like she wants to own me." He turned her face to his. "Don't let her get to you, please. I need you too." A light went on in an upstairs window. "I gotta go. See you at school." He kissed her, then disappeared off into the bushes. The light went off, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Next day, she came home from school with a sheaf of scholarship and college applications in her backpack. Gloria Jensen, dressed in her ratty old parka, was in the living room talking to Ida. Ruby listened in for a while as Gloria begged her to lower the prices, give a better deal to a loyal customer, but Ida wouldn't budge. Ida inspected her manicured nails, glancing occasionally at Gloria. "If I do that for you, Gloria, I have to do it for everyone. I mean, I have a family to feed too, and these things I do for you, they don't come cheap. They take a terrible toll on my mind and my body. I lay my soul bare for you. And now you want bargain prices? I'm not selling lawn care services here, you know." Gloria stormed out,
tears streaming down her face. Ruby watched, cringing in the back porchway as she swung the back door open, then turned around. "I feel sorry for you, kid. Your mom's a ruthless, unfeeling bitch." Ruby slunk into the kitchen where Ida was stacking dishes in the sink. "Ignore her," said Ida. "She's a fool with no class. There's a sandwich on the counter for you. Val's coming in 20 minutes. Then we've got an important consult with John Grimes afterward." But I have homework," said Ruby, plunking her heavy backpack onto a chair. "You'll do it later," said Ida, bustling off to get the dining table set up for the sessions. Ruby took the sandwich and a can of pop and ran upstairs. There would be no getting out of tonight. Ida believed John Grimes was sitting on a mountain of cash, and she meant to get her claws into as much of it as she could. She'd already begun to infiltrate his life, helping him care for his father, giving advice on his finances, and offering the kind of friendship the old guy probably hadn't encountered in years. And Val was still an eager customer, over at least twice a week, probably burning through all the life insurance money from her late husband's policy. Ida had wormed her way into Val's family history and convinced Val that her deceased father's mental problems stemmed from a curse that caused the hay bale accident. Then he'd shot himself in the face after a year in a wheelchair. Everyone knew about the terrible time Val and her mom had with his crazy rages in the time leading up to the suicide. Later, they sat at the dining table. It was already dark outside, the sky inky black with no trace of the moon. Ruby wished she hadn't eaten the sandwich. Her stomach felt off. The candles flickered around her, breaking reality into fleeting dream fragments. Faces caught in the burst of a camera flash. Ida's voice droned in the background. "Evil spirits are drawn to troubled people. Your father's soul was damaged from all his suffering. He became an agent of evil, and in the end those spirits drove him to destroy himself in the most horrible way, by one gunshot to the mouth. But now the malicious spirits that possessed him during those months of madness have moved on. They want to hurt you now." Candlelight flooded Val's face. She grimaced in pain, and her hands trembled. Ruby felt the tap-tap of her knee jerking under the table. Ida's voice escalated. "Take Ruby's hand. She can see things I can't. Let her draw the spirit out." Ruby pulled her hand back, her throat seized with fear. The images that flooded her mind were sharper, more real than before. She scrunched her eyes shut. "Don't want to. Please." "You see, Val, even a young girl senses when bad spirits are present. Take her hand." Val's hand darted out and grasped Ruby's. Skin touched skin, and Ruby's mind went blank. Slowly, images flashed like old film clips into her consciousness. A man bent over a desk, howling, fingers twisting, the knuckles white from the force of tearing at the white hair. A drawer creaking open. Inside, the glint of metal. A stubby silver revolver with a black handle. Hard metal into soft mouth tissue, the lips closing around the barrel. A low, moaning sound before the click of the safety. A sudden sound like a popped balloon, bloodied flesh exploding, ripping, slapping against the white walls. The sweet charcoal stink of cordite, and a thin line of smoke spiraling into the air above the bloodied mass of skin that was once his face. A large blowfly buzzing in from the field and landing on the oozing flesh. Evil, filthy, laying its eggs. Ruby blinked her eyes. Val and Ida were staring at her. Sweat dripped down her face and she gasped for breath. She rubbed her eyelids to wipe away the horrible image emblazoned in her head. She couldn't draw a breath. Something dark and terrible was pushing on her chest, and she knew she would die if she didn't get away from the table. "Do something! She's choking!" screamed Val. Ida smacked Ruby's back. "Go get water, kid!" Ruby staggered away, her head still reeling from the visions. She ran the cold water and doused her face. When she switched the tap off, she heard Ida giving Val the hard sell. "Now you've got cast iron proof, I'll only charge you 1,000 to remove the negative curse preventing you from meeting Mr. Right. Then you need to withdraw 2,000 from the bank and sleep with it under your pillow, along with a picture of yourself and a dozen red roses beside you."
If you feel the curse is gone and you meet a suitable new man, you'll pay me the $2,000. Ruby ran outside. Freezing air hit her face, shocking her back to reality. This time some kind of transformation had happened. She'd felt his pain in every cell of her body, as if she'd taken the bullet herself. She bent double, clutching her gut, and slid to the ground, hugging her knees. Something had gouged its way through her and squeezed her heart. How could she see all those details? True, Ida fed her a story, but how could she feel these visions at a visceral level? How could she truly understand why a man might put a gun in his mouth and pull the trigger if she wasn't actually channeling his spirit? She wanted to throw up, cast those spirits out. She stumbled to her feet at the sound of a truck approaching. A car door opened, then shut, and John Grimes dragged his feet uncertainly across the gravel track in a pair of fancy cowboy boots. The front door opened beside her, and Val, looking composed and calmer now, stepped out into the night. "See you Friday," she said to Ida, who was hovering in the doorway. "Don't forget the roses," said Ida. John gaped at Val in her tan leather jacket and skinny jeans.
"Girl like you needs at least 24 red roses once a week."
Ida was barely able to disguise the way her mouth turned down at the corners. "John Grimes, meet Val Wagner."
"A pleasure to meet you. I sure hope we'll meet again,"
he said with a shallow bow. Ruby noted Val's coy smile, how she glanced at him from under lowered lashes and said, "Mighty nice to meet you, too. Old-fashioned gentlemen are so hard to find these days." How could these two grown women fight for the attention of this decrepit old guy? And now Ida was rubbing her chin and probably wondering how she could use John's obvious attraction to Val to make money. Ruby knew that look. Ida would never accept defeat. She always found a way to turn it to her advantage. 31. Present day. Ruby yawns and takes another sip of black coffee. She can't fall asleep at the wheel, not when she has to get to Ione's office. Today she's hypnotizing Ray, and Ruby's determined to hear what he has to say. 4 hours of broken sleep have left her eyes swollen and sore. She tossed and turned all night, trying to dredge up her earliest memories of the commune, but nothing came to her. No memory of a mother figure or of Ray. Her only images were from Ray's stories of the old days, which were probably a bunch of drug-addled fantasies. Giving up on sleep, she'd cracked open her laptop and Googled the location of the commune, which was supposedly somewhere up in northern Saskatchewan. Ray had always talked about somewhere called Ness Creek, which, according to the website, still holds a yearly music festival during the summer. No doubt Ray had found his way there during a hot, idyllic summer, spent the entire time getting high, writing poetry, and ignoring the oncoming winter and the bone-chilling temperatures that made the freezing Montana winters look mild in comparison. What did he do then with a young child? How did they even survive in the killer cold? That question still haunts her as she drives past acres of sunflower fields. How did they survive in temperatures that can cause frostbite on exposed skin in a matter of minutes? She thinks instead about the milder, damper English winters. Nothing so cold that a hot cup of tea and a blazing fire can't fix. She misses it so much her heart aches. She's about 20 kilometers out of the city when Aiden calls. His voice is distant and curt.
"Where are you?"
"Nice greeting. Forgot your manners? I'm heading toward the city."
"Tell me you're going straight to the airport."
"Actually, I have an appointment. Then I'm driving right back to Stony Brook." A long silence follows. "Aiden? Are you still there?"
"You're nuts. I warned you to leave."
"Something important came up. About Ida and me. I need to follow it up, and since you won't be upfront with me about why you're so keen for me to leave, I decided to stick around. Then maybe you'll tell me, if I don't find out myself first." He takes a deep breath.
"You're so stubborn. Why can't you just trust me and believe I'm looking out for you?"
"Cut the BS. Now tell me what you know."
"I can't. Not over the phone. Meet me tomorrow. I have to talk to you in person."
The butterflies start up in her stomach, as they always do when she allows herself to think of Aiden. Living in England, she'd banished him to the back of her mind,
buried all the memories. Now they're flooding back, forcing her to relive the story of her leaving. And she hasn't even reached the worst part, what happened around the time she finally left. Her eyes burn with tears at the memory. Okay, tell me where and when. Come to the Pal around 3, but wait for me around the back. Text me just before you leave. He hangs up before she can respond. The faint city skyline is visible in the distance, almost as far away as her meeting with Aiden, and she longs for the day to fly by so tomorrow comes more quickly. But what does he have to tell her that she doesn't know already? Has he found out about the DNA results? Or did he already know Ida wasn't her mother? How could he possibly know that? Could he know who her real mother is, and he's hiding it from her? A million scenarios fly through her head as she turns from the highway onto the busy road toward downtown. Ione is cool and stylish in a pale gray linen shift. Swimmer's shoulders and swan-like neck give her an effortless kind of elegance and grace. Her serene expression makes Ruby feel immediately at ease. "You sure you want to do this?" she says, crossing her long legs. Ruby nods. "Absolutely. The results of the DNA test just confirmed something I've always suspected, but now I want answers." Her brow furrows. "Why did you think you weren't Ida's daughter?" Ruby chews her lip. It hurts to remember. "I was a very sensitive kid. I felt every slight, every rejection, and Ida always held me at arm's length. When I was little, I do remember some moments of tenderness, but once I got older, I'd catch her in quiet moments just staring at me, as if I was a stranger. She barely touched or hugged me. She claimed her own mother was cold and undemonstrative, but now I know all her stories were a bunch of lies. I don't know if I believe anything she said. Sometimes I felt like I was something she owned, rather than someone who was part of her. Someone to use in her schemes. She treated Marion with more tenderness than me." "You think possibly she responded more sympathetically to Marion's disabilities?" "Maybe. And Marion was so compliant, while I riled Ida up, especially in my teens. Marion tried so hard to be the perfect little girl. I guess Ida appreciated that." Ione's smile lights up her entire face. "So I guess you have a whole lot of questions about who you are." Ruby laughs. "I know who I am. I'm Ruby Carlson, archaeologist and British citizen. I don't need to know anything else." Ione frowns. "But doesn't this new knowledge about you and Ida throw your entire identity into question?" "Meaning what?" "Have you located any actual adoption papers? Maybe you ought to check in with Ed Bloom." "I have a passport and a birth certificate. That's all I need." She bites her tongue. Why is she acting so defensively? Is it because she doesn't want to know the truth about herself? That her real mother didn't want her? Gave her up? Or maybe Ida just took her? None of the options are good. Ione's shoulders slump. "I'm sorry, I just thought that maybe if you're not Ida's heir, then you also wouldn't be liable for her debts." Ruby sighs and feels a faint flush of hope. "Sorry for biting your head off, but you're right. That's definitely worth a visit to Ed Bloom." "Good plan. Now, do you have any questions about today?" "What do you hope to gain from hypnotizing Ray?" "We're trying to retrace Ida's movements as far back as we can. As long as there's no body, we have to keep all options on the table. If she isn't dead, it's possible she's gone back to some place from her past." 15 minutes later, Ruby stands on tiptoe, fingertips touching the two-way glass. Ray's eyelids droop as he falls into a semi-sleep state at the sound of Ione's soothing voice. It's hard to reconcile this frail husk of a man with the dashing guy who danced the Paso Doble and drawn Val Wagner into his spell. Soon her own eyelids start drooping, and she takes a few sips of strong black coffee to stop herself from slipping under. Ione begins her questioning. "Ray, I want you to think back a long time. Remember when you were living up in Saskatchewan in Canada? You were on a commune. Tell me about it." Ray's eyelids flutter. His eyes dart back and forth beneath the papery skin as if he's scanning a wide-open plain. He begins to smile,
and the words spill out in vivid images.
Oh, man, that sure was a time we had there. Peace, love, and freedom. Drink your face off till the moon eyed you up like a poxy-faced whore. Rock on. Me and Skylar was cool. So cool together. Tripping on acid and bennies. And...
Skylar? Who is Skylar? Ray's face falls. A restlessness sets his leg twitching, nervously. His head turns from side to side. He's remembering something bad and painful. Ione's voice is like balm on a sore wound. Skylar? That's a lovely name. Is Skylar your girlfriend or wife?
Skylar's my old lady. My wife. Met in Missoula way back when. Hitchhiked up north together. She says, "Ray, you are the #1 psychedelic hipster dude, and we are gonna farm old Mother Earth together with our flower children on the Ruby Line path to Nirvana."
Ray, did you have kids with Skylar? His wrinkled face cracks into a grin.
Oh, yeah. My Skylar, she's so beautiful. Like an Earth mother. Smart and kind and loving. And we have Ruby, just like her mom. Has the face of an old wise woman. Crow-black hair. So busy, never stops running round the place.
A sob catches in Ruby's throat. Skylar is her real mother's name. A pretty, airy name. It trips off her tongue light as a feather. She wonders if Ray has any pictures of her. Is Ruby your only child? Ray's brows knit, as if he's searching for an answer.
No, Skylar, she's pregnant. She says this one's a boy. I want to call him Little Ray, but she says no. It has to be his own name. Something like Colt or Wolf, something wild and free.
Where is Skylar, Ray? What happened to her?
Excess. I flirted with her, cried with her, and cursed her over my weakness. Too much acid. Tripped out so many times I can't think straight. Can't turn my head away from the speed, the bennies, the buzz.
Ruby's shocked to see tears trickling down Ray's face. Despite his fleeting periods of kindness and caring, deep down, he's a weak, impulsive coward. Always has been. And Ida never stopped reminding him of that. Ione waits a moment, then asks, "Was Ida living on the commune when Skylar was pregnant?" Ray smiles.
Ida? Yes, Ida. What a girl. Showed up out of nowhere. She's a goddess with her long blonde hair. Sings like a bird. She's the Pied Piper with the little kids. They all trail around after her, sit at her feet, begging her to tell stories. Everyone loves her. Me too. And she likes me.
That sounds like typical Ida. Ruby thinks back to when she begged Ida to tell her about her family life. Ida was so good at spinning make-believe stories, but that's all they were, just fantasies. Ray's smile disappears, and his face contorts into a grimace. His legs start to thresh.
You gotta forgive me, Skylar. I was weak. It's my fault.
What happened, Ray? Says Ione. What happened to Skylar? He becomes more agitated. His feet beat against the couch.
I can't stop it. I want to go back and change it all.
He starts gulping for air. Ione looks up at Ruby, shakes her head. Ruby's on her feet and out the door in a matter of seconds. She pushes Ione's office door open. Keep going. I want to hear it all. Don't let up on him now. Okay, says Ione, looking more than a little troubled. Ruby retreats to the observation room, heart beating. She'll make damn sure he keeps going. It's okay, Ray. You're safe here. You can tell us everything. Ray moans a while first, then starts to talk again in a low, mumbling tone.
Me and Ida are in bed. She's made me a drink. Bourbon and Coke. Just how you like it, Ray. I down it, but I want more release. You ready to go tripping, baby? I ask her. She says, sure, Ray. I'll go to the ends of the earth with you. You know I will. So I put a tab of acid on her tongue and one on mine. I close my eyes and swallow. When I look at Ida, she's spitting it out. She's taking a cigarette instead and lighting it. Skylar's lying on the couch near the kitchen. She's 8 months gone, big swollen belly. She's moaning.
Ida says, "Is your old lady sick, Ray? Sounds like she is. Maybe she don't like me being here with you." I tell her Skylar don't mind sharing me 'cause she's out of commission. Ruby grabs at the window ledge to steady herself. So Ida and Ray were making out in the same room as her heavily pregnant mother? Was this what they meant by free love? It seems sick to her now. Ray continues. "That's when I turn on the lava lamp. Great when you're tripping. Colors spread, blood red, purple, then lime green across the walls. It's fucking far out. But Skylar keeps on whining and moaning. She says, Ray, the baby, you gotta help me. But I can't move. Ida's watching me, smiling. Don't know why she's smiling, but my body's like a rock, paralyzed. I think she's put something in my drink. I ask her, Ida, did you just spike my bourbon? But she don't answer. She just keeps on smiling, then drops the lit cigarette onto the bed covers. I try to sit up, but the room's spinning around me. Now the bed covers are on fire, and Ida tells me we have to get out. She pushes me off the bed and onto the floor. Red tongues of fire are all around me. I try to crawl out the door, but the floors are rippling and the flames are live snakes, and Ida grabs my arms and pulls me outside. I'm screaming for Skylar, but Ida says it's no good, she's long gone, and I say, what about the baby? What about little Colt? And she says, he's long gone too. I saw the blood running down her legs. We gotta get Ruby now. Ruby's eyes hurt from holding back tears. Is Ray remembering this right? Did Ida deliberately set the place on fire and leave her pregnant mother and unborn child to die in there? If it's all true, then how could he stay with her all those years? Ione's eyes are dark and scared, but she persists. Thank God she keeps going. Ruby keeps expecting her to pull the plug on the session. So where's Ruby, Ray? What happened to her? A smile plays across his face as he remembers. She must have run outside when she smelled the smoke. She's out there in the field just sitting on the grass and singing, and the ashes are falling like snowflakes all around her. Ida scoops her up into her arms and says, Don't cry, little baby. I'm your mama now. I'll take care of you. Ruby stands up, her knuckles white on the mirror ledge. Air. She needs air. She turns and runs, throws the door open and doesn't stop until she's out in the street, her head still reeling from all she's just heard. 32. Stony Brook, 2000s. By the time grad rolled around, word had spread throughout Stony Brook that Ida had milked her loyal customers of the bulk of their savings. So there were no new clients to be had locally, but her work with John was going so well that she decided to expand the business in a new direction. She put ads in the Great Falls newspapers for spiritual cleansing and clearing the romantic heart chakra to make way for genuine true love. Inquiries started to stream in from a wider area, and soon she was talking about renting premises in the city. Folk here in Stony Brook are small fry. I gotta spread my wings, but I need cash. Investors. Someone that believes in me. That someone was John Grimes, who was apparently sitting on a small fortune with his acres of prime grassland, an old but expansive house, and several rental properties in town. Ruby was amazed Ida had the nerve to walk around Stony Brook without worrying about her safety, but Ida simply dismissed all the haters. Spiteful gossips. They're jealous of any woman that makes something of herself. But Ruby sensed more hostile glances directed her way when she went into the stores on Main Street. For that reason, she started riding to outlying towns to shop, and the urge to leave Stony Brook grew stronger each day. She finally summoned up the courage to ask Ida the question about college, as she'd promised Aiden she would, thinking maybe Uncle Hugh's plan to hide away in England wouldn't be necessary if Ida would just let her go to Montana State with Aiden. Ida was in her bedroom rifling through her closet, sorting through boxes and throwing junk into a garbage bag. After Ruby asked her about going to college, Ida cursed and slammed a box onto the floor. Damn it! You think I can let you go now? Do you know how much it costs to keep this godforsaken place going? This old house eats up every penny of my spare cash.
It's a struggle just to keep my head above water, and I have commitments. My clients depend on me." "You mean John Grimes and his father?" Her eyes blazed with fury. "You've been snooping, asking questions where you shouldn't. There's a whole lot you don't know about me, Missy, so just stay out of matters that don't concern you and be happy you have clothes on your back, food on your plate, and a roof over your head. Some folks don't have those luxuries." Ruby dug her toe into the rug. "You're always over at his place now. You don't need me anymore, and Marion's dying to help you." She planted both hands on her hips. "You think a crippled kid can replace you? I need you more than ever now that Val Wagner's got her hooks in where she shouldn't." "What difference does that make?" Ida glared at Ruby so hard that her insides withered. "I've got plans to expand the business, and now you're almost done school. You'll be a big part of it. This whole dating and romance angle is a big moneymaker." Ruby's stomach tightened. "What about my life, my education, the things I want to do?" Ida clamped her hands hard on her hips, so her bony elbows jutted out. "You have no clue about life, how tough it is for a woman without money. I'm trying to set you up with a steady income, make you independent so you don't answer to anybody." Ruby stared at the cracks in the floorboards, searching for the right argument, something to convince Ida she was wrong. "But I have other dreams." She hovered over Ruby, sending out heady wafts of rose perfume. "Like what?" I like history," she said in a mousy kind of voice. Ida tossed her head back. "Think you can pay the bills with that? You'd better smarten up and listen to me, kid. If you want to get somewhere in life, you need cash, not student debt. Money talks and it opens doors." Ida's sickly sweet perfume was as nauseating as her logic. Ruby persisted. "But what's the problem with Val being John's friend? I thought you were trying to set her up with someone. That's what you're always promising her. You call yourself educated, but you've got no smarts about people and the way they work. I can't let her worm her way into his life. Then he'll be spending all his money on her, and she'll be in charge. She's the clingy type. She won't let go once she's got her claws into him." "But I thought he liked you. He bought you stuff." She sniffed and turned away. Ruby had touched a nerve. "I'm not his type." "Meaning what?" "I'm pushing 50, way too old for him." "But he's got to be close to 60, maybe older." Ida clapped a hand over her forehead. "Oh, God, you're so dumb! Do I have to spell it out for you?" A cold realization was slowly dawning on Ruby, one that she prayed wasn't true. "Yes, you do. He likes younger stuff. That's why he's going after Val. But I have something better than her. I have you. And now you're 17, almost 18. Ruby backed away. "You're sick, trying to pimp me out to a creepy old man?" Ida's eyes burned. "You kids and your filthy slang. Don't be an idiot. I'm just asking you to spend time with him, talk to him, listen to his story like you're interested in what he has to say. And then what, go on dates? Cozy up to him? String the old guy along until he opens his wallet?" "Maybe." "And how far should I go? Tease him a bit? Let him touch me? Stroke his wrinkled old dick? Get him so hot for me he'll do anything I say?" Ida's hand shot out and cracked across Ruby's face. "You're disgusting." Sparks flared in Ruby's head. "No, you're the revolting one. And you know you can't make me do this. Like you say, I'm almost 18. I'll be an adult." She placed herself squarely in front of Ruby. "You'll do exactly as I say. If you don't, I'll make your life hell. I already told my doctor that you walk in your sleep and see things that aren't there. That you have no friends and run wild with some good-for-nothing boy. It wouldn't take much to get you put away somewhere. I could cause you a whole heap of trouble. Cooperate with me. Play nice with John, and everything can stay just as it is. You're sick and twisted. How do you live with yourself?" "Fine, actually," she said, shrugging as she turned away and reached for more boxes. Ruby backed away, wondering if those were just idle threats. Surely Ida wouldn't want to draw any kind of attention to herself, now she was trying to expand the business. But Ruby was still shaken to the core. Ida was even more unhinged than she'd realized to use such a twisted form of coercion. There was no telling what she would do next. and there was no question in Ruby's mind that she had to get far away, somewhere Ida could never find her, somewhere nobody else knew about, not even Aiden. Uncle Hugh's advice to go to England was her only way out. In the weeks following the row, there was an upswing in business, so Ida was more distracted than ever, a good thing for Ruby, who lived in a state of constant fear that Ida would find out about the careful plans she was making to get away from Stony Brook. That included waiting for her passport to arrive. The only downside was that Aiden didn't know about the plan. They'd always trusted each other and been totally honest about everything. He'd be crushed that she'd kept it a secret from him. But he'd made firm plans to go to Montana State at Bozeman to study criminology, and Ruby loved him enough not to want him to change his plans or saddle him with all her problems. She convinced herself she'd make it up to him, send word once she was safely away from Stony Brook, and maybe one day they'd be together, once they sorted their lives out. The whole passport process had taken major planning. She'd forged Ida's signature on a note that approved of the application, then stolen Ida's driving license and photocopied it at school. She rode her bike to the passport office in Great Falls, put on some of Ida's makeup in the bathroom to make herself look older. Then she sat for 2 hours, sweating and worrying that someone would spot the forgery. Luckily, a harried officer had rushed through the questions and verification of ID, and everything had been stamped and sent off. A month later, she started getting up at the crack of dawn to watch for the mailman. In the meantime, during lunch hours at school, she used the library computer and researched exactly how much it would cost to get to London, Heathrow, and then north by train to Durham. With each session, she grew more excited by the quaint and unfamiliar names of places she'd soon be traveling through. In a moment of rare generosity, a week before the senior prom, Ida handed her a $100 bill and told her to buy herself a gown. Ruby took the money reluctantly and headed to the mall wondering what Ida's angle was. She'd never handed over anything for free. The sales clerk at the dress store produced a sugar-pink halter-necked chiffon gown and said the color was a great contrast with Ruby's dark hair and tanned shoulders. She advised her to clip her hair back with a diamond clip and make sure to buy matching pale pink lipstick. She even wrote down the brand and color, so Ruby felt obliged to buy it, even though she never put a lick of makeup on her face. Other parents were probably going to the grad dance as volunteers to chaperone, but Ruby didn't want Ida anywhere near the place. Since she wouldn't be content to stay on the sidelines, she'd probably collar Aiden and sweep him onto the dance floor. Try to teach him the foxtrot or some other stupid ballroom dance while everyone else was living it up to Avril Lavigne or Blink-182. Ballroom dancing was a joke to most kids, and Ida would definitely try to show off her moves, all the while smirking at Ruby with her lipstick-covered mouth. Later, at home, Ruby spread the dress out on the bed and pulled out an old pair of silver sandals that used to be Ida's dancing shoes. She set them on the floor, then pulled out her old box of treasures from under the bed. Inside was a small roll of money she'd saved, hidden underneath pebbles and feathers she'd gathered on her bike rides with Aiden. Also, a purple Disney hairband Ray bought her when she was 7, and the envelope Uncle Hugh had handed her the day he left for the hospital. She'd read it a few times already, but now that the idea of leaving home had become a reality, she turned it in her palm, considering the words again. Dearest Ruby, one day I hope you'll find the courage to leave Ida. Eventually you'll find out what kind of woman she is. I hope one day your father comes home and finds the backbone to tell you the truth about her. When you're ready to leave, go far away. I have a chess friend in England, in a city called Durham. He's a professor at the university there, and he'll offer you a safe place to stay until you sort yourself out. He and his wife will look after you. Their details are on the back of this letter. He tells me the university there is top-notch. Don't waste time. Leave quietly and disappear. Don't let anyone know where you are. Don't trust anyone. I know you'll make the most of your life. That's the dream that kept me going on the many days I felt low. So be brave. Embrace change and live a wonderful, carefree life. You deserve it. All my love to you, my dearest niece, Uncle Hugh. His words put a fire inside her. She had the passport lined up, but did she have enough cash to get her a plane ticket to England And a train ride up to Durham? She doubted it. She'd have to find the money elsewhere. But whatever it took, she'd do it. 33. Present day. The sky looks ominous when Ruby pulls up outside the PAL. Dark clouds are brewing in the distance, threatening a massive prairie downpour. She parks at the edge of the parking lot. At least they can go inside if there's a storm. She spots Aiden, leaning against the back wall. His head is bowed. One hand massages his forehead, while the other scrolls through his phone. He looks troubled, as if he's burdened with worry or maybe guilt. Ruby sidles up to him and leans against the wall beside him. Any reason why we're not cozied up inside? He pockets his phone. I wanted a private word, and let's just say this venue is a personal favorite of mine. A whole lot of good memories come along with this wall. He taps the stucco and smiles. Her heart lifts. She feels the charge of anticipation. One step closer, and she'll be submerged, overwhelmed by the mix of feelings raging inside her. Shame and guilt about how she helped Ida prey on his mother's grief, but also memories of the sweetest lover she's ever known, standing barely a finger's length away from her. So close she can study the familiar curve of his lips and the light gleaming in his sleepy eyes. When they were teenagers, she told him he had the look of a satisfied cat, something about the slight downturn of his eyes at the outer edges, and the lazy way he'd gaze at her from under half-lowered eyelids. Now, she can almost trace the jagged white scar that nicks his eyebrow and crisscrosses the line of his cheekbone like a dribble of milk, a memento of grad night. The events of that time are alive in her head, and so near the surface they feel real. There you go again, he says. She blinks. What? Drifting off into yourself. You haven't changed. Give me a chance and I'll prove I have, she laughs. Did I tell you last time I saw you that you look great? Not that I remember. But hey, I'm old. Late 30s. Almost middle-aged. Me too. Gotta fight the dreaded paunch, he says, patting his flat abdomen. The temperature is in the low 90s. Heavy, humid air makes the trees shimmer. The occasional pickup truck pulls in, its driver heading inside for an icy after-work beer. She wonders how long before the skies break and all hell lets loose. Seems like Aiden is holding back whatever he has to say. She turns to him. You heard about the DNA test, didn't you? He swallows and nods, averting his eyes. You always said you weren't hers, so now you know you were right. But who am I? And whose am I? She says, placing her hand on the wall above his head. Do you know and you're not telling me? He shakes his head. Why don't you ask Ray about that? How come he never said anything? He tips his head back and closes his eyes. She leans in close to whisper. I was going to, but he's too far gone. He was in a terrible state when the cops found him. She damn near killed him. She stops short of filling him in about yesterday's session with Ray. For some reason, she wants to keep it close until she can find out more, but a rush of feelings crowd into her throat. She reaches for his hand, brushes his fingers with hers. I never meant to leave you the way I did. I always wanted to explain, tell you what happened the night I left, but I was scared. I couldn't risk Ida finding out where I was headed. He nods. Everything was so screwed up, but I think I understand now why you had to leave so quickly, considering everything Ida was up to. Ruby hangs her head. That's definitely part of it, but there's also a whole lot of other stuff you don't know about that time. Then why don't you tell me? Get it off your chest. You've probably been dragging it around with you all these years. She bites her lip. I can't. Not yet. He waits for more, and for a second she considers unloading all her secrets, but bites her lip before speaking. She can't bring herself to remember the horrible details, not yet. She might risk losing him again. So, what other news do you have for me? I already know Ida isn't my mother. He sighs, chews his lip. Okay, here goes. When the investigation first started, we took routine DNA from everyone who'd had any kind of run-in with Ida, anyone who'd used her services. Guess we were looking for people who might have had a motive to harm her. Heck, even my dad gave a sample. He stops and looks at her with an expression of dread. I shouldn't be telling you this, it's confidential. I only know about it because I have friends in the department who keep me up to date with all the latest developments. But I know Claire won't tell you, and I want you to know as much as possible so you're safe, so you can look out for yourself.
She squeezes his hand. Okay, go ahead. I can take it.
Well, after they established that you're not related to Ida, they checked her DNA against all the others they had and found a match. You'll never guess who it is. Your little friend Marion.
She drops her hand. Her mind hurtles back to the past. Images of Marion following Ida around the kitchen, fondling the gold chain Ida gave her. Marion jumping to attention when Ida asked her to serve the tea or plate the cookies, or attempting to disguise her hunched shoulder with a draped shawl. So Marion is Ida's daughter?
There's a good chance she is, but I haven't seen the actual report.
She looks around the quiet parking lot, at the looming gray clouds, hears the low buzz of conversation and the tinkling of background music coming from the bar. It doesn't make sense. Surely I'd remember Ida being pregnant.
Think about it. You were around 2 years old when they brought you here, too young to even realize, especially if she'd kept it hidden.
Ruby paces in a small circle, her mind alive with questions. Marion's around 3 years younger than me. It makes sense time-wise, and I've always suspected a deeper relationship between them. She and Ida became closer after I left. They redecorated the house together and traveled a whole lot.
When I came back from police training, Mom told me Marion was Ida's new assistant.
I wonder if she knew. I mean, did Ida tell her the truth after I left?
She's never let on, and you know Stony Brook. Everyone would have gossiped about it.
What about Marcia? Did she know? And why didn't Earl want anything to do with Marion when he could actually be her father?
Do you know that for sure?
No, but I wouldn't put it past Ida to have a thing with someone else's husband. Ida craved any attention she could get, but I can't figure out why she would have given up her own daughter. Aiden shrugs.
I know as much as you do about that.
He shoves his hands into his jeans pockets and leans sideways against the wall.
Something else. You know, Marcia died under very suspicious circumstances.
I heard it was severe food poisoning, botulism, from some home-canned vegetables.
That was the official line, but besides the tainted beets, the toxicology report showed traces of an unusual substance, a natural but toxic herb, water hemlock.
You think someone poisoned her?
Marion's line was that her mom often foraged for herbs and wild greens, then experimented with cooking them. The case didn't go any further.
Ruby's mind races. Seems Stony Brook is a real nest of hornets, and they're only just scratching the surface. You're thinking Marion might have killed Marcia? He sighs.
I'm thinking Marion might have had a little help from someone.
Ida? Her brain shoots into top gear. Was it really an accidental death? Or could Ida be capable of murder? Or was Marion the poisoner? Aiden puts a steady hand on Ruby's shoulder, bringing her back to the present.
Claire wouldn't listen to my crazy theories. She doesn't know these people like I do. You have to have lived among them to understand the level of sickness and secrecy.
A sudden pain shoots across her temples. This is all too much. Like a jigsaw we have to piece together, and then it'll make sense. They stand for a few moments, hands clasped together. The need for him almost bowls her over. Why did you want to meet out here? Why not inside? You don't want to be seen with me?
Maybe, but no.
He shakes his head.
It's not like that. I have my reasons.
She tears her hands away just as the first drops of rain land on her face. You're keeping something else from me. I know you are. Maybe you're just like all the others. You think I'm a fucking scam artist like Ida. You know I couldn't do anything to stop her.
No, it's not like that. It has to do with keeping you safe and keeping myself in the loop. I may be off the investigation, but I haven't stopped digging to find answers. I need to make sure people still trust me, and I have certain hunches that I'm following. I just wanted you out of the way in case there's trouble. That's all I can say. Please, believe me.
The first rumblings of thunder grumble in the distance. Fat raindrops land on her face. She wipes one from his face. He taps the tip of her nose, then leans in and kisses her,
his lips soft and gentle. I have to get back to work, but I promise I'll come around to your house, soon. She clings to him, relieved to smell the clean, soapy scent of his skin, feel the way their bodies fit together so easily. She kisses the length of the scar on his cheek. He holds her at arm's length. Whoever you turn out to be, you know I'm the one who always loved you. He breaks away too suddenly, then sprints across the parking lot to his car. Later, when it's almost dark and the rain has stopped, she pours herself a tall gin and tonic, settles into the leather armchair, and opens her laptop. One of the genealogical sites she's used before in her line of work has more explicit information about Ida's family. Born to Irina Roschuk of Bismarck, North Dakota, her father, Ted Kelly, the carnival worker, is also listed, as well as an older brother named Rolf. She's just making a note of Rolf's name when she hears a scraping sound coming from outside. She immediately thinks about calling Aiden, but realizes she has to sort this whole mess out for herself. Stop relying on other people to rescue her. She switches off the lights and goes to the back window, pulls up the blinds just enough to see a dark shape huddled over the part of the garden that used to be the pumpkin patch, but is now a mess of weeds and tangled vines. Obscured by darkness, the person scrabbles in the mud with their bare hands. Shoving her phone into her pocket in case she has to call 911, she grabs the nearest wooden candlestick, edges the back door open, and creeps out along the path. Whoever is trespassing on her property will never see her coming. The closer she approaches, the more frantic the digging becomes. It's a woman. She's muttering to herself. He's here. He's under here. I know he is. She inches closer until she's looking down at Val Wagner on her knees in the dirt, clawing through the undergrowth. She touches her shoulder. Val, what the hell are you doing here? Val twists her body to look upwards, her face streaked with mud. Don't you know he's here? She killed him and buried him here. I always saw her hanging around this spot. The spirits told me where to dig. They're always with me. Val, you're imagining things. Ray's alive. There's nothing here, no spirits. It was all fake. We made it up. I'm going to call your mother to come and get you. I know he's here. She did it. She kept it all secret, she says, stumbling to her feet. And don't tell Mom. She'll send me away. I don't want to go. I want to stay. The closer Ruby advances, the further Val backs away. I'm so sorry for what we did to you, Val. You have to stop thinking about spirits. Get help from a doctor. There's medication that can help. No help. Don't need it. Leave me alone. She turns and takes off, disappearing into the thick stand of pines bordering the property. Ruby runs after her, afraid she'll run blindly onto the highway, straight into the path of some passing truck. Breathless, she breaks through the line of trees. Val runs alongside the highway, stumbling across the gravel shoulder. A man's shape looms out of the darkness. Ruby screams to her. Watch out, Val! Someone's there! But she runs straight into his arms. Ruby skids to a halt just as Reg Butler wraps his arms around Val. I don't understand. Why are you here? Reg narrows his eyes. You still don't get it, do you? We look after our own here. Her mom called me. Said she was out wandering again. Ruby backs away. That's good. I was worried. Save your empty words. You need to get the hell away from here and leave us alone, stirring up all these bad memories, causing trouble, leading my son on again. She swallows. Her mouth is dry. But you came to visit me, to welcome me. I don't get it. Yes, we thought you'd be here and gone in a few days, so I'm not going to spell it out for you. You're not wanted here. Get that into your thick skull or you'll regret it. Ruby feels a swell of anger. She doesn't need any more of this crap. Is that a threat, Reg? He smirks. Just a friendly hint. Take it however you want. He wraps his arm around Val's shoulder and walks her along the road where his car is parked on the shoulder. Ruby calls after him. I was a kid, Reg. I couldn't stop Ida from doing all those things and hurting people. She hurt me, too. He turns, his face livid. Bullshit. You knew right from wrong. I know exactly what you did to get away from here, and you almost broke my boy with your schemes and secrets. You're no better than your mother. He shoves Val into the passenger seat of his car. "Meaning what?" Ruby screams after him. "What did I do?" His car slows down. "Too bad dead people can't talk. Or maybe they do. To you." But he screeches away in a cloud of dust. Ruby's breath comes in shallow gasps. How much does he really know about the night she left? 34. Stony Brook, 2000s. Ruby stood at the mirror studying the unfamiliar reflection, her dark hair pinned to one side with diamond clips, lips slicked with sugar-pink gloss, the pale pink halter dress against her tanned shoulders. She'd been so used to sloughing around in jeans, t-shirts, and cutoffs that she'd never really taken a good long look at herself in any kind of critical way, and she only hung out with Aiden. So she wasn't in with the girly cliques at school who spent their days worrying about makeup, hair, and clothes. She couldn't have given two hoots about designer purses or shopping trips to the mall, but something changed when she looked at herself in the pretty prom gown. For the first time ever, she understood that she might really be physically attractive, that clothes could enhance the way she looked. She couldn't wait for Aiden to see her. He'd be there in less than 15 minutes. A buzz of conversation came from downstairs, Ida's excited voice and John Grimes's much deeper drawl. The guy was like a damn cockroach creeping around the place. Lately, Ida made sure he was still around when Ruby came home from school. He and Ida would be sitting at the kitchen table like an old married couple, playing rummy or crazy eights. But he'd always drop his cards and stare open-mouthed at her as she passed him. A couple of days previous, Ida stood up and said, "Ruby, you take over my hand while I make supper." Ruby was forced to sit opposite him and play for another hour. The musty scent of his clothes stunk like the dank air in a basement, and the whole time his eyes were trained on every twitch of her expression. When she dared to steal a glance at him, his tongue licked across his lower lip. Ida stood at the kitchen counter, humming and glancing over at them. When Ruby eventually tore herself away, she ran upstairs and scrubbed her skin raw in the bathtub. Now she stopped on the stairs and looked down into the living room where they sat in near darkness across the table from each other. Somehow, Ida had convinced him to throw away his ratty old clothes and put on a smart dark jacket and white shirt. She'd also just taken him to the barber shop, so he looked like one of those Sunday preachers on TV, the way his stringy hair was carefully coiffed and sprayed in place like a dried pancake. Ida's shoulders were hunched in concentration over a pack of tarot cards. God, how many times had she done a card reading for him? He couldn't get enough of all her bullshit about the hostile forces that were steering him in the wrong direction, and the exciting changes she could guarantee if he only followed her advice. The clock on the wall said 10 minutes before 6. Aiden would be arriving soon, and she couldn't risk being held up by Ida's nonsense. She crept down the remaining stairs as quietly as possible, fully intending to slip out from the side door without disturbing them. But the moment she stepped into the hallway, John spotted her. "My God, is that a vision from heaven?" he said in his creaky baritone voice. Ruby stopped dead in her tracks. Ida's head swiveled around. A multitude of emotions seemed to pass through her eyes, as if she was looking at Ruby for the first time. Then a slow smile spread across her face, as if some new and crazy idea had come to her. "Come here, Ruby," she said. Come. Stop hiding by the front door." John had placed both palms flat on the table and was gazing at her in wonder. "Ruby," he drawled, "such a precious gem." Her mouth was bone dry. She held her breath, afraid to move closer. "She reminds me of my Ella, my late wife," he said, his eyes misting over. "Such a beauty." Ida placed a hand over his. "Stay strong, John. Time heals all wounds." Ruby felt like puking at Ida's cliched platitudes. "Okay, I have to get going." Ida's eyebrows shot up. That meant Ruby was acting impolitely and needed to demonstrate a little more interest in her latest target. "Show a little more class, Ruby. John's just trying to be polite." In blind obedience, Ruby stepped forward. John stood up and reached out his hand. She recoiled instantly, but he grasped her hand and bent down to plant a scratchy kiss on it. A real pleasure, Miss Ruby."
His down-home gallantry sickened her. Why try to act like an old-fashioned gentleman when you're just an old creep with the hots for young girls? As he straightened up again, the green light from the crystal ball rippled, and Ruby felt that same shifting sensation again. Flickering images swam in and out of her consciousness like overexposed film from a vintage camera. A 2-story house in a wide field, tables set with food, people in dark suits, black dresses, mingling, crying. A man stumbling against the front door, a bottle in his hand, face wet with tears. He drained it, then smashed it to the floor. Ruby shuddered and pulled her hand back from his, heard herself say, "I'm sorry for your loss, John, but taking up the bottle at your wife's funeral was not the answer." Her hand flew to her mouth. Her eyes snapped open. Ida and John stared in wide-eyed amazement. "What did I tell you, John?" said Ida. "How could she know that?" It was true. Ida hadn't fed her any of that story, so how could she actually see it? He slumped back into his chair.
"She sees my weakness, but how? How?"
"She has the gift. That's why I devoted my life to nurturing that gift and making sure she uses it." Blinking, Ruby tried to ground herself. No. She was going to break free. This all had to stop. This sick idea of a gift? What gift? That she was a freak who could see spirits, who had visions of the past? And now look at her, my beautiful daughter. She's truly a wonder.
"That she is," said John, gazing with undisguised admiration. "Truly breathtaking. Can she see everything? I mean, can she see into the future?"
Just then a car pulled up outside. Aiden. "I have to run," she said, her voice hollow and husky. Ida smiled again. "Run along and have fun. John and I have a whole lot to talk about now. We've got plans we hope to share with you soon." He smiled at her in a conspiratorial way that made her skin crawl.
"We sure do."
He nodded.
"I'll be seeing you soon, Ruby. I want to follow this thing up."
"Yes, John's offered to pick you up from grad. Isn't that a gentlemanly thing to do?" "In your dreams," she thought, tearing herself away. "It's okay. Aiden's driving. He has his dad's car. I won't hear of it. He'll be drunk. That's what they all do at their prom," said Ida.
"And of course I've been sober for the past 5 years," said John. "I'll be happy to drive you home."
"Whatever," said Ruby, thinking she'd have to find a way to give him the slip. She muttered a curt goodbye, then turned and made for the front door, not looking back until she'd slammed it shut and could see Aiden's car waiting outside. Damn it, she thought. Ida always found a way to ruin everything. And the vision that had come to her had been dark, foreboding. She hadn't allowed herself to see all of them, had shut them off like a running tap, but not before they'd left her with a bad feeling about John Grimes. 35. Present day. Leah, the receptionist, looks startled when Ruby strides into Ed Bloom's waiting room. "You have an appointment?" Ruby's pulse is racing. She isn't in the mood for niceties. "Tell him I need to see him now." "Well, he's busy," says Leah, her face flushed. Ruby looks around at the empty waiting room. "Doesn't look like it to me. Or maybe I'll just show myself in," she says, marching toward Ed's door. Okay. Leah shrugs and gets up, blocking Ruby's way. "Just give me a minute." She pushes his door open and leans in, speaking in muffled tones, then turns back to Ruby, sighing. "He says go on inside." Ruby stomps into Ed's office. He's hunched over his damn coffee maker when she announces her arrival by loudly clearing her throat. He turns and offers a weak smile. He knows why she's here.
"What's this all about, Ruby? You know you can come and see me any time. No need for any fuss."
He motions her to sit. "I prefer to stand," she says, holding on to the back of the chair.
"Okay, then, stand. Coffee?"
She shakes her head. "Why didn't you tell me Ida isn't my mother?" He takes a deep breath.
"Guess I knew you'd eventually come around asking that."
"So what's the story?" He holds out his hand, palm downwards, placating her.
"It's perfectly simple, nothing sinister at all."
"Really? So what's your version?"
Okay, I'm not making it up. It's the facts. Ida might not be your biological mother, but she took you, a toddler orphaned after her mother's tragic accident, and raised you as if you were her own. I'd say that was a decent, caring act by a selfless, compassionate person.
Selfless? That's one word that definitely doesn't apply to Ida. And compassionate? You must be talking about someone else, says Ruby, sneering. Ed shrugs.
She had her eccentricities, but what can I say? My experience is different from yours, obviously. I truly admired the woman.
And my real mother's death. What do you know about that? He sits down and sighs, taps his fingers on the desk.
If you want to hear the real story, sit down. You're making me nervous.
She slumps into the chair opposite him.
That's better. Now I can think clearly and remember the story as Ida told me.
She narrows her eyes. Not exactly an unbiased account, then, is it?
It's the only one I have.
He takes a deep breath.
And I'd trust Ida any day.
Okay, let's hear what kind of bullshit she fed you.
Take it easy, no need for foul language.
He straightens his shoulders and mops the beads of sweat from his brow with a clean tissue.
Well, it all started when Ida caught up with your father, Ray, on the commune.
So Ray is actually my father, she says, her neck and shoulders tensing.
Yes, but sorry to say he was a man of weak character, a drugged-up hippie wannabe, long after the original peace and love movement had fizzled out. When Ida saw him again, she barely recognized him. He was so different from the clean-cut young guy she'd met in their ballroom dancing days, and he was living with an older woman who apparently had gotten him hooked on drugs.
Ruby's heart drops. Skylar? Ed looks at her, wide-eyed.
How do you know her name?
That's my business.
Okay, so Ida tried to help him kick the drugs, but he was too caught up with Skylar, who just happened to be pregnant, but still using a whole smorgasbord of drugs.
How did she die?
One night Ida saw smoke coming from Ray's cabin. Skylar was inside screaming and moaning. Ida pushed her way in and saw Ray lying halfway between the bed and the floor, high as a kite. His pipe had tipped over onto the bedclothes and set them alight. Skylar was lying on the bed choking. Ida tried to wake Ray up, but he was far gone. She dragged him outside first, then ran back for Skylar.
Ruby's stomach turns. And where was I? Ed's eyes dart away from hers. Is he lying?
This part is difficult to talk about.
He takes a deep breath before resuming.
Ida went back in for Skylar, but then she heard you crying. She looked around and found you hiding in a cupboard under the sink.
An image flashes into Ruby's head. She remembers being curled up under a sink, but she thought that was in the kitchen at Stony Brook, and the recurring dreams she's had have all been filled with the stink of burning, even the taste of ashes on her tongue. Her throat feels tight. Who is telling the truth, Ed or Ray?
So she coaxed you out and carried you to safety. But when she turned to go back in and get Skylar, the fire had spread around the wooden interior walls, and the whole place went up in a blaze. Everyone was awake by that time, but the fire was out of control, too fierce to fight with buckets of water. I'm sorry, Ruby. She couldn't get your mother out.
Ruby places her hands flat on the chair arms, steadies herself. This is a whole different version than Ray's, but who does she believe? A junkie or one of Ida's lackeys? What do you know about my biological mother?
Ed shrugs. Sorry, I have nothing on her. Apparently she was a drifter with no ties. At least that's what Ida told me.
Ruby exhales, lets the story settle into her head. So Ida took me on out of the goodness of her heart when she followed Ray back home to Stony Brook?
Ed nods. She loved children, and she always wanted to treat you like her own.
Ruby laughs. Like her own? Then why did she give up her own biological child a year later? Ed's eyebrows knit.
What are you talking about?
I think you know, Ed. I'm referring to Marion, Ida's own child. She gave her up. Ed leans forward, lowers his voice.
I don't know where you got that information. It's confidential. And besides, that's a lie. Ida didn't willingly give her up. Ray forced her to.
Why would he do that?
Do I really need to spell it out? Now Ruby rises to her feet.
Yes, you do. I need fucking answers. He holds up his hand in submission.
I'm only telling you this because she's gone. Ray couldn't accept the baby because she wasn't his. Such a hypocrite. He was barely around the place. Guess you couldn't blame her if she looked elsewhere for comfort. And where did she look, Ed? Who is Marion's father? Now Ed's on his feet. He's red-faced and breathing heavily. I've told you all I can. Our meeting's over. I'll take you off the will now, since you're not Ida's blood relative, and you'll be off the hook for the debts. Isn't that what you're really worried about? Not true, Ed. I want the truth, and you're hiding something. Leave it be. That's all you need to know. I can't have you stirring up old secrets and blackening Ida's name with false rumors. Or else? He turns away from her, his back an impenetrable wall. You can show yourself out, Ruby. I'm done with you. Don't come here again. Get out of Stony Brook. No one wants you here. Ruby races home expecting to find Marion either in the house or at the front door, waiting to claim her birthright. She's welcome to it for all Ruby cares. She wants nothing more from anyone here. They're all liars, caught up in some weird pact of secrecy. But the house is dark when she finally pulls up outside. No sign of intruders either in the back garden or hanging around the front door. No sound except the light breeze rustling the trees and the throbbing chorus of crickets in the tall grass. She breathes a sigh of relief that the front door is locked, but she still peers through the darkened windows before opening the front door. Then she switches on every light in the place. Once she's settled, she opens her laptop, eager to distract herself from the buzz of questions in her head. She checks her emails to see if anyone has responded to her call for family contacts. The initial rush of excitement dies as she scrolls down the emails and finds nothing except the usual professional quarterlies, a copy of the minutes from the last staff meeting, and a whole bunch of junk mail from shops and online vendors. She slams down the lid and stands up. So many questions crowd into her head, and no one is talking. She's restless, antsy, can't sit still. There are too many loose ends. She paces around the kitchen, anxious to do something, anything but sit and wonder. And then she looks out of the window into the garden. She can dig. Even in the dark, she can rig up a flashlight and sift through the soil, find out if something is really down there where Val was digging. She roots out a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and heads outside to the old shed that used to be Ray's sanctuary. She can't remember the last time she set foot in that place, but when she pushes the creaking door open, a thick mesh of cobwebs brushes across her face. Panicking and waving her hands, she grabs a nearby sweeping brush, tries to clear them away so she can step inside. A thick layer of dust covers everything. Probably no one has been in there since Ray left, almost 30 years ago. Rusty tools hang on neatly spaced hooks. Dried-up cans of paint line the floor, their lids askew. In the shadows, something that looks like a dead snake is actually a rotting rubber hub.
Take this brief pause to let your mind settle. The journey ahead awaits with new emotions and new discoveries.
Hose coiled up against the wall. She takes a trowel and hand rake from the lower shelf, as well as a small shovel. The rusted old tools are a far cry from her polished, flat-bladed trowel and her hunter-green kit bag with its compartments for brushes, measuring tapes, line levels, storage bags, and dental picks. Everything she needs for unearthing delicate human bones. She shudders. Is she getting carried away? Does she really want to find out what's buried there? Or is it nothing? Just a hunch based on the wild ravings of a sick woman. Armed with the tools, she walks over to the pumpkin patch and the place where Val was digging with her bare hands. A small mound of soil remains to mark the exact place. Ruby balances the flashlight on the branches of an overhanging shrub and points the light in the direction of the mound. Her mind clicks into archaeologist mode. Mark out the dig. Clear the vegetation without disturbing the layers of soil, then begin gradually moving the layers, sifting as you go, to collect any tiny, fragile artifacts. She kneels on the ground, and her mind drifts into a restful state as she imagines the many layers of soil below her, each stratum on top of the next to form the Earth's crust, each layer telling its own story. But what story is hidden here? Once the old roots and tubers are cleared away, she starts to scrape away the layers of soil, humming to herself as she falls into the familiar rhythm, oblivious to the nipping of mosquitoes around her ankles. The soil isn't packed down hard, so it's easy to move, but logic tells her she'll have to dig pretty deep to find something that could have been buried more than 30 years ago. She's so into her task that she barely registers the click of the flashlight when it snaps off, plunging her into darkness. Damn, the batteries. She places her hands flat on the soil to pull herself up. Bent double, she hears the hurried sounds of footsteps on dried branches behind her. She tries to turn to take a look, but a sudden rush of air behind her is followed by the crack of a blunt object on the back of her head that knocks her teeth together and sends her reeling face first into the dirt. 36. Stony Brook, 2000s. Aiden was already standing on the passenger side, holding the door open for her when she ran outside. "Hey, slow down. What's happened?" So eager to get into the car, she barely acknowledged the question. Instead, she flopped into the passenger seat and closed her eyes. "Get in and drive. Quick." She waited until they were halfway down the road, then opened her eyes to see Aiden watching her, handsome in his gray suit, white shirt, and maroon tie. "You look great." She leaned over and kissed his cheek. He smelled of fruity aftershave. "And you smell like a grown-up man." He narrowed his eyes. "And you look incredible, but forget the small talk. What the hell happened in there?" "Oh God, something seriously creepy went down," she says, closing her eyes and trying to hold herself together. She told him about John and the sickening way he'd sucked up to her. "And then he said he'd be seeing me real soon. What the hell does that mean?" "She's using you as bait, maybe? Get him to sign up for a bunch of expensive treatments? No doubt she'll get her hooks into his money soon." Ruby shook her head. "No, this feels different." "That's why you have to come with me when I leave for college, Ruby. You're not safe in that house." Ruby took a deep breath. It would be so hard to keep her England plans from him. She couldn't get drunk and spill them out. He patted her arm. "Try to forget about it for now. For me, it's our night tonight. The end of an era." "And thank God for that," she said, resting her head against his shoulder. "No more high school. Now that's something to celebrate." The school parking lot was crazy busy, parents stopping to drop their kids off, and rows of student cars decorated with paper rosettes. Girls in bright gowns and guys in fancy tuxes thronged the main entrance. Ruby felt suddenly flat, as if she didn't belong. She slumped against the passenger seat, snapping the catch of her purse open and shut. Aiden pulled into a parking spot and looked over at her. "You okay?" "I don't want to go inside. It doesn't feel right." He tapped the steering wheel. "Sooner or later, you have to let yourself enjoy life. Have some fun. You can't spend your whole life taking the rap for Ida's scams." She couldn't look at him, just kept on staring ahead. "To be honest, I've never really felt like part of this school, and I don't give a damn about leaving it." "Well, how about having a few drinks to celebrate us getting out of this miserable dump of a place? Come on, Ruby. We're gonna leave Stony Brook soon. Live a little." Streamers crisscrossed the gym walls, pinned at intervals with fat bunches of colored balloons. Strings of white lights twinkled in the darkened room, making it easier to blend into the shadows. Ruby clung to Aiden as she scanned the arrangement of round tables dotted around the perimeter of the room. They finally settled at a table with a couple of the other known loners from their year. Conversation was sparse, so they eventually sat in silence, watching the popular kids twerk and grind at the center of the gym floor. Ruby tapped Aiden's arm. "How long do we have to stay? This is painful." He stood up. "Make an effort, Ruby. Come on. Let's dance." A slow song started up. The spinning disco balls scattered white flakes of light across the floor, dappling the walls with stars. Ruby allowed the brief moment of magic to flood into her bleak existence. Before she could blink, Aiden had swept her into a close embrace and was looking down at her with a soft, loving gaze that made her breathless. She was dizzy, dancing on air. She rested her head on his chest and tried to let the music take her away from all her worries, but the reality that this could be the last night she'd see him left her riddled with doubts. Was she doing the right thing? Couldn't she just leave and go away with him and they'd tough it out together? Or would Ida find them and destroy everything they had? When the dance was over, Aiden went to find food at the refreshment tables. Ruby fussed with her purse, checked her lipstick, patted her forehead with a tissue. The gym was a sauna, with so many sweaty bodies grinding together on the dance floor. She wanted to get away, go somewhere quiet with Aiden, spend the night with him. Even if it meant renting a tacky hotel room, she'd do it, just to be with him for the last time. But they'd have to find a way to avoid John Grimes and his stinky old pickup truck. She'd tell Aiden to pull up at the back door, and then they'd escape, go to a motel on the highway, although a whole bunch of kids would probably have the same idea. Or maybe they could drive to the cabin at Halter Lake and hide out there instead. Engrossed in her thoughts, she didn't notice the table next to her filling up with a group of the popular kids she always made sure to avoid. Val Wagner's cousin, Angie, was playing Queen Bee in a plunging red silk gown and nuzzling up to Todd Bridges, the quarterback on the football team. They were chattering and giggling as they checked out the kids on the dance floor. Ruby caught snatches of conversation, mainly about how crappy other girls' dresses were and how their asses were too big for such figure-hugging styles, and how they couldn't wait to get the hell out of school and make some real money. Then Aiden arrived back with her food. He'd loaded up a massive mountain of fries with a huge burger placed on top. "Holy shit! You couldn't get any salad on there?" He shook his head. "I got onion rings. They're vegetables, aren't they? I'll be back with the drinks." He turned and left her reaching for the ketchup, but her stomach lurched. Angie had turned around and was staring in her direction, a look of pure hatred twisting her face. Ruby dipped a fry into the puddle of ketchup and put it in her mouth. It tasted like dry cardboard. "She should choke on all that food," said Angie. 5 sets of eyes suddenly turned toward Ruby, who held the burger in midair. No way could she even think of sinking her teeth into it. The girls looked back at Angie, who stared unflinchingly at her. "You wouldn't believe how much money her fucking witch mother scammed from my cousin Val." Ruby put the sandwich back on the plate, sick to her stomach, as the other girls leaned forward and began to whisper, stealing furtive glances in her direction. Angie had found her voice now and became bolder. "Her and her bitch mom. They play tricks on people to scare them into handing over money, and once they get their claws into them, they fucking bleed them dry. You should hear my Aunt Sandy cursing them out. Says they literally drove my cousin Val crazy. Then they hook her up with some creepy old guy who just fucks with her and then dumps her. My aunt's threatened to call the cops on them. Says it's criminal fraud." By this time Aiden was back. He hovered over Ruby, dark eyes flashing. "Something's wrong. You look like someone scared the shit out of you." "Hey, Butler, you like hanging out with a freaking witch?" Angie shouted. "What the fuck?" he said, stepping forward, his face tight with anger. "You need to shut your stupid mouth. Stop the garbage that's coming out of it." A weight pressed on Ruby's chest. She slowly stood up on shaky legs and pushed the plate away. By now, Todd Bridges was on his feet. "Hey there, dickhead. You can't diss my girlfriend like that." "Let's just leave," Ruby said, tugging at his sleeve. "No, I was enjoying myself, and I'd like to stay and eat my food if this dumb Neanderthal will allow it." "Did you hear what he called you?" said Angie. "That fucking freak?" "I sure did," said Todd, "and now he's gonna regret it." He shoved his chair aside while his buddies got to their feet. "Aiden, let's go. Please, they'll hurt you." "I'm sick of brainless hulks telling me what to do,"
said Aiden, pushing her away. "They have no right to talk to you like that." But quick as a whip, Todd was onto him, his fist shooting out and landing with a sickening thud on the side of Aiden's face. Aiden fell backward, his face smashing against the table edge. Ruby watched in horror as blossoms of blood oozed out along the length of a long gash. "Understand that, you freak," said Todd, cracking his knuckles. By now a group of teachers had descended on the scene, and the football coach grabbed Todd by the shoulders and wrenched him back. Everyone was shouting and screaming, while the music pounded on in the background. Ruby grasped Aiden's arm and tried to pull him up. He was moaning as he stumbled to his feet. "Let's get out of here," she said. Locking her arm around his waist, they staggered past the watching eyes that drilled into her skin.
"That's right. Fuck off out of here," Angie shouted. "She's fucking possessed, her and that scary mother of hers. All they do is cause trouble everywhere they go."
37. Present day.
"Excavating at night? You missing your job or something?"
says Claire, hovering over the emergency room bed, smiling. But her light-hearted banter does nothing to help the throbbing, egg-sized lump on the back of Ruby's head. When she'd come to, her face crushed into the soil, her mouth filled with a mixture of soil and blood, she was so cold and stiff she couldn't move her legs, so she'd tried to stretch her arms out, find a way to pull herself upright. A blinding wave of pain knocked her backward to the ground. Whoever attacked her was long gone, leaving her unconscious and alone. Finally, it dawned on her that her phone was in her pocket. She managed to find the strength to pull it out and dial 911. The paramedics cleaned her up and rushed her to the emergency room in Great Falls. Claire showed up an hour later. "What were you doing out there?" asks Claire, her lips pressed into a tight line. She's all business, tapping her foot on the linoleum floor. Ruby's mind is still muddled. She searches the fog of her memory. "Just curiosity, I guess. I wanted to see what Val was looking for, and digging comes naturally to me."
"Of course. But it seems someone doesn't want you tunneling in that particular part of your garden. Are you sure there isn't something you should tell me? Suspicions, maybe, about what's buried there?"
Ruby closes her eyes to ease the pounding headache brought on by the buzzing lights. "Not really. I was just curious." When she opens them again, a wave of nausea forces her to lean over the side of the bed and retch into the bucket there.
Okay, just rest. Sorry to bug you. We'll pick this up when you're feeling better. In the meantime, they want to keep an eye on you overnight. My guess is you'll be out by tomorrow afternoon. We'll send a car to drive you home."
Ruby almost calls Claire back to ask her why she hasn't mentioned Marion's DNA matching Ida's, but she bites her tongue. Mentioning it would get Aiden into trouble, and that's the last thing she wants for him. She's done enough damage to him already. The following afternoon, an unmarked police car drops her off at the house. The worst of the headache is over, but she still has a tender sore spot on the back of her head. She makes some tea and plants herself in the comfy armchair by the kitchen window, drifting quickly off to sleep. When she wakes, her headache has retreated. She feels strangely refreshed, so much so, she considers resuming her digging. Surely no one would dare attack her in broad daylight, and maybe she'll only do a little gentle rooting around, nothing too strenuous. She can't just sit here waiting for something to happen. This permanent state of anticipation and suspense is stressing her out. She has to get moving, and digging always calms her. Something important is buried in the garden, and someone wants it to stay hidden. But she means to find it sooner than later, because it may be a clue to all the mystery surrounding Ida. She looks up at the sky. Another storm is brewing. Slate-gray clouds hang low and heavy, and in the distance, darker clouds stack up in massive formations. It's been so sunny since she arrived that she's forgotten how savage prairie thunderstorms can be. Massive electric light shows on a grand scale. Sheets of rain and hail pounding the fields, winds lashing the trees sideways, and great forks of lightning flashing across the sky. The air feels humid but ominously calm as she pads out into the back garden. Her trowel is still lying on the ground where she dropped it. She picks it up and glances around to see that she's alone before kneeling on the ground and planting her hands on the soil. Usually, when she's on a dig, she has a daily ritual before getting started. She closes her eyes, places her hands flat on the ground, and presses her palms and fingers deep into the soil, tries to feel the vibration of the earth and allow the image of past lives to come to her, vivid and startling, allowing her to reconstruct their stories. Does she still have that gift? The gift that Ida always talked about? She remembers her vision of the SWAT team, the accuracy of the details, and she shudders. Back then it felt more like a curse, but it felt different in England on the digs. Marcus called it her channeling gift. You go into this weird trance, Ruby, and you start trembling as if a mild electric current is going through your body. Ivan, her supervisor, says he's never known an archaeologist with such an accurate instinct for finding the right place to dig. It's as if you look back into the past and sense what's down there. All she knows is that sometimes those feelings shake her to the core, but she indulges it because it's a positive way to channel those powers. She hears the rumble of distant thunder. She needs to hurry before the downpour starts. Right now, the soil is dry and dusty. Soon the whole area could be a swamp. Whatever is down there has to come out now, before the rain starts. She clears away tangled knots of pumpkin roots until she comes upon a thick layer of packed soil. It takes her a while to dig through it, chipping away bit by bit until she hits something hard and wooden, just as the first drops of rain begin to fall. The wind picks up, blowing her hair across her face. Pulling it back, she glances up and sees someone standing just beyond the line of poplar trees at the end of the driveway. But she can't make out who it is because the wind is blowing the trees hard, making them bend and sway, obscuring the figure that looks large enough to be a man. She tries to shout over the noise, but a scrappy gust takes her voice and whisks it away. When she looks again, the figure has gone. Determined not to let a bit of rain stop her, she continues digging, oblivious to the rain that drums like sharp needles on her skin. Soon the whole patch will be waterlogged. She drops the trowel and starts scooping out the mud with her bare hands. Great clumps of it come away, and she throws them aside, creating a huge mound beside her. She scrapes and digs until her hand bangs against a hard edge. Immediately she starts gouging away the mud until she discovers the top of a small wooden container about the size of a shoebox. Forgetting all her professional training, she plunges the trowel into the mud surrounding it and prizes underneath, trying to free it from the mud. Rivulets of water run down her face, into her eyes. The mousy taste of rain floods her mouth as she works frantically against the storm, scooping away the pools of water that gather as the rain intensifies. A sharp crack of lightning splits the sky, flooding the area with blue-white light. She starts counting, listening for the roll of thunder. How far away is the lightning? A deafening rumble tells her it isn't too far. She has to work quickly. She plunges her hands deep into the earth surrounding the box, trying to fit her fingers underneath it and pull with every ounce of her strength, working it out from its muddy prison, inch by inch, until she hears a great sucking sound and it comes free, sending her tumbling backward into a puddle of water. Clambering to her knees, she holds the box out and lets the sheets of rain wash away the clumps of mud stuck to its sides. What's in there? And who buried it? A jagged fork of lightning sizzles across the sky, and she runs, slipping and sliding through slick puddles of mud toward the shelter of the house. 38. Stonybrook, 2000s. Ruby and Aiden slipped away unseen from the aftermath of the fight. The two teacher supervisors had been so caught up with grilling Todd, Angie, and their friends, they'd forgotten about the victim who'd faded into the background. "Let's just go," whispered Aiden, inching toward the back exit doors. Stunned by the awful turn of events, Ruby followed him outside, conscious that he was limping alongside her and seemed shaky and disoriented. He pressed a handful of paper napkins against his face to stem the blood flow. She took his arm, steadying him. You need medical attention. We have to go to the hospital. He shook his head. No hospital, no. But maybe you need stitches. She wrapped her arm around his shoulders, oblivious to the blood staining the front of her dress. Okay, if you're going to be stubborn, let's at least try to get into the nurse's room and clean up the wound. Somehow, they managed to stay in the shadows and make their way around the side of the building to the open back door. Their steps echoed along the locker-lined corridors in time with the distant beat of music coming from the gym, way over in the other wing of the school. They found their way to the medical room, a small cubbyhole of a place opposite the science labs. Some grad, said Aiden, wiping blood from above his mouth. I ruined your dress. You're a hero. You stood up for me, so why should I care about a dumb dress? She tried the door. Shit, it's locked. Let's try the chem lab. It has to have a first aid kit. The lab door swung open, letting out the eggy stink of sulfur. Ruby remembered the teachers religiously locked the dangerous chemicals far away from meddling student hands, but the first aid kit was harmless, so it should be somewhere easy to access. They shoved their way into a small side office that served as the chem teacher's prep room. She plunked Aiden into the swivel chair and handed him a wad of tissues from the box on the desk. Press it hard to stop the bleeding. Then she rushed into the lab for a handful of paper towels and doused them in hot water. Crouching, she mopped away the blood and took a close look at the side of his face. The jagged cut was long and only deep in one spot, but fresh blood still oozed from it. You'll live, she said, kissing his other cheek. He kissed her back on the lips. She wanted to cry. He was so dear to her, and yet all she ever seemed to do was cause trouble for him and his family. She'd hurt too many people already. Val's cousin was right. Why hadn't she tried to stop Ida? But deep down she knew Ida was unstoppable. Suddenly, an agonizing thought came to her. A future without him stretched ahead more desolate than ever. Pull yourself together, she told herself. You're doing him a favor. I didn't even land one punch, said Aiden, breaking into her dark thoughts. Good. You don't want to get into trouble, too, she said, rifling through the open part of the cabinet above the desk. Finally, she found the first aid box among the calculators and boxes of tissues. He winced as she dabbed on hydrogen peroxide, then applied antiseptic cream before dressing it. But the gash was deep, and the bandage soon reddened with new blood. Sorry, Aiden, but it's gonna need stitches. You'll have to go to emergency. She added another layer of bandage. I'm so sorry. Todd ruined your pretty face, and it was all my fault. He looked up at her with such trusting eyes she could have cried on the spot, thrown herself onto him and begged him to take her away from all this trouble, but she said nothing. You never need to apologize, Ruby. You always make me happier than I've ever felt with anyone. He pulled her onto his lap. She nestled there, face against his chest, calmed by the slow beat of his heart. Now who's getting all sentimental on me? She said softly. I love you so much, he whispered, tilting her face up to his and kissing her so hard and long that she tasted the blood in his mouth. Tears rolled down her cheeks. You're crying. What's wrong? He wiped her tears away. I hope they're tears of joy, because I could make love to you right here and right now, Ruby. She felt the ache of longing, the slow tickle of heat spreading from her lower body. Me too. What would it be like? He kissed her damp face. You'd be the first and the last. Didn't know you were such a softy, Aiden Butler. The sudden click of footsteps interrupted their tender moment. Damn, said Aiden as a switch flipped and harsh white light flooded the office. What the hell is going on here? Said a loud female voice. Mrs. Calloway, the chemistry teacher, stood in the doorway tapping her foot. Ruby jumped up. He had an accident. I was trying to clean it up. Sure doesn't look like it, she said skeptically. We've been looking for you, Butler. Seems there's been an incident and we need to write a report about your little skirmish in the gym. Aiden looked up all wide-eyed and innocent. It was nothing, just a misunderstanding. Sure, your face is streaming with blood. Let me take a look at that, Mrs. Calloway said, striding toward them. Here. She made him stand under the big ceiling fan with the lights, then peeled back the bloody bandage and took a look. Ouch. Sorry, but this definitely needs stitches. Do you have a way to get to the ER? I have my car, said Aiden. Ruby, can you drive him? Don't have my license. Aiden's eyes flashed a warning. He'd probably wanted her to lie, so he could just drive her somewhere quiet and they could finally make love. No way you're getting behind a wheel with that injury, Butler. You could have a serious concussion, and it's our responsibility to make sure you're safe, since you're on school property. I'll drive you to the ER, then you can get your mom or dad to pick you up there. It's okay, Mrs. C. I'm fine, said Aiden, panic on his face. I already told you, you're on school property. Therefore, the school is responsible for your well-being. No arguments. Can Ruby come? She shook her head. I'm going to call your parents right away. I don't think they'll have time to drive Ruby around when they're tending to you. Turning to Ruby, she said, Wait here and I'll send someone to drive you home. She ushered him out of the office. Ruby stood in her blood-spattered pink dress, watching them disappear down the hallway. He turned to look at her one more time, and hot tears slid from the corner of her eyes. What she was about to do would gouge a wound way deeper in his heart than the cut on his face. She was losing him. She'd never see him again. She clutched her aching body, gathering handfuls of the pink dress into her clenched fists. Then she rocked back and forth, crying out in pain, moaning and sobbing, until her eyes were swollen. When she was done, she stood up and pulled herself together. She wasn't about to wait for some pissed-off teacher to come and drive her home. She'd get there herself. She slipped out the back door and started the long walk home before anyone saw her leaving. 39. Present day. Ruby looks down at the skeleton, so delicate it appears almost bird-like, curled into a fetal position and resting on a faded yellow sheet. Its fragile arms are bent at the elbow joint, the bony hands shielding empty eye sockets. It's perfect, she says, hardly daring to breathe in case she burst into tears. You've been busy, says Claire, surveying the open box. I thought the folks at the hospital told you to take it easy. I couldn't rest. I knew something important was buried out there. Our forensics team is on the way here from the city. We're going to take the box with us now so they can do their work. A heavy feeling presses at Ruby's heart. Not the box. You mean the baby. It isn't an object. Even if it lived just for a brief time, it's a person all the same. I just wish I had some clue about whose baby it might be. Claire tilts her head and sighs. Sorry. Guess I'm too much of a hard-ass. When you've been in this business a long time, you develop a type of defense mechanism that gets you through cases like this. Otherwise, you'd break down at some of the sick horrors you witness. I should have been more sensitive. I forgot this baby might somehow be connected to your family. Not my family. I don't know for sure who my real mother is, so now we have a mystery involving 2 orphans. Maybe that's why I feel so protective. She touches Ruby's shoulder. Understood. We'll take good care of this little guy. After Claire leaves, Ruby starts to shake uncontrollably, partly because she's soaked to the skin from the rain, but also because she can't help thinking about that helpless little baby. Wondering, hoping, even praying it was already dead when someone panicked and put it inside a box and buried it. She strips off her damp clothes and throws on a fresh t-shirt, remembers the figure standing just beyond the trees watching her dig. Who was it? The rain was so intense that everything was a blur. Was it the same person who came up behind her and hit her over the head? Could it be the baby's mother or father? And who'd decided to bury the body there? Seems like the kind of sneaky action that only Ida was capable of. She's discovered human bones many times in her work, but there were also some cases where they'd confused animal bones for human ones. In most cases, where the bones were found on an ancient site, she'd felt a sense of excitement that she'd actually uncovered a person who lived and breathed centuries ago. But this discovery troubles her. It's too recent, too deliberate, too close. She can't get the picture out of her head. The tiny skeleton curled like a sea creature. How long had it been buried there? She takes a cold bud from the fridge and flips the cap off, takes a long swig. Maybe she should call Aiden, tell him about the discovery. He could ask his dad, Reg, if he remembers anything about a missing baby. This town is so small that somebody would have talked about it. She goes to text him and remembers the last time they talked. He told her he still loves her. How can she forget that? Pacing back and forth, she breaks into a cold sweat. Damn the air conditioner. Now she can't sit still. All her nerve endings are so close to the surface of her skin that her entire body tingles, as if it's giving off sparks of static. She's alive with apprehension. Then there's a scratching at the window. He's here, as she knew he'd be. Her stomach flips when she sees him. Aiden, standing on the doorstep, hands stuffed into the pockets of his jeans. She opens the door, and he pushes inside before it's fully open. She slams it shut, then presses herself against his body, shoving him back against the wall. Their arms tangle together as they struggle to pull each other close, pressing hard against each other until they're a single moving object. Frantic, hungry, kissing and touching, breathing each other's scent, they stagger back toward the couch. The taste of him is so dear, so familiar, salty, grassy, with the hint of sweet cologne. For a moment they stop so she can peel off his shirt, unfasten his jeans, and let them drop to the floor. He pulls off her tank top as she hops on one foot to step out of her panties. They stand naked, facing each other. She doesn't flinch when he looks at her, just feels breathless excitement, a quivering in her throat. "You're so beautiful," he says, reaching out to stroke her breasts. Her lower body pulses, quivers. She could come in a second, but she holds back, waits, and lets him turn her around so he can bend over and kiss the tattoo at the base of her spine. She trembles at the moist warmth of his lips on her back. She turns to face him. His body is a surprise, still angular, but more muscular at the shoulders, the arms covered with brown gold hairs. "One forever," she says, moving her pelvis toward his, her insides melting at the silky feel of skin on skin, the natural way their bodies fit together. He grasps her under her thighs and pulls her legs up until he's carrying her across to the sofa, and together they fall onto the cushions. She gasps as he pushes inside her, moving slowly, rhythmically, and always watching her until waves of pleasure throb hard and fast around her belly and thighs. She thinks, "This is all I ever wanted, all I came back for." Afterward, he lies beside her, tracing the outline of her chin, stroking back the stray curls of hair. "Remember grad night?" she says, touching the crooked scar on his cheek. "Which part? Getting decked by loser Todd in the gym, or necking in the chem lab with blood streaming down my face?" "The chem lab. Making out. Unfinished business. Tell you a secret, I was going to book a room at the Two Pines Motel." He grins. She marvels at how his eyes smile too, though now faint lines radiate out from the corners, but his lashes are still thick like when he was a boy. "No way. You mean I missed the grunge green carpet and the velvet Elvis pics?" "I checked out the room a couple of days before. It was pretty tacky. Stunk of stale smoke and air freshener. Guess we weren't worried about bacteria counts on bedspreads and all that good stuff." She smiles. "I didn't care. I just wanted to spend the night with you." His brows knit, and he dips down to kiss the tip of her nose. "What happened afterward, when you got home, before you left town?" She rolls onto her stomach, buries her face in the cushion, then comes up for air. "I can't talk about it right now. Please don't spoil this." "Okay, I can wait," he says, tickling the swell of her buttocks. "I was so hot for you all those years. Couldn't get you out of my head. It was so bad. Sometimes I had to put my backpack over my jeans to hide my heart-on after we'd been out bike riding. Then I went upstairs and finished the job myself. Had a pretty sore wrist most of the time, in case you didn't notice." She sits up and hugs him to her, kisses his wrists. "Oh, poor babe. Hope you kept the noise down." "Made sure I had Red Hot Chili Peppers blasting out on my boombox. I can't hear Scar Tissue anymore without feeling like a pimply, awkward kid again." For me, it was Lenny Kravitz, "Fly Away." That was like my anthem. Guess it would be. It's all you ever wanted. Her eyes fill. Not really. It was my only choice. She feels an ache in her throat. But look, you turned out so well without all my baggage dragging you down. He holds her shoulders, shakes them. Don't you know I would have helped you? I would have done anything to get you away from her. And that's what I was afraid of. I wanted you to go ahead with your plans, with a clear road ahead of you. Life isn't always smooth, Ruby. We could have faced the obstacles together. Now look at all the time we've wasted. Tears are rolling down her cheeks. He can't think it's too late for them, not now. But we're here now, together. That's why I'm scared for you being here in Stony Brook. I can't lose you again. I won't let it happen. And there are things I know, things I've done. Claire took you off the case. Tell me why. He sits back and nods, but holds on to her hand as if he doesn't want to break the link between them. She caught me taking evidence home with me, documents that relate to Ida's fraud case. What kind of documents? The FBI had been following a lead about shell companies in the Cayman Islands. They thought were linked to Ida. How? How do you know? Claire told me. It's complicated, but I also started digging around after Ida was arrested. But it was so time-consuming, so convoluted, that I wanted to keep working on it at home. But Claire caught me taking FBI notes out of the evidence room and made me hand them over. Said she wouldn't make a fuss if I dropped out of Ida's suicide investigation. Did you find anything? He shakes his head. Nothing really concrete, but there's been a whole lot of activity around those accounts in the last few weeks. Are you sure they're Ida's? I have a contact in the Caymans who specializes in this kind of thing, so I'm 90% certain. Also, just yesterday, I saw Marion loading a whole carload of food into her car. She drove toward the highway with it. Why didn't you follow her? I got a call from headquarters. Had to respond to another case. So how does that put me in danger? I believe Ida is still alive somewhere, and maybe Marion is helping her, especially now she knows Ida is her mother. I think the suicide is just another scam, a way for Ida to escape the law. And a way to get me here. Exactly. I'm scared for you, Ruby. Ida is ruthless. She's gotten way worse since you left. If she's still alive, I believe she's got something else up her sleeve, something that involves you. And she's mixed up with people you don't want to know about. Drug dealers, major scam artists linked to her real family. He cups her chin and kisses her again. She used you, damaged you, tried to ruin your life, and I won't let her do it again. She shifts in close to him so she can feel his warm breath on her hair. I won't let her either. Not now I've found you again. 40. Stony Brook, 2000s. The hem of Ruby's dress was filthy and torn from dragging across the dirt road. She'd taken a shortcut across the fields, over ground so uneven she had to finish the last half-mile barefoot. With cut-up feet and blistered heels, she limped toward the house, breathing easier at the sight of darkened windows. Thank God Ida was in bed. Her key clicked quietly in the lock, and she tried to creep in without making a sound, but stopped dead when she turned the corner into the living room. Ida was sitting bolt upright in the corner, on the pink plush wing chair. A candle sputtered beside her. "Home early?" she said, looking down at Ruby's filthy, blood-stained dress and blackened feet. The flickering shadows from the candle were the only things moving in her flat, expressionless face. Something didn't feel right. Ruby shifted from one foot to the other, anxious to get upstairs and plunge her feet into soothing, warm water. "Why are you sitting in the dark?" "I'm waiting up for you, of course. A good thing, too. Look what happens when you don't listen to your mother. Things go wrong. People take advantage of you. Boys in particular. You give them an inch and they take liberties. Look at the state of you. And where's John? He was supposed to pick you up." "It's not what you think," Ruby said, trying to brush some of the worst dust from the skirt. "Aiden had an accident. I had to leave from a different part of the school." "And that boy left you to walk home alone?" She shook her head. "Those kinds of people aren't good enough for you. He's not good enough to even clean your shoes. He stood up for me tonight, had my back when I needed it, and he got hurt in the process." She pretended not to hear. "Baloney! He's just as stupid as his father." Ruby felt uneasy. Ida wasn't listening to her. Something about her was different, something she couldn't figure out. "I thought you liked the Butlers, the way you acted all friendly to them when they came over every week, unless it was fake and you only did it to take their money." "Did he tell you that?" "He's a good son. He doesn't like to see his parents get ripped off." "So now you've finished school, you think you know everything," she said, her eyes gleaming in the darkness. "You got a lot to learn, kiddo. The Butlers, Val, and all those others are needy, hopeless people. They came to me because they're weak, and they're just looking for someone to steer them in the right direction, tell them what they want to hear. And every one of them was pining for the voice of someone they'd loved and lost. I gave it to them. They wanted me to take away their bad luck. I made them believe I had. I fed them exactly what they begged for, and they paid me to do it. I provided a service, and I put my heart and soul into it." Ruby backed away, heart beating fast. "There was no heart in anything you did. It was cold and cruel. You knew exactly what you were doing to them. You toyed with their minds, made them believe in bogus spirits so you could take their money." Her lips twisted into a weird grin. "Well, you're not exactly innocent yourself, are you? With your strange voices and weird trances. You helped me convince those people there are evil spirits in the world. So don't think you can just up and run out on me now. Not with that gift you're trying so hard to hide." "What does that mean?" Ruby said, her legs suddenly shaky. For so long she'd tried to convince herself that it was all imagination, and she was just reacting to the moment, the darkness, the power of Ida's suggestions. But there was no doubt in her mind now that it was something more, something sinister and terrifying. Ida folded her arms and crossed her legs, dusting an imaginary speck on her skirt. "You know exactly what I mean. I saw it happen when we were at Marcia's house, then with Val, and now with John tonight. And all those recurring dreams you have about burning fields and strange houses. Tell me, Ruby, are you really psychic?" "You're talking nonsense," said Ruby, her back flat against the wall. "Nothing happened. I never saw anything." "Sure, you can deny it all you want, but I've seen it, and I know you're lying. I'll bet you're scared of your gift. Or is it a curse?" Ruby ran her palms across the wall behind her, tried to feel grounded. "You're nuts, and you're trying to drive me crazy, too." "Nonsense. And you can cut out the drama. All I'm telling you is that it's payback time. I've fed and clothed you for 18 years. I can't keep doing this alone forever. Now you need to earn your living." "Isn't that what I've already been doing, according to you? I've done my time. I want to live my own life, have my own dreams, do what I want." Ida pulled herself up and out of the chair, reached out her hand and cupped Ruby's chin. "You're an adult now. No more child's play. We're partners. And I'm telling you, I'm finished with small-town locals. I'm moving on to bigger and better things, and John Grimes is just the start." "Then you can do it alone," said Ruby, trying to pull away from Ida's grip, but the fingers tightened until they dug into the soft flesh of Ruby's cheek. "You shut your mouth. You're not a kid anymore. You're with me in this business whether you like it or not, and we have a massive prize just within our grasp. We can't afford to lose it." "What the hell are you talking about?" said Ruby, slapping Ida's hand away. She laughed. "John was so impressed with you tonight. I mean the way you looked in that flimsy pink dress, with your hair and makeup all done. In that strange little moment, when you saw into the sad state of his life, he was blown away. Now he wants to see if you're the real deal." "What does that mean?" She held up an index finger. "I can't wait to tell you about it." She spoke so quickly, hardly drawing breath. "We're doing a session at his place tomorrow night. He wants to see if he can lay the ghost of his wife and her murder to rest for good. Says it's been plaguing him for years, and he can't get his life back on track because of it. So you're going to do the best reading you've ever done in your life. Guaranteed he'll be begging for more.
Think of the life we could have once we start overhauling his complete spiritual health in his life. Then we can get our claws into his finances.
You're evil and twisted. I don't even know you anymore.
Grow up,
she said, turning and heading up the stairs. See you in the morning. Aiden called 3 times the next day. Ruby was upstairs when she heard Ida pick up the phone and explain each time that Ruby was too sick to talk to him because she hadn't recovered from the shocking experience of walking home barefoot and alone. Ruby's heart ached. She wanted to know how he was doing, wanted to check that the wound was stitched up right and his face wasn't permanently scarred. But she resisted the urge, telling herself yet again that he was better off without her. Considering all the trouble she'd brought to him and his family, he'd eventually forget about her and meet a nice girl with an uncomplicated past, or maybe they'd hook up some other time and place in the future, away from Stony Brook and all its horrible associations. She tried to reassure herself that today was the day she'd vowed to leave. Whatever happened, whatever obstacle came her way, she had to be at Great Falls on a plane out of there by the end of the day. Restless, she got up and sorted through her closet, took out the clothes Ida had selected for her, the shirt and light slacks. The priority was to keep Ida happy today, so as not to arouse her suspicions, which was tough since Ida had a way of seeing through any kind of trickery. So, when she tried to get dressed, her sweaty fingers fumbled with the shirt buttons. Calm down, she told herself. You're about to leave Ida's cheating and swindling behind, not to mention the pathetic town of Stony Brook. But her stomach still churned at the thought of making that final move and leaving behind Aiden, the one person she loved and trusted most in the world. She stuffed all her money and the passport into an old makeup bag she'd found for $1 at the thrift store, then placed it into the zip compartment of her backpack, along with a few t-shirts and another pair of jeans. All she needed was the bare minimum. She'd find a way to get more clothes when she got to her final destination, and she hoped to hell Uncle Hugh's friends were still alive and would help her as he'd promised. Maybe it was a reckless move to travel to England without a solid plan, but she couldn't think beyond the leaving. All that mattered was to get away as quickly and quietly as possible. Ida had made a lunch date with John at a country diner out on the highway. Ruby followed her grudgingly into the restaurant, telling herself this would be the last day she'd ever spend with her, so she'd better put on her best act. The dining room was cozy, blue and white checkered tablecloths and flowered napkins and wicker baskets. John was waiting for them at the table in his navy jacket and white shirt, his black shoestring tie fastened with an amethyst pin set in silver. Ida ordered for all of them, blueberry pancakes with a side of bacon, scrambled eggs, and hash browns. Ruby gulped down 2 cups of coffee, praying she could stomach at least some of the food. Glancing around the diner, she noted the usual Thursday morning crowd, a group of seniors eating banana cream pie, 2 women in workout clothes sipping coffee, 3 construction guys wolfing down pancakes and bacon. The 3 of them fit right in. To anyone else, they'd look like parents out for lunch with their daughter. No one would ever guess the bizarre truth. At first, they sat in awkward silence until John started talking. Gee, last time I was here, I had the pulled pork sandwich. Don't know how they make that barbecue sauce, but it sure was juicy. Ruby listened patiently as John rambled on about the beef with French dip and the classic cheesesteak and how he'd taken the leftovers home for his dear old papa. Close up, he looked seedier than he'd seemed at first glance. The left lapel of his navy blazer was slightly scuffed, as if he'd dry-cleaned it too many times, and the ends of the shoestring tie were frayed. Also, the uneven stubble on his chin indicated he'd probably shaved without glasses in a dark bathroom. In the harsh light of day, he sure didn't look like the secret millionaire Ida claimed he was. Why hadn't she picked up on these clues? Her eagle eyes usually spotted every personal flaw. Was she getting careless, or was John just a lonely old hoarder who wasn't used to looking after himself? He stopped talking suddenly, his lip twitching, as if he was trying to suppress a smile. He placed a large hand flat on the table, looked her right in the eye, and said, "So, what are your plans now you've graduated?" Ruby gulped. "Pardon me?" "Your plans, your future. You're a grown girl now." I haven't thought about it yet," said Ruby. She wished to hell he'd stop looking at her so intently. Why do you ask? He narrowed his eyes, the amiable old man expression replaced by one of pure calculation. Oh, I thought your mom had talked to you already about our plan. Plan? What plan? Said Ruby, wishing she could somehow eject herself from the room, disappear in a puff of smoke. Ida chimed in before anyone could say another word. I told you we're expanding the business and John needs help at the ranch. He's willing to pay for you to work there. The ceiling fan whirred above their heads. Ruby felt the sudden prickle of cold air on her skin. Doing what? The waitress appeared, staggering under her heavy tray. Ruby looked down at the massive plate of fried food the waitress set in front of her and broke out into a cold sweat. The mound of bacon glistened with grease. The eggs looked runny. Her appetite was gone. This scam involved way more than just talking to John. Ida was planning to insert her into the center of his life, maybe actually scheming to get John to propose to her. She looked around, calculating the distance she'd have to sprint to get out of the place and hide somewhere they couldn't find her. But outside were only vast stretches of open field, with not even a tree to hide behind. It was no good. She'd have to wait until later to make her move. He grinned. Now you're asking the right questions. Shows you're interested. We're going to get a room ready for you. Ida's already started picking the colors and decorating it. You'll love it. He shoved the plate under her nose. Now eat up. I paid good money for that food. Play along, she told herself. Just for now. You'll be gone tonight. She took her fork, speared a potato, and shoved it in her mouth, despite the fact it almost choked her as it slid down her throat. 41. Present day. Ruby thought Aiden would stay the night, but the damn phone rang and he was summoned to a domestic disturbance out near the highway. Now the place is a vacuum without him, and all she can do is think about the next moment they can be together. I'll text you, he'd said, getting into his car. Stay close and keep in touch. Let me know if there's any problem. She distracts herself by thinking about what Ed told her. She's relieved to finally know something about her real mother, but she's confused about Ida and Ray. Ray's version of the fire places the blame for Skylar's death firmly on Ida, but Ed paints Ray as the drug-addled loser who caused the fire, and Ida the hero who saved him and his daughter. Who's telling the truth? She can't be sure, but she's certain Ray is just a spineless coward either way. No wonder the marriage was so rocky, and Ray always wanted to leave. They probably hated each other because the whole relationship was based on a terrible lie. And then there's her dream. She always sees herself sitting in a field, looking over at creeping tongues of fire, the taste of ashes on her tongue. How did she come to be there? She usually sees events from the past so clearly, but for some strange reason, this one is always fragmented, as if she's blocking the important parts. She thinks back to the moment when she left Ione's observation room and ran outside, trying to process everything she'd heard. Eventually, Ione joined her, coaxed her gently back into the building, and sat her down in her office. You ran out before it was all done, she'd said. I questioned Ray a little more about how the fire started and why they'd left Skylar to die, so before you condemn them both, you need to know he's very uncertain about the incident. Right now he has a tough time figuring out what's real and what's just imaginary. Also, he was high as a kite at the time and not in his right mind when it all happened, so he can't be sure that Ida deliberately caused the fire. Ruby had nodded, giving the appearance she went along with what Ione was saying, but deep down she knew that when Ida wanted something, nothing could stop her from getting it, and she'd obviously wanted Ruby, so maybe she took her as easily as shoplifting a piece of clothing, and at that moment, Ruby became her personal possession. But one thing is clear. She has to hand over all of Ida's possessions to Marion, her natural daughter. Now Ruby knows the truth. She can't bear to spend more time in the house that was never rightfully her home. She calls Marion, who picks up after the first ring. I was wondering when you'd call me. You know? A pause. Detective Sampson told me. Ruby struggles for words. I don't know what to say except, I'm so sorry. For what? Comes the quick reply. That my mother chose you instead of me, her own daughter? I had no idea. Believe me, Marion, I grew up believing Ida was my mother. That's all I can say. She screwed us both up, so there's no need for you to apologize. I just wanted you to know that I'm handing everything over to you. The house, the business, everything. Another silence follows. She can hear Marion breathing. You don't have to do that. It's all legally yours. It's the least I can do, says Ruby, despite the knowledge that Uncle Hugh had left the house to her, but that cursed place has always belonged to Ida. She's lusted after it for so long. Might as well do some good with it and try to make things up to Marion. Can you meet me at Ed Bloom's place tomorrow morning, say 10, and we'll get the process started? I'll be there, says Marion. Before Ruby can say another word, the line goes dead. An hour later, she still hasn't heard from Aiden. Restless, she pulls on her runners. There's one place she hasn't visited. She's been putting it off, but she can't any longer. Not now Aiden's asking her about that night. She needs to find the courage to be honest with him, otherwise they don't stand a chance together. She starts off across the back field where Broken Tree Ranch used to be. Now it's nothing more than a heap of rubble. A dilapidated fence runs around the periphery of the property, so she slips through a wide gap and trudges across the field, feeling the crackle of dried grass under her feet. The sun beats down on her back, its heat searing through her cotton shirt. She thinks about Skylar, her mother. For her and Ruby's unborn brother, there'd been no relief from the burning heat of the fire. She presses on to what remains of the house. Only mounds of stone and piles of charred timber are left. Twisted metal beams sit on top of a mountain of debris. The skeleton of a bed frame still stands at the far side of the rubble. Was that the old man's or John's? She shivers, unable to push the memories back into the depths of her unconscious mind now it's staring her in the face. Seems fire has been a major force for change in her life history, wiping out entire lives in its path. Her mind drifts to Skylar. The house on the commune was just a shack. Did they ever find her body? Give her a proper burial? Had Ray cried at the graveside for his lost wife and son? He'd said she was the love of his life, so why did he latch on to Ida and take her back to Stony Brook? Allow her to mother his child? Her legs buckle under her, and she sinks to the ground, sobbing, oblivious to the sharp stalks of grass scratching her arms and legs. Her palms prickle as she runs them across the stubble. She closes her eyes and feels the heat of tears on her cheeks. How did she, a small child, escape? Remember. She searches her mind. The recurring dream. Maybe it isn't a dream. It has to be a distant memory. Pressing her hands hard onto the rough stalks, she wills herself to slip into that other realm of consciousness she'd entered when working with Ida. She hadn't wanted it then, but where is it now, when she really needs it? She begins to rock as the sun passes behind a cloud, cooling the air and chilling her blood. A wind blows up, rustling the dry grass and whisking her hair across her face. Remember. A sudden dizziness comes over her, along with the sensation that she's rushing forward into a place where the acrid stench of smoke is in her nose and mouth, choking her. What next? She squeezed her eyelids together. Remember. But the darkness won't clear. The images are shadowy. Or are those shadows really thick smoke curling under a door? She feels a sudden urge to get outside into the fresh air, feels herself run through a wall of black smoke to the door, but she can't reach the door handle. She's crying so hard her body shakes, but she pushes a wooden footstool over and stands on top of it so she can click the latch. She runs outside and hides behind the tree with the rope swing on it. Everything's dark, except the sky around the house is orange and the windows are burning red squares. The sudden ping of a text blasts into her consciousness. Her eyes snap open, and she's back in the present, sitting in the field with the sun beating down and her hands scratched from pressing on the sharp stubble. Someone calls her name. She looks across to the road and sees Claire waving. Stumbling to her feet, she wipes her hands on her jeans, leaving bloody trails down her leg. Later, Ruby sits motionless at the kitchen table while Claire buzzes around the kitchen making tea. I'm such a bad host, making you run around after me, says Ruby. Claire pours hot water into the teapot.
No worries. I'm a tea expert. Not. Besides, your head must still be reeling from everything you learned today. It's a whole lot to take in.
Ruby nods, her body suddenly overcome with the kind of fatigue that only 3 or 4 days of solid sleep will fix.
Tell me what you were doing out in that field. Looked like you were in a trance.
I thought it might help me remember what happened at the commune. For years, I kept having this recurring dream about a fire, but now I know it isn't a dream. It's a memory. I could smell the smoke, even taste it. But that's all. I couldn't remember any details.
Understandable. You were just a toddler.
I guess.
But why go to a burned-down ranch? How would that help you remember a place far away in Canada?
Claire's insistent questioning is getting under Ruby's skin. She'd love to let loose and tell her to fuck off and leave her alone, but that would make her look as though she had something to hide. She shrugs instead. Just the atmosphere of the place. I thought it would jog something in my memory. Claire hands her a cup of tea.
Your mother had dealings with John Grimes, didn't she?
The hairs on the back of her neck prickle. Why is it so hot in here? Claire watches her, waiting.
I heard from someone they were pretty close just before the tragedy.
Ruby clears her throat. The tragedy, of course. John's house burned to the ground. He was a client.
Just a regular client?
Ruby puts the cup down onto the coffee table, making a loud clatter in the process. That was a pretty mixed-up time for me. I tried to stay out of Ida's business most of the time.
Guess that's around the time you left Stony Brook, or ran away might be a more accurate description.
Ruby's head throbs. Can't they leave her alone? She looks up at Claire. You have no idea what it was like to live with Ida. Claire's body slumps. She plunks herself down on the chair opposite Ruby.
I'm sorry to keep coming at you, but I know how you want this whole ordeal to be over. So we've been aggressive about going after any lead that might help us find out who had the motive to hurt Ida. That's why we have to dig back into the past. Ray was pretty agitated after the last session, so Ione's going to wait a while before having another. But I have more news for you.
Ruby holds the warm cup in her hands. Can she take more revelations at this point? She feels wrung out and sips the tea. It feels so good going down, so comforting. Claire rubs her chin and sits back, a look of concern crossing her face.
We rushed the DNA test from the infant skeleton you found. The results are certainly puzzling and not what we expected.
Ruby's stomach lurches. What now? What new surprises does Ida have up her sleeve?
Okay, first match we found was Ida, but there's also a close match with Marion.
What does that mean? Who is the baby's mother?
I can't give you the actual figures, though you'd probably understand them better than I would, given your line of work, but preliminary results seem to indicate that Ida is the mother, and Marion the twin sister.
Oh, God, says Ruby, resting her head against the couch. She stares up at the ceiling. Ida had twins. One of them died and Marion survived. Does Marion know about this?
I just came from there, Ruby. I had to tell her first before anyone else.
Ruby exhales. How did she take the news? Claire chews her lip.
Strange. She was very calm, didn't show much emotion, could be shock.
What's she going to do?
I can't discuss that with you. You'll have to ask her yourself. There were other surprises with the results that I can't divulge to you. Only Marion can.
I'm seeing her tomorrow at Ed Bloom's. I'll ask. Claire puts her cup down and stands up.
Go easy on her. She's been through a whole lot recently.
Of course. I'm not totally insensitive, says Ruby, feeling the irritation return. I'm signing everything over to her, and I'm clearing out of here as soon as I can. I'll be at the Holiday Inn in Great Falls if you need me. Claire takes off, promising to keep her in the loop, but Ruby's already made the decision to leave the country. She did it once in 2002. She can do it again. She owes nothing to these people. Now she knows she has no blood ties with Ida. Besides, she doesn't want Claire rooting around anymore. Who knows what she might come across if she starts investigating the John Grimes period. That's one episode that's best left hidden, buried under all the ash and debris. Another text pings on her phone. It's Aiden. She reads, her heart dropping. Something terrible has happened. Come over to my dad's place right away. Now what? Her heart is drumming so fast she feels dizzy. It's her turn to help him now. She owes him. She has to go. She puts the phone in her pocket and takes off out the door, dreading what she'll find when she gets there.
42. Stony Brook, 2000s. It was late afternoon when they pulled up in front of Broken Tree Ranch. They'd lingered over the lunch for at least another 2 hours, while Ruby silently pushed her food around the plate and endured John's whiny monologue about his bedridden father's failings. Apparently he'd been a cruel, determined alpha type who'd beaten his son into a state of blind obedience, but now the tables have turned.
Seems the old bastard has to depend on me for everything. Serves him right, considering what he did to my mother. She barely had an ounce of flesh on her when she passed away. When she was sick, he was so stingy with the food, and he wouldn't lift a finger to make her more comfortable.
Ida drank in every word, nodding occasionally and chiming in with stories about her cold, unloving parents.
The two of them were made for each other, thought Ruby. Bitter and vengeful, with a paranoid attitude that saw everyone as an adversary, out to cheat them of a decent shot in life. Too bad John had a creepy predilection for younger women, otherwise he and Ida would have made a perfect match. Afterward, they'd gone shopping in the mall off the highway. John had steered them into a jewelry shop, where Ida hovered hopefully over a showcase of diamond pendants, and Ruby watched the mechanisms of a decorative clock, the glittery type Kathleen Butler would have loved to place above her crystal animal collection. John presented Ruby with a pair of garnet earrings.
Closest thing to Ruby's, but a fraction of the cost,
he'd said, handing them to her. Her face burned. Was this a down payment? Some kind of stake on the road to owning her? She winced as she accepted them, and managed to nod a quiet thanks as she stuffed the package into her pocket and mumbled that she'd wear them later. John was already inside his house by the time Ida pulled up to the ranch. She and Ruby stood outside the newly painted front door, clear evidence that Ida had been busy with renovations. Her first line of attack was always to make herself indispensable to her target. The next battle would be for his mind and soul, and that started tonight, when they'd burrow deep into his psyche and expose all the weaknesses, the long-buried grief, and any dirty secrets that could be used against him. Then they'd possess him so completely that he wouldn't be able to make any decisions without consulting Ida. Ruby had no illusions about her part in the whole process. She was merely the icing on the cake, the tantalizing prize that would ease him into submission, and the final insurance against him possibly turning away from them. Ida turned to Ruby, straightened her collar, and tucked an unruly curl behind her ear. The unexpectedly tender act made Ruby's throat ache.
"I knew we should have pinned it up. It's so thick and wavy,"
Ida said, her fingers lingering on the curls.
"You're so lucky to have such lush hair. Fine hair like mine needs a whole lot of fussing with before it looks decent."
Ruby caught the slight odor of Ida's lilac body spray, and for a moment her heart softened. She had a fleeting childhood memory of lipstick kisses and the pale white flower of Ida's face bending down toward hers. She held on to that image for a moment, then remembered why they were there. Her heart froze again at the thought of going into that house where John sat waiting for them. For her. Ida sighed.
"I knew you'd turn out to be a beauty, as well as smart. I definitely did the right thing by you."
Her eyes misted over, and she looked away to check her watch. Ruby blinked. "What do you mean, the right thing?" She shook her head.
"Maybe I'll tell you about it some other time. Now, let's go inside. This session is key. We need him to open up, let us in, really bind him to us, get him to believe we're the only people who can rebuild his life. Hell, that shouldn't be too difficult. We're the only ones interested in him, except maybe Val Wagner, but I looked after her already."
"How? What did you do?" Ida's brow knit. She looked at Ruby as if she were speaking a foreign language.
"I told her he wants you instead, dummy."
Ruby swallowed. No wonder Val's cousin had called her names. They probably knew she was about to throw herself at this pervy old man. Her stomach twisted. "I feel sick." She bent over, clutching her gut.
"Cut it out," said Ida, hauling Ruby upright. "You're not pulling out now. This is your moment. John could be your first major client, and he's a big catch. I know for sure that man has cash hidden upstairs somewhere, a whole stash of it. I just haven't had the chance to look for it yet, but after tonight, I won't have to creep around like a thief. He'll hand it over willingly. Just do your thing. You know the routine. You've done it plenty of times before."
Ruby was numb. Any remaining sentimental feelings about Ida were wiped away after the little pep talk, and only the prospect of leaving that night or the next day gave her the strength to follow Ida to the front door. Ida knocked and tried the handle. Unlocked, it swung open and she walked inside. Ruby followed, simmering with anger. The slight smell of musty fabrics and black mold hung in the air, barely masked by the chemical stink of fresh paint. Ida had been busy. The walls were a sparkling cream color, and the place had been tidied and cleaned. Ruby's body went cold as she had a fleeting thought of Aiden. She was leaving him, maybe for good. He'd be worried sick about her, wondering where she was and why she hadn't called him after the incident at Grad. But it was no good. She had to sever the ties once and for all. She blinked her eyes to stop the tears that threatened to start, then realized Ida was nudging her shoulder.
"Come on. Now's not the time to drift off into one of your daydreams."
Okay, I'm just tired." She pinched her leg. "Wake up. Act like you're into it." "I'm good. I'm ready." Ida reached out a hand, stroked Ruby's cheek, and said,
"Good luck, my little changeling."
Changeling? What was that about? Before she could say another thing, Ida strode into the main living room, and Ruby followed along into the big room. A fire burned in the stone fireplace, its rosy glow spilling onto the bright walls. John sat waiting, fingers steepled, at the dining room table. A bottle of wild turkey stood open beside a tumbler containing at least an inch of bourbon. Usually, Ida was adamant that there be no alcohol allowed during sessions, since it impeded the free passage of spirits and provided a hostile environment for them. Somehow Ruby had to get rid of that bottle. There was no telling what a drunken John Grimes might be capable of, and she wasn't taking any risks tonight. She'd have to lay down the law from the start. Finally, they sat in the flickering light of 2 candles. John watched Ruby's every move, never taking his eyes off her. Her insides shrank. Did he really believe the 2 of them would hook up in some way? That they might even get married? The thought made her puke. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She curled her hands into fists under the table, took a deep breath.
"I sense a disturbing presence here," she said in her most commanding voice. "But the liquor bottle is a barrier that must be removed. We must be clean and free from intoxicants if we want to welcome the spirits here."
He loosened his tie and unfastened his top shirt button, revealing the red flush from the alcohol he'd already sucked back.
"If you insist, little lady,"
he said, grasping the neck of the bottle in one hand and the glass with the other. "I'll take it into the kitchen." When he came back, he looked expectantly from Ruby to Ida.
"All clear now? Let's get this show on the road, ladies."
Ida's face was unflinching in the candlelight as she gazed into the green crystal ball that was shaped like a hand. She ran her fingers across the glass, and the hand sparked to life, glowing deep green. A battery-operated touch light inside did the trick, but it impressed most of their clients who were usually stunned speechless, believing they were in the presence of true magic. It was all about the show, the illusion, and the absolute gullibility of the audience. Ida snaked her hands dramatically around the light.
"I'm receiving some messages, but they're mixed. Hope is here for a new beginning, but it's only a faint and flickering light. Dark forces are still dominant, gathering together for a final attack. This bad luck started with your wife's murder. Malicious spirits still seek out the evil that lingers here. Now they've occupied your house, and they won't leave until we find their hiding place and command them to go. Is there perhaps a room or a certain corner in your house that feels darker, colder, or more sinister than another part?"
Ida's voice was hypnotic, and the steady whir of the ceiling fan made Ruby drowsy. Her mind drifted away from the present.
"Now let's join hands. Ruby will sense the spirits if they're here."
Ruby felt the touch of his dry hand, his bony fingers curling around hers. She sensed a swooshing sound just behind her, disturbing the air. Maybe it was nothing, just the fires sucking air down the chimney. She squeezed her eyelids shut and tried to think of the view from the airplane she'd soon board if she managed to get away. She saw herself flying into the sheer blue sky above billowing white clouds. But the image distorted, disintegrating into darkness, and the room blurred, the edges of the furniture becoming fuzzy and imprecise. She was floating through the air, disembodied, but she could still see the tops of their 3 heads bent over the table. Every hair on her neck prickled as she saw herself running toward the staircase, but she couldn't feel her feet touching the ground. She floated up the stairs. All the doors and windows were open on the upper landing. Sheer curtains billowed out in the breeze. She drifted into a room painted light green like spring leaves. The space was airy and light. A chest sat on the floor. She flipped open the lid and saw the piles of money inside. Wind whipped through the open window, sending the bills fluttering into the air. A shower of green filled the room and blew outside, accompanied by a high-pitched whining, like someone keening at a funeral. She turned and continued toward the room at the end of the landing, where the sound came from behind the door. An open padlock hung from it, and a scuffling noise came from inside. She pushed the door open. In the semi-darkness, a man hovered over a woman lying on a bed. She could only see the man from behind, but his elbows twitched back and forth, jerking like a slow-motion film. The woman's bare legs kicked at the mattress, pale arms flailed at her side, her broken fingernails dug deep into the mattress. Ruby moved closer. The man was winding a nylon stocking around the woman's throat as easily as if he were wrapping a parcel. Pulling it tighter and tighter until her tongue shot out of her mouth and her eyes rolled upwards into her head. Her legs pounded in juddering spasms on the bed, then slowed into tremors that faded until she lay still. The man turned to look at Ruby with red-rimmed eyes. Tears streamed down his cheeks.
"She's a liar and a cheat. She had to have the stockings,"
said John Grimes, his features blurring into a mist as Ruby backed away.
"Ruby, wake up!"
She blinked her eyes and rubbed them, trying to wipe away the horrible image now imprinted in her brain. When she went to pull herself up, her arms were numb and limp. You. She pointed at John. He shook his head.
"What the hell's wrong with her?"
I saw him," she said, dragging herself upright. Ida's eyes blazed as if willing Ruby to shut the hell up.
"There's all the proof you need," she shouted. "Ruby saw the bad spirit. She has the gift. They revealed themselves. They're surrounding her."
Her head was light, as if it could whirl away in a puff of wind, and her heart raced just as a moth flew into her face. She clawed at her cheek, caught the dusty wings in her fingers, threw the vile thing away. Suddenly she couldn't draw a breath, as splinters of white light burst across her vision. She would pass out if she didn't rip herself away from that table. Ida sat unmoving as Ruby kicked the chair back with a loud clatter, then ran out into the kitchen where she planted her hands on the side of the sink, her chest heaving. As she splashed cold water over her face, Ida started doing the big sell to John.
"Now, you have cast iron proof of the spiritual presence that's ruining your life. Your wife's murderer laid a curse on you, but with my guidance, we can lift it and help you live a happy, fulfilled life. You see, money is the root of all evil, and you've hoarded yours. Isn't that so?"
John's voice was pleading, desperate.
"I never meant to. All I wanted was a family of my own, a wife, some kids. I've been so lonely, and I didn't know what to do."
Now was Ida's moment. "That's why I was drawn to you. I can take control of everything until I'm able to remove the curse, so you can finally be happy and free." Ruby couldn't listen to any more of Ida's con game. Instead, she ran outside, tried to pull herself together. Was the vision real? Had John really murdered his wife? Or was this just the product of Ruby's sick imagination and the rumors Aiden had told her about John? She clung to the wooden wall. There was death in this house. Hidden evil. She was sure of it.
There was a reason John Grimes had lived such a reclusive life. He was immersed in that evil. That's why everyone else in Stony Brook had avoided him for so long. Now, more than ever, she needed to get away, because this time, her twisted mother Ida might just have hooked up with a murderer.
43. Present day. Ruby races up the driveway to Aiden's family home, slowing as she nears the tidy, well-kept house, which appears unchanged in 20 years. She tried to call Aiden on the way, but he's not picking up, and her texts have gone unanswered. Something's really wrong. She can't escape the creeping sense of dread that grows more intense when he isn't there to greet her. Her body aches to hold him, know that he's safe. His texts sounded desperate. His car is parked in the driveway, but everything's deathly quiet. She flings the car door open and runs toward the house. On the way there, she'd anticipated him pacing around outside waiting for her, but the front door is wide open. An invitation for any wandering gopher or mouse to come right in and help themselves to everything in the pantry. She approaches the house cautiously, worrying that maybe she should let Claire know something's not right here, but she decides to wait and locate Aiden first, find out exactly what the situation is. Christ, she doesn't want him to get into any more trouble. With her back pressed against the wall, she edges her way through the open door and into the hallway that runs through the center of the house. To one side is the living room. The shelves of glass ornaments are still there, twinkling in the last rays of the sun. Kathleen's recliner sits empty beside them. To the right is the dining room, and beyond that, the kitchen. Everything's quiet. Only the hum of the fridge breaks the silence. She registers the massive wedding picture on the wall next to the dining table, a rosy-faced Reg in a baby blue tux, and Kathleen, radiant in white lace, and sporting a 70s-style floppy-brimmed hat trimmed with daisies. She treads on something rough and gritty, looks down. Someone's tracked mud into the place. Footprints lead across the floor, into the kitchen. Something's off. There's evidence of disorder. A vase of flowers tipped on its side, the water dripping into a pool on the floor, cutlery scattered across the table, a sideboard door open, and photo albums lying on the floor. In the kitchen, 3 or 4 drawers have been flung open, a quart of orange juice sits out on the counter, and buzzing blue bottles circle a glass containing half an inch of milk. The stool at the counter has tipped over and lies horizontal on the floor. She feels the first fluttering of panic. Where are Reg and Aiden? What's happened to them? She runs into all the downstairs rooms calling out Aiden's name. Nothing. Upstairs, every room is clean and tidy, but empty. No sign of the mess downstairs. Where are you? She thinks, leaning out to look from the landing window at the surrounding lawn and gardens. A few chickens are scratching in the dirt. A cat sits lazily cleaning itself on the fence, and Reg's feed bucket is tipped over, the grain spilled out across the grass. A few of the chickens have found their way through a tear in the chicken coop wire, and now they're squawking and fighting to get their share of grain. It looks like someone showed up unexpectedly, possibly an unwanted visitor, and Reg dropped his feed bucket in shock. But where's Aiden in all this? Did they have an argument? Did Aiden do something to Reg? Not possible. He's incapable of violence. Or is it the other way around? Reg got mad at Aiden? None of it adds up. She runs down the stairs and outside again, making sure to shut the front door behind her. She hasn't checked the big barn. Inside, it's packed with stacks of hay. A strange smell lingers in the air. Gunpowder, sawdust, as if someone's fired a gun recently. Now she really starts to panic. Why hasn't Aiden responded? Reg's truck isn't there either. Has Aiden driven out to find him? She's just heading back out into the open air when she slips on something wet by the doorway. At first glance, it looks like motor oil, but a closer look shows it's a dark red puddle, drying at the edges. Blood? Whose blood? Did Reg have an accident? Did Aiden take him to the emergency room? She calls the hospital, cursing as the pre-recorded voice puts her through endless menu options. Finally, she gets through to the reception only to learn that Aiden and Reg aren't there, have never been there today. Now she's pacing, trying to figure out what to do. The feeling of helplessness overwhelms her. She prays Aiden is okay.
Vows she'll never let him out of her sight if she finds him unhurt. Curses herself for all the years they were apart. They'll make up for it big time, as long as she can find him. The phone vibrates in her pocket. She snatches it out, her fingers trembling. It's Aiden. Relief bubbles up inside her. He's okay, but the message is puzzling. "Come to the old cabin at Halter Lake. I need you." She types furiously. "What's going on?" No answer. "Are you okay?" No answer. Question marks? Still no response. She has no choice. She has to go there right now. But first she'll shoot a text to Claire. Tell her where she's going. Let her know something weird is going on. Better to be cautious. It'll be getting dark soon, and who knows what could be out there in that wild country, lurking in those thick forests. That's when she spots it, glinting in the grass just near her car. Aiden's watch, the one Reg gave him at grad. How could Ruby forget it? He'd been so proud of it the night of their prom. She bends down and picks it up. The gold-plated strap is a little tarnished, the plate worn off in patches, but the glass face is cracked, diagonally across from one corner to the other. She clasps it in her left hand. How did he lose this? In a scuffle? Or is he trying to tell her something? That he's in danger and needs help? She decides she's taking no chances and rushes back into the house, finds Reg's cluttered office and rummages through the drawers. There has to be a gun here. Aiden always said his dad kept one. Finally, in the bottom drawer, she finds a black case and flips it open. It's empty. Damn. Now what? Convinced there has to be another one somewhere, she rummages through all the cupboards. Nothing. An idea comes to her, and she runs upstairs into Reg's bedroom, a bare room with flat white walls and only a bed and side table. She rummages through the side table, then the closet, throwing aside old clothes, shoes, and boxes of junk. There's only one possible place left. She gets down on her knees and peers under the bed, sees a small cardboard box underneath. She pulls it toward her and opens the flaps. Inside are pictures of Reg and Kathleen, a few of young Aiden that make her heart ache. Underneath that is a portrait of Ida, standing in Reg's flower garden, the wind blowing her blonde curls around. Judging by her appearance, the picture must be more than 35 years old. For a moment, Ruby is struck by her youthful beauty. But she can't waste time thinking about this, even though it appears that the person taking the picture has captured some ethereal quality of Ida's that Ruby has never known. Was it Reg? Scolding herself, she pushes the picture aside to find a cloth-wrapped bundle. Inside is a small, semi-automatic handgun. She turns it over in her hand, feeling the cold steel. She's fired one of these before, a long time ago, when Aiden stole Reg's gun and they did target practice using pumpkins. She remembers her shock at how the whole thing exploded when the bullet hit. Pumpkin flesh sprayed everywhere, even up into the high branches of the surrounding trees. She holds the gun upwards, points it toward the ceiling, pops out the magazine and slides the chamber. It's loaded. She inserts the magazine again and shoves the pistol into her pocket. Now, she's ready for anything. Ready to find Aiden and whoever has him. 44. Stony Brook, 2000s. "That's enough," said Ida, standing over Ruby. "Don't go overboard with the dramatics. We've definitely convinced him the place is infested with evil spirits, but we don't want him to think you're batshit crazy." Ruby could only look up at Ida. She couldn't speak. What more was there to say? Nothing could shake Ida from the path she was headed down. Not now they had their hooks deep into John's psyche. A part of her was worried for Ida. What if Ruby did manage to get away? Would he take it out on Ida? She can't think about that. Ida was able to take care of herself. All she could worry about was getting away to Great Falls before Ida made her stay here alone with John. That would be a living nightmare. "So, what now?" she managed in a strangled voice. "What now? You get yourself back inside and we'll have a drink. You're old enough now for alcohol. We have to seal the deal, as they say. Toast our good fortune." "Your good fortune, you mean," thought Ruby, pulling herself upright. "Okay." She followed Ida inside. John was swigging back the remains of his first drink, the whiskey bottle on the table next to him. He quickly poured another. A low moaning sound came from upstairs. Ruby glanced upwards.
"Take no notice of him," said John. "He never stops complaining, and it gets worse at night, especially if he knows there's company over. Can't stand the thought of me having a good time."
"It's okay," said Ida. "I'll go and check on him. I'll take him a glass of water and a cookie. Keep him quiet. You two have a little drink and a chat."
Ruby's heart dropped. Ida was at it already, thrusting her into the face of this bitter old man. She sat at the opposite end of the table, drumming her fingers on the tabletop.
"Don't need to be afraid of me, little Ruby. Come sit closer,"
he said, patting the chair beside him. She shook her head. "I'm okay here." His shoulders twitched, and his mouth worked furiously, as if he was gathering up to say something.
"No need to be standoffish. I might be old, but I've got money. I can make your life more comfortable than some pimple-faced, snot-nosed kid."
He'd said it. Everything she dreaded. But what did she expect? She knew this was all a setup. Ida had promised Ruby as the grand prize. Maybe it was just a ruse, and once they'd got his money, they'd move on to the next sucker. But in the meantime, Ruby would have to put up with this disgusting old guy coming on to her. She moved to 2 seats away from him.
"Okay, that's a little better. I'm not an impatient man. I can wait. But I can't tell you what a difference you've both made to my life. Felt like I was moldering away in this old house, and fate brought you and your mom to me. Now I feel like I've been born again."
He smiled a broad smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners, and for a fleeting moment Ruby wondered if her instincts about him had been wrong. "That's good," she managed to mutter. I'm glad we helped you." He rested his elbows on the table, tries to look casual, harmless.
"So, tell me, how long have you had this gift?"
She paused before answering. Well, maybe she could use this for her own benefit. Scare this guy shitless, so he'd think twice about bothering her. She chewed her lip, made it seem like she was turning the question over in her mind. Then she took a deep breath. "It's very strange. When I make contact, I can almost feel the spirits inside me. They possess me to the point that sometimes I don't really believe I'm myself anymore. That's when the evil gets into my head, brings a kind of darkness with it that makes me feel things I can't even explain, terrible things that no one should ever speak about. Do you know what that's like? Have you ever been possessed by something evil?" She was uneasy at the accuracy of her words. Was Ida the evil force possessing her, or was it something else too dark to imagine? But his smile had disappeared. His sunken eyes looked haunted, even guilty. She'd touched a nerve. He picked up his glass, drained the whiskey, and poured another inch. His hands trembled, and a sheen of sweat glistened under the stubble on his upper lip. He lifted the glass to his lips, gulped a mouthful, then slammed the glass down onto the table.
"You have to join me,"
he said, shoving her glass across the table. "I don't touch alcohol," she lied. "It's poison. You shouldn't either." The corners of his mouth drooped. He sat back.
"My, you're a saucy little madam. Didn't your mom ever teach you not to backtalk your elders?"
"Huh?" said Ruby, unsure if he was serious or joking. Just then Ida clattered downstairs, a wide grin on her face. My, your daddy's still a feisty one. He pinched my ass when I helped him with the bedpan. I believe we'll have to get a full-time nurse for him, someone younger and more energetic than me. I'll put my back out if I keep trying to move him, though I don't know who's going to tolerate all his tricks. I'll get on to the agency tomorrow." She stopped dead, her eyes darting from John to Ruby. "You two getting along all right?" John nodded. His eyes drilled into Ruby's until she looked away.
"Just finding the true measure of each other."
"Perfect. Now pour me a stiff one, and we'll drink to new beginnings." Ida plunked herself onto the leather easy chair, and with a quick flip of her hand beckoned Ruby into the living room. "Make yourself comfortable, sweetie. We have a whole lot to talk about. First on the list, our bright future." John busied himself with the drinks, while Ruby carried her glass over to the expansive leather couch. The only future plans buzzing around her head were how she could travel to Great Falls without anyone realizing she was gone. and how to get enough of a head start to take the first plane out of there, no matter where it was going. The last Greyhound bus stopped on Main Street just past midnight. If she could hop onto it without drawing too much attention to herself, she might stand a real chance of escaping. She pretended to sip the bitter drink, tried to appear calm and relaxed, when her mind was actually occupied trying to figure out how far her meager savings would take her. Wherever she landed, she could always get work waitressing until she'd put enough together to get to England. But where would she live? Maybe there really was money upstairs in this house, like Ida said, and as she'd seen in her vision. Surely she could take just a bit of it, enough to supplement what little she had, enough to get her on a plane to England with maybe a bit to spare. He'd never notice it was gone, and might even blame Ida for stealing it. She bit her lip. It was now or never. Do or die. She could handle herself. She had to. There was no way she could cozy up to this creep who might also be a murderer. 45. Present day. By the time Ruby reaches the dirt track that borders Halter Lake and branches off to the old hunting cabin, the sun is disappearing below the horizon. A breathtaking sight greets her. A livid sunset reflected in the lake, turning the water gold. The slopes of the surrounding mountains stand out in sharp ochre tones, but once the light is gone, the darkness may be deadly. One wrong move, and her car could topple over the edge. Then she'll find herself sinking into the dark water with no help in sight. She slows down to a crawl as the track takes a turn and winds deeper into the forest. She can breathe a little easier now the water isn't a threat. Digging deep into her memory, she tries to figure out how much further before she gets to the cabin. Her question is answered when she spies a faint light between the trees, just about half a mile up the track. She wonders if she should ditch the car and walk the rest of the way so as not to alert anyone she's coming. But then, if she has to make a quick getaway, she needs the car close by. She compromises and kills the headlights, then turns off the engine when she's close and coasts silently to within about 200 yards of the place. Every creak and swoosh is magnified in this remote place, so she has to be extra cautious. She holds her breath as she eases herself out of the car, then slowly pushes the door shut. Checks the pocket of her hoodie and touches the gun for reassurance. Looking at the old cabin now, she feels a jolt of nostalgia for those innocent days with Aiden when they'd biked from the beach all sand-covered and wind-blown. They were so young and naive then, when they'd dreamed about getting away. Before all the bad things that followed. Before life had changed her into a different person, capable of hurting people to get what she wanted. She knows it's too late for all the pointless regret, but maybe not too late for her and Aiden to finally be happy together. After all, they made a promise, carved it into their skin, shed blood for each other. A noise distracts her from her thoughts. Sounds like a cry, something shrieking. It could be an owl or a fox, or maybe a bobcat. It's coming from the direction of the cabin. Something flashes past her face with a frantic fluttering motion. She jumps backward, flailing her arms against the bats flying up into the trees. Settle down, she tells herself. It's no good to be too jumpy in a situation like this. Take control. You've done it before. A brief image of John Grimes's terrified face flashes into her head. She can't think of that. Not now. She banishes it to the back of her mind. Keep your mind on the present, on Aiden. She creeps forward, making sure to stay concealed behind the trees, makes her way toward the lit square of the cabin window. The low hum of voices becomes louder, male and female voices. But who? And how many? She has to stay unnoticed for as long as she can to assess the situation inside, figure out how she can help. The warped arms of a dying pine tree frame the window, forming a perfect cover for her. She crouches, bracing her body against the prickly branches so she can ease herself up high enough to see inside. She's only aware of her frenzied pulse as her eyes adjust to the sudden glare of light. 46. Stony Brook, 2000s. With only a couple of inches of bourbon left in the bottle, Ida and John were slurring their words and acting like long-lost buddies. Ida had talked nonstop, laying out the next 5 years of John's life, with detailed descriptions of the trips the three of them would take because, of course, Ida had to go along as chaperone. "My daughter is still so young. We can't compromise her reputation," she said in the fake Southern drawl that made Ruby cringe. She acted like a showbiz mom in a cheesy 50s movie, protecting her virginal daughter against the advances of a leering movie producer. But Ruby knew better. Ida wasn't concerned about Ruby's well-being. She just wanted to stay in control and keep her hands as close to the money as possible. According to Ida, they'd start with a modest Caribbean cruise, just to ease John out of his reclusive lifestyle. Then they'd go further to Paris, Italy, where they had to take a boat on Lake Como, then Spain. She was dying to see the Alhambra, Venice. They'd set themselves up in an opulent suite overlooking the Grand Canal. "I read about a lovely place, a restored 15th century palazzo. I think it was the Palazzo Piano. No, Nobile della Loggia." Ida stumbled over her words. "It has a beautiful balcony overlooking the canal with marble pillars and grand dining rooms with embossed paper on the walls. I've dreamed about that place." Ruby flinched at another one of Ida's flights of fancy. She didn't mention John's bedridden father in the plans. No doubt she'd dispose of him in a nursing home as soon as she could convince John it was the best course of action for everyone. She knew her mother so well, the way she steamrollered over obstacles that happened to get in her way, and old Father Grimes was simply an annoying bump on the road toward total freedom and unfettered spending. Ruby could visualize the scene. The old guy carted down the stairs, strapped to a stretcher, too weak to lift a finger as he was carried out of the house he built with his own bare hands. John sat open-mouthed, awestruck at his big stroke of luck. He still hadn't realized that Ida was such a formidable power, had no idea she was set to crush him utterly. So many times Ruby had witnessed the way she blew into a person's life, sweeping them up like a whirling tornado that sucked everything up in its frenzy, then dropped the broken remnants back down to earth when it was done. He listened intently, chugging back the last of his bourbon while she was still babbling on about gondolas and glass-blowing. He grunted and wiped his sleeve over his mouth, then pulled himself up out of the chair. He staggered toward the kitchen, dragging his felt slippers across the linoleum floor. A cupboard above the sink was stacked with rows of liquor bottles. Ruby wondered if Ida had been keeping it stocked. Maybe she preferred to keep him drunk, figured he'd be easier to manage that way. But Ruby had already sensed he was a mean drunk. The way he'd snarled at her earlier, Ida had miscalculated. Uneasy, she took another sip of her bitter drink and curled deep into the corner of the couch, hoping they'd forget she was there. Ida's eyelids drooped and her head sagged forward, which surprised Ruby. It wasn't like her to lose self-control. Maybe she was feeling overly confident about the situation and just expected Ruby to take over, occupy John for the evening. Meanwhile, John slumped back onto the couch, licking his lips as he opened a fresh bottle of whiskey. The slow, measured movements of his hands and the slight swaying of his shoulders told Ruby he was well on the way to oblivion. If she could just wait long enough, the two of them might pass out, or be so far gone they wouldn't notice her slip upstairs to snoop around a little. He poured a generous half-glass and rested his head against the back of the couch, slurping up the bourbon, his eyes half-closed. Just a little longer. Be patient. Don't blow it now. Ruby forced herself to freeze in place. Any sudden movement might wake them up, but her entire body screamed in protest, as if someone was holding a pillow over her face, and she was powerless to push it away. She wanted out of that house so badly. She could feel the buzz of adrenaline in her legs that would have taken her out of the front door, across the fields and away to the bus depot, without breaking a sweat. At that moment she vowed that if she made it out of there alone that night, she'd never allow herself to be trapped this way again. She swore to herself she'd always be the one in control, and no one would cage her, ever, not even Aiden. Her breath quickened at the sound of light snoring. Ida was out cold, head lolling sideways, her mouth gaping open. A thin line of dribble wet the pillow. John's hand had drooped so the glass of bourbon rested on the couch, threatening to tip over. His eyes were closed. It was time. Ruby's muscles tensed as she peeled herself up from the couch, hardly daring to breathe in case John opened his eyes. Looking back every couple of seconds at the two sleepers, she crept across the kitchen floor, grabbed one of the lit candles from the dining room table, and made her way across the moth-eaten bearskin rug toward the staircase. The money was up there. It had to be. She'd seen it in her vision. She slipped off her shoes at the foot of the stairs to inch her way silently upwards, hoping to God the boards weren't creaky. John and Ida hadn't moved, so she was clear for a short while. The candle threw enough light around for her to see up to the narrow landing, but it intensified the sense that the walls were rippling around her. On closer inspection, she made out tall windows spaced along the corridor, all flanked by fluttering drapes. A low moaning sound came from the first room on the right. That had to be the old man's room. She edged close to the doorway, enough to glance inside, recoiling at the sight of the bald head lying against the pillow. Yellowing skin stretched tightly over his facial bones. Below the hawk-like nose, his mouth hung slightly open, and if she hadn't seen the slight rise and fall of the sheets, she'd have thought he was a corpse. Ida said she'd been looking after him, but he looked wasted, neglected. Tears pricked the back of Ruby's eyes, but she couldn't let his misery stop her from what she had to do. She told herself she'd alert the authorities anonymously after she got away. Maybe they could save him. She pressed on to the next room, its door ajar. Glancing in, she pulled back at the musty stink of unwashed sheets. John's room. Light from the candle shimmered across furniture furred with dust, the floor littered with discarded clothes. Ida hadn't touched this place. She'd done nothing here except hang around, scoping the place for money. Drawing back, Ruby spotted another door at the end of the landing. Unlike her vision, this door was slightly open. A pale glow of light spilled out onto the carpet. An open padlock hung from a metal loop on the door frame. John had been up here before she and Ida arrived. They must have surprised him enough that he forgot to lock it. The air rushed to her lungs, propelling her inside the space. Unlike the other rooms, this one was tidy and smelled of old paper. A large wooden desk occupied the center, flanked by a tall, old-fashioned filing cabinet. On the other side, built-in shelves were stacked with file folders so old that the corners curled up from the dry air. This had to have been the old man's office. He'd run his ranching empire from here. The walls were lined with framed black-and-white photos, scenes from the 40s and 50s. The strapping figure of John's father appeared in every one, muscular, flushed, and prosperous. County fairs, barn dances, cookouts, rodeos, Christmas tree lighting parties, Santa Claus parades. She felt a sudden rush of sadness. It was a lost world, a Rockwell-esque version of Stony Brook before dollar stores and online shopping destroyed it. The candle flame sputtered. She blinked and told herself to wake up. This was no time for dreaming. Digging her nails into the palm of her left hand to break the spell, she placed the candle on the desk. An uncapped pen lay next to an envelope with Ida's name on the front. She picked it up and opened the flap to find a thick sheaf of bills stashed there. Giddiness bubbled inside her as she counted the $100 bills, her fingers slick with sweat. There had to be at least $3,000 there. She stuffed the envelope into the back pocket of her pants. Technically, it was hers anyway. She'd put in the hard work to earn it, so she felt no sense of guilt taking it. But was it enough for the flight to England? And what about the trip to Durham? She needed more. Maybe there was money nearby. She moved around to the back of the desk and opened the side drawer only to find a jumble of pencils, pens, rubber bands, and twisted paper clips concealing a copy of Hustler. Shuddering, she turned to the filing cabinet and pulled the top drawer open. The sudden jolt sent her heart skittering. She stopped to catch her breath, turned to listen for any movement from the stairs, but there was nothing except the faint whine of burning wax from the candle. Gathering herself together again, she rustled through the racks of ancient file folders filled with vintage typeset documents that hadn't been touched for years. Every drawer was the same. Moving on to the built-in shelves, she noticed the door of one of the lower cupboards was slightly open, as if someone had quickly pushed it shut and it had stuck. This could be the place. Crouching down, she eased it open to find a metal strongbox. Her heart raced as she flipped the lid. A pile of bills was stacked inside. Now her pulse thrummed at a frenzied pace. How much could she take? Enough to get her far away, but not so much she robbed him blind. Unlike Ida, she had some scruples. She grasped a handful. That was enough. The bills were crisp, slippery, and new. Taking the envelope from her pocket, she added the new bills and stuffed the fat envelope back in her pants. She was set. Now she had to get out as quickly and quietly as she could. She eased the cupboard door shut and pulled herself up, her elbow catching on a framed picture that rested on the shelf above. It collapsed with a clatter onto the wooden surface. The sound echoed in the silence. Her body froze and she swung around. What was that scraping sound? She grabbed the candle and was about to hurry to the door when a shape appeared in the darkness. John stood, propped up against the frame, swaying a little before lurching into the room toward her. 47. Present day. Ruby can't quite figure out what's going on inside the room. At first she understands it's Marion. She can see from behind, pacing back and forth in the faint light of an oil lamp that sits in the middle of a table. There never was any electricity in that cabin. That's why she and Aiden had sat in near darkness that summer day. The place was shrouded by trees, allowing very little light to pierce the tight network of branches. Strangely, the table is set with 3 dirty plates, knives and forks, lying across the remains of a meal. There's half a loaf of bread on a wooden board and a bottle of ketchup, the top flipped open. Someone's been living here. 3 mismatched dining chairs are empty. Ruby moves to her left so she can see deeper into the room to where Marion is facing. She strains her neck as far as it can go, then pulls back, panting. Reg is also in there, standing opposite Marion, but he's agitated, scratching his head, then holding his arms out as if he's pleading with her. Where's Aiden? She tries to move further back, but it's no good. She can't see around the corner. That means she has to get to the back of the cabin to get a better view, without anyone hearing her. She pulls herself away from the safety of the tree branches and creeps around to the back. Twigs crunch underfoot, loud as thunderclaps to her ears. Something scrapes along the adjacent wall. She stops, freezes in place, tries not to breathe. No one is expecting her except Aiden, if he's here, and she still has the advantage of darkness. She wedges herself in front of the pine tree that towers over the back of the cabin and pulls herself up to the windowsill. Only a faint flicker of light reaches this part of the room. Her eyes adjust to the darkness, and she makes out a figure sitting on a dining chair, his head slumped to the side. Her heart races. It's Aiden, and he's tied to the chair. A thin stream of blood runs from somewhere above his left eyebrow. Reg has his back to him. His body position and proximity suggest he's shielding Aiden from Marion. But something else draws her eyes to the back wall. A pale figure in a gray nightdress, slumped in an old easy chair, her head wrapped in a white bandage that's patchy with bloodstains. It's Ida. Ruby's face freezes into a silent gasp as Ida moves her hands, trying to grip the chair arms and pull herself upright. She falters, then sways and falls back into the chair. What the hell is going on here? And who set this all up? Is it Reg or Marion? Or maybe Ida started something that went wrong? Ruby presses her back against the cedar boards, mind racing, searching for the best way to deal with this before it's too late. Aiden's hurt, and she can't waste any time. She feels for the gun in her pocket. Does she have the guts to go in there and take control? Find out who's responsible, who's in charge? She draws the gun out. The metal holds the warmth of her body. She needs to gather up her courage, stand firm. Her first priority is Aiden. She doesn't give a damn about the rest of them. He has to be freed first. At least she can count on him to back her up, can't she? Taking a firm hold on the grip, she starts to move slowly around the side of the cabin toward the front. There's a small clearing in front of the door. Pale yellow light illuminates the carpet of dried pine needles. Suddenly, her senses are open to the night. Her pulse stops as a squirrel skitters out into the open, freezes at the sight of her, then jumps back into cover and scratches its way up the nearest tree trunk. Nightbirds swoop and glide, rustling the branches above her. The bright sliver of moon passes behind a cloud, intensifying the darkness.
It would always come to this, a final showdown between her and Ida. All these years in between her leaving and now have been just a temporary waiting period until Ida found the right way to bring her back. But as she moves into the puddle of light, she tells herself this will be the end of it. She'll make sure of it. 48. Stony Brook, 2000s. John moved toward Ruby, his lip twitching in a grim facsimile of a smile. He leaned against the table, steadying himself, glared at her with bloodshot eyes, and sniffed before wiping his sleeve across his mouth. "So what's your game?" Ruby pulled back at the stale reek of liquor. "What game? What do you mean?" "Your plan. You're up to something. You and your mother. I suppose she is your mother, isn't she?" Ruby held her breath and nodded, a nervous bob of her chin. "I mean, what kind of mother forces her kid to do weird, twisted things that make her sick? I saw you in the kitchen. Looked like you were gonna puke. What are you up to?" "I don't know what you're talking about," said Ruby, her mouth suddenly bone dry. She backed away, hoping he couldn't see the envelope bulging in her pants pocket. If she could get herself through the door, she'd take off and run, down the stairs and out the front door. The drink would slow him down. He'd never catch up to her. Then she'd be free. Fuck all of them. She'd manage on the money she had. But first, she had to find a way around him to get to that damned door. She edged around the perimeter of the room inch by inch. "Is my mom okay?" she said in an attempt to distract him, but he turned slowly, following her every move. "She's out cold. Don't have time for a woman that can't hold her drink. Weak character, I'd say. Very unladylike." "She doesn't normally drink hard liquor. I'd better check on her," she said, stretching her hand out to touch the door frame. Just another foot and she'd be free. Without warning, he shot a hand out and clamped it around her wrist in a vice grip. "Not so fast," he said in a hushed voice. "I'm not done with you." She struggled against the grip, but his hand was unflinching, his grip surprisingly strong for an old, wasted guy. "It's not what it looks like. I just wanted to get a feel for the place. Look in on your father." His eyes darted to the cupboard behind the desk. The door was still ajar. "There's another lie to add to all the others. Looks like you were snooping around for money. Your mother didn't waste any time. She doesn't think I've noticed, dumb bitch." "No, you're wrong. I'm telling the truth," said Ruby, yanking her arm back, but still he held on. "Cut that shit out. You're not going anywhere. Just listen up and maybe I'll let you go. But then again, maybe I won't," he said, slamming his other hand hard onto the desk. The sudden movement knocked him off balance, so that he lurched against the desk leg. The candle tipped over, spilling a pool of wax onto the desk and catching the edge of a stack of file folders. A small flame flickered and caught the dry paper, but John didn't seem to notice. Ruby's mind slipped into panic mode. He was so unsteady that she could probably kick him, and he'd topple over like a 9-pin. But it would have to be timed just right. She had to get him away from the desk so he couldn't brace himself against it. She glanced around frantically, calculating the distance she'd have to run to get through the door before him. She had speed and agility on her side, but he was stronger than her. He was also blind, drunk, and capable of violence, so first she had to calm him down, then maybe she could catch him unawares. "Okay. What do you want from me?" she said, moving around until she had her back to the open door, and he was facing her, unable to see the desk where a small fire was already licking across the wooden surface. He grinned. "You and your mom think I'm so old I'm wet behind the ears, but I've got news for you, too. I know what your game is, trying to push all this spirit bullshit on me, worming your way into my house so you can take all my money. Gotta let you know I've been around, sweetheart, and I know how to deal with hot-headed women. Done it before and I'll do it again. But not before I've had a little bit of fun first, if you know what I mean." Leering, he lunged toward Ruby. His hand landed firmly on her breast. Gritting her teeth, she endured his groping, praying he'd release her other hand. He looked down at her wrist, at the gold bracelet Aiden had given her. "Your boyfriend buy you that piece of junk?" She nodded, holding back the rage trapped in her throat. "You know, I'd buy you the real stuff. 16 carats, white gold, rose gold, you name it." I like diamonds, she said, as orange flames consumed the file folders. That's the ticket, he whispered, breathing harder and loosening his grip so he could unfasten the bracelet. Only the best cut for a jewel like you. Fuck you! She screamed, ripping her hand away from his. She drew her leg back and landed a crushing kick to his groin. He grunted, sucking at the air like a dying fish as he crumpled to the floor, moaning and clutching himself. Now was her chance. She turned and pushed a chair aside to get to the door, but he maneuvered his body, pulled himself across the floor, and grabbed her ankle. A red tide of rage blurred her vision. Lights danced in front of her eyes. She was done with all this crap. Now the fire had spread across the desk and was working its way down the wooden legs. She drew a sharp breath inward, raised her other leg, and kicked down with her heel onto his bony wrist, smashing down over and over until he bellowed in agony and rolled away, his face a white mask of pain. This was her chance. She raced out the door and out onto the landing. She backed away down the corridor, the buzzing in her head deafening her. The stink of smoke filled her nose, the smell so familiar, an old memory, the commune. The taste of ashes in her mouth, flakes of burned paper raining down like snowflakes. She put out her tongue to taste them. Someone was wailing in the background, a tuneless, bellowing sound, like an animal being skinned alive. Was it Skylar? It sounded like a man, an old man. She came to, looked at her surroundings, the long green drapes, the dying man in the sick room, John injured and lying on the office floor, the money in her pocket. She could leave now, but if he survived, he'd send the cops after her, make her tell the story of how she'd stolen his money, assaulted him, and left him to die. Then she'd never be free. He was coughing now, choking. How long before he'd pass out from the smoke, or would the flames get him first? She felt a crushing pressure on her chest as wisps of smoke curled out from under the door. The bitter, ashy taste was in her mouth. She gasped for breath. Could she really leave him? Condemn him and his father to death? 49. Present day. Ruby holds the gun steady in her hand and pushes the door open, rushes into the room. "Everybody freeze in place," she says, trying to steady her voice. Reg whirls around to face her, holds his hands up in submission, while Marion's arms drop to her sides. She glares so venomously that Ruby instantly believes all this is her doing. Aiden's eyes snap open. He's shaking his head, warning her. She falters for a moment, until Ida makes a move to stand, steadying herself with one hand and holding the other arm out to her. "Ruby, you came back to save me." Ruby stiffens her arm and faces them squarely, her legs planted slightly apart. "Sit down, Ida." She looks wounded, as if Ruby's slapped her in the face.
"But it's been so long, and you look so beautiful."
Ruby pokes the gun toward her. "I said sit down. I'm not afraid to use this."
"You said we'd finally be a happy family here," says Marion, turning to Ida, her eyes glimmering.
"Now she shows up, and that's all you can say? I'm your real daughter. She ran out on you 20 years ago." Ruby points the gun at Marion. "Stay still, and no one will get hurt." "Fuck you," says Marion, glaring at Ruby. Reg lowers an arm. "Ruby, you don't know." Ruby pokes the gun at him. "I said shut it, Reg. I'm the one asking the questions here." Okay, he says, raising his arms in submission. Now she has their attention, she moves into the center of the room, close to everyone. "I want to know what the hell is going on here, and I want the truth. Who's going to be first?" No one speaks. Everyone's waiting for the other one to talk. She'll start with someone she can trust. "Okay, Aiden, you first." He sighs as if talking is an effort. "I got a text from a number I didn't recognize. Said my dad was hurt. I drove to his place and someone attacked me. When I woke up, I was tied to the chair. My phone's gone. I think it was Marion who hit me. She and my dad have been arguing about it since I came to." Something doesn't add up. How's Marion capable of all that? She doesn't have the strength. Marion smirks.
Easy. My dad helped me, she says, inclining her head toward Reg. Aiden's head snaps up. You're her father? He winces. Is that true, Dad? Reg looks wildly from Marion to Aiden and back to Ida. I don't know what to say. I mean...
Oh, tell the damn truth for once in your life, Reg, says Ida, sighing.
Ruby recoils at the hard edge in her voice that used to scare her into submission. Not anymore. Ida's just a pathetic liar. Go ahead. Tell the truth, Dad, says Aiden. We're all waiting. Reg's face is white, his breath labored. He hangs his head. She's right. I am her father. Ida and me, we...
Spit it out, Reg, says Ida. We had a few moments in the tool shed. You got everything you couldn't get from Kathleen, and I got free vegetables. Oh, and a couple of chickens when you were feeling generous, and a kid nobody wanted.
Marion's face seems to crumple in on itself. Aiden hangs his head. Ruby's blood boils. Shut your mouth, Ida. Don't you give a shit about anyone except yourself? Aiden and Marion are right here. Ida's face twists. She's unhinged, and Ruby knows it.
You don't know anything. I wanted to keep her, but your useless, junky father wasn't having it. He made me give her up.
Liar, says Reg, eyes blazing. It was you who put her out. You said anyone could have her. Ed Bloom arranged it all. Sold her to Marcia. Kept your name out of it all. Tears run down Marion's cheeks. Ruby holds tightly to the gun, even though she feels a stab of guilt about putting Marion through all this. What about the skeleton buried in the backyard? The baby? Now Ida's eyes open in surprise.
How do you know about that?
She dug it up, says Marion. I tried to stop her. You always told me something was hidden there, but you never told me what it was. And it was my sister. What did you do to her?
Shut it,
hisses Ida.
You killed her.
That's sick. How could I? Said Marion. I was just a baby. You want the truth? Says Reg. He looks over at Aiden, whose face is sheet white. Marion's shoulders are heaving. I'm sorry, Marion. I'm going to make it up to you, I promise. I never wanted this. I just wanted a peaceful house, a place for Aiden to feel safe. Believe me, son. Aiden's eyes fill. He squeezes them shut. A tear rolls down his cheek, and Ruby's heart aches. Ida's shoulders tense, as if she's about to spring from the chair. Ruby raises the gun, and she falls back.
Don't believe anything he says, Marion. He's just lying to cover his own ass.
Ruby ignores her. Go ahead, Reg. We're listening. He avoids their eyes, takes a deep breath, and continues. It's true. I went after Ida. I was weak, and Kathleen was eaten up with grief about losing Andy. Hardly ever looked at me or Aiden. I tried to make up for it, tried to give my boy everything, but I couldn't resist Ida. And when she got pregnant, I said I'd support the baby if she kept it as her own. I gave her money, but she kept asking for more. Then she had the twins. He holds his arms out to Marion. I'm sorry you have to find out this way, Marion, but one of them died. She was stillborn, had the cord twisted around her neck, but you survived. Just like me and Andy, says Aiden. Exactly the same, says Reg, nodding, then turning back to Marion. When Ida saw the way your shoulder was twisted, she wasn't having any of it, said you were cursed. She carried you over to my place and told me to take you, said you'd sucked the life from the perfect twin, and she couldn't even look at you. I wasn't in any position to look after you, Marion. You have to believe me. Kathleen had been through so much already, she barely had anything left to give Aiden. You're a coward, Dad, says Aiden. Never thought I'd hear myself say that. We would have taken Marion in and loved her. How could she sell her own baby? Says Ruby, conscious that her hand is cramping. She flexes her fingers, tries to will herself through the pain.
I didn't do that. I made sure she was looked after, says Ida.
Shut it, says Reg. I'm tired of the lies. Ida went to see Ed Bloom. She'd had her eyes on him right from the start. She made some kind of private deal, and next thing I knew, Marion was at Marcia's place. See, Marcia had a late-stage miscarriage while Earl was away on a job, and she didn't want to tell Earl when he came home, because he would have beaten her up, blamed her for losing the kid. Marcia didn't know where the baby had come from. Ed just said she was an orphan in need of a home. So Ed came home and Marcia had her baby.
Yeah, and then he still beat her up because she'd given birth to a cripple, says Marion. Said he could never have fathered something so deformed. I tried to put things right since then, Marion, says Ida. We've been so close since Ruby and Marcia have been gone, haven't we?
Marion turns around to face Ida. Ruby's fingers close around the gun. This whole situation could get out of control if she isn't careful, and yet she wants to know everything. She scans the part of the cabin behind Ida. There's another door concealed by a pile of boxes. The other one is right behind her. She needs a good sense of where the exits are, just in case. Marion is sobbing openly.
You killed Marcia, didn't you? You just wanted me back because you didn't want to be alone after Ruby left.
Aiden pipes up. Tell her about the hemlock we found in Marcia's system, Ida. Or did you think we'd missed it? But Marion protected you. She told us a story about her mother's taste for wild mushrooms and herbs, her failing memory. Ida shrinks back into her chair.
You're all liars, making stories up to get at me. And I was the one who brought us all together here so we could finally be a family.
Only because you thought you were going to jail and you needed some poor sucker to help you jump bail, says Reg.
I don't get it, says Ruby. You go all these years without bothering any of them, and now suddenly they're your family?
Reg is agitated, shaking his head again. She said she had money. We could go away together with Marion, make up for all the time we'd lost, and try to do right by Marion for once in her life. I listened to her. I should have known she's never told the truth about anything in her life. She just uses people to get what she wants. Ruby's throat is dry. She moistens her lips. But the suicide? The piece of hair and scalp? All part of a sick woman's plan to avoid what's coming to her, says Reg. She says, cut a piece of my hair, Reg. I go to cut it, and she tells me to cut it close. I put the scissors next to her scalp, and she jerks her head around so hard I cut some skin off. Now, she says, that's convincing.
More lies, Ida says, her voice escalating. He grabbed me by the hair so hard he tore my scalp. He's a vicious brute. I don't know who's telling the truth and who's lying, says Ruby, and come to think of it, I don't give a damn about your crazy family. I only care about Aiden and getting him out of here safely. True to form, snaps Ida. You always were a selfish little bitch. Only ever thought about yourself. You never appreciated all the sacrifices I made for you. All you could do was run away. Well, now you're back, and you're going to pay. Ruby whirls around to her. Aren't you sick of it all? Haven't you destroyed enough lives? You tried to ruin mine right from the start. Tell me, Ida, why did you let my real mother burn to death in a fire? Ida's face freezes into an expression of horror. Who told you that? It's amazing what you can get out of someone when they're hypnotized, says Ruby, smirking. Ray, says Ida. Ray told you. Ruby nods but senses a rustling sound behind her. Heart blocking her throat, she turns to see Ed Bloom in the doorway. Before she can aim the gun, a shot explodes into the silence. Reg crumples and falls to the floor. Another stuttering boom, and Marion crashes down against the table. Gunsmoke hangs in the air as Ed aims the gun at Aiden. No! Ruby screeches as a shot rings out and Aiden slumps sideways. A tide of rage surges through Ruby's body as she raises the gun and shoots Ed point blank in the face. A fountain of blood spatters over the walls and floor as Ida's screams ring out into the night. 50. Stony Brook 2000s. Flames licked underneath the office door. The coughing persisted. How much time before the smoke got to him? She stood in an agony of indecision. She should open the door, call 911, say it was an accident. She'd be in the clear. But could she trust him not to tell another version of the story? And how could she explain his broken fingers? She could accuse him of assaulting her, but maybe they wouldn't believe her if they took a closer look at Ida's so-called business. The prospect of a long, torturous investigation yawned ahead, wasted days that would suck the life from her, not to mention shine a spotlight on Ida's scams and Ruby's part in them. The snap and crackle of burning wood grew louder. The air heated up. She stared in horror as a bony finger poked out from under the door, clawing and pulling at the underside. He was trying to get out. A knot tightened in Ruby's stomach. She'd got what she came for. Money. Enough to get her safely on a plane somewhere out of this dump of a place. Enough to make a fresh start and reinvent herself. But time was running short. She had to get out of the house before someone noticed the fire and dispatched the fire truck. There was no time to waste. Ignoring the scraping fingers, she turned and walked by the old man's room, where she glanced in and saw he was sleeping. He'd lived a full life. Maybe death by smoke inhalation would be a merciful release for him. A way out of his living hell. She padded down the stairs, slipped on her shoes, and went to leave, but froze to a sudden halt at the door. What about Ida? She couldn't leave her there. Even though the thought of her burning to death in a raging inferno felt like fair punishment, there was a major problem. It had to appear as if they had no connection to the fire, so that no one would think of coming after her. That meant getting Ida out of there and driving her home before anyone saw them. She ran back into the living room. Ida was still slumped in the chair, snoring. Ruby picked up a quarter glass of bourbon, John's. A loud cracking sound came from upstairs. The fire was spreading. She remembered the drapes. It would spread to them in no time, and a dark patch was already creeping across the ceiling. Her heart raced. Was he dead already? There was no time to think about that. She gathered up all the glasses and hurried to the sink where she washed them all with soap. Taking a serviette from the counter, she carried one of the glasses back to the coffee table and filled it with whiskey, placing it back on the table beside the open bottle. She swept Ida's paraphernalia from the dining table into a plastic bag and wiped all the surfaces clean with a damp cloth. Every trace of them was gone. Now she had to remove Ida. She shook her shoulder. "Get up! We have to leave!" Ida's eyes snapped open, her mouth gaped as she squirmed in the chair, her head threshing from side to side. "You're drunk! I gotta get you home!" Somehow she was able to drag Ida from the chair and, with one arm wrapped around her waist, transport her across the room and through the front door. Once they were out in the fresh air, Ida seemed to rally. "What's going on?" she muttered. "Nothing," whispered Ruby. "John passed out. He went to bed." Ida slumped against Ruby again. "I feel sick." Ruby propped her up against the car. "I'll get you home." Her heart racing, she fished the keys out of Ida's purse and got her into the driver's seat. Praying she wouldn't throw up all over the seats, she started the car up. Before turning the car around, she glanced upwards at the ranch house. The fire had caught the curtains and now raged in the upstairs windows. Soon the glass would explode, so she had to move fast. By her calculations, the blaze was so fierce, everyone upstairs would be dead already. Satisfied, she pulled away, headlights out, and drove down the dirt track toward their house. Ida was out cold again. She'd tuck her into bed, lock the doors, and leave. That would be the last time she'd see her. If she knew Ida, she'd never say anything about their part in the fire, or let on that she'd ever been at John's house that night. Ida always preferred to stay out of the cops' radar. Ruby touched the envelope of money. It felt thick and reassuring. And she knew for a fact Ida had a couple of thousands stashed in her bedside drawer. That, together with John's money, was payment enough for all she'd endured. For now. Next morning, when the plane touched down at Heathrow Airport, Ruby felt a massive weight slip from her shoulders. Here, in the anonymity of the busy terminal, she felt truly free for the first time, surrounded by throngs of people who knew nothing about her, or her mother, or the crooked scams she'd been part of for so many years. She stood, gazing around in awe at the size of the place, the glittering airport shops filled with luxury goods, a champagne bar with a rotating sushi tray, coffee shops with displays of luscious pastries and sandwiches, the sheer variety and number of people swarming around her. She was giddy with it all, and Stony Brook was nothing but a bad dream that soon disappeared into the fog of night. 51. Present day. Ruby's hand slumps downwards, but she still holds on to the gun as she backs away from the mess surrounding Ed's body. Paintball splatters of blood decorate the walls, and a thick puddle still oozes from the clumps of hair left on the remains of his head. Her pulse throbs in her ears as she takes quick stock of the situation. Reg is on the floor, spread-eagled, his sightless eyes gazing upwards. Marion lies face down, legs splayed, arms out at her sides, as still as if she's sleeping. And Aiden. A stream of blood runs down his arm from his shoulder. He's moaning. Blood racing, she runs over and touches his arm. He's breathing, alive. They still have a chance. "You saved me again," says Ida. Ruby is so traumatized she's forgotten Ida's still there, alive. "You rescued me, just like you did all those years ago at John's house. I kept quiet about that night, never let on. You weren't meant to be part of this. Your boyfriend called you over. I wouldn't have cared if I never saw you again." Ruby hovers over her. "You and Ed. You were going to kill everyone, then run away." "No, I never told him to do that. It was Ed. He was crazy about me. He'd do anything to be with me. He always said he wanted us to start again, free and clear. No baggage this time. He never meant to kill you, Ruby. Never expected you to show up. The two of you were made for each other. He's a murderer just like you." Ida smirks. "Do you hear yourself? So smug, so self-righteous, when you're nothing but a lying hypocrite. You did the same with John Grimes and his father. Tell me, Ruby, what's it feel like to be a cold-blooded killer?" Ida had always known how to get to her. Ruby raises the gun and moves closer to Ida. "He was a killer. He murdered his wife, then he attacked me." A slow smile spreads across Ida's face. "How did you know he was a killer? Was it your special gift that helped you look into the past?" She nods. "I saw it. Plain as day. He strangled her with a nylon stocking." Ida shakes her head. "Too bad that precious gift is wasted on you. You're just like your mother." "What are you talking about?" "You really want to know?" Ruby fights the urge to take the gun and blast Ida into oblivion, despite her pathetic appearance, the ragged hair, the lopsided bandage, the deep lines that score the skin around her mouth. Instead, she catches a breath, tightens her grip, and points the gun in her face. "Tell me everything about her, or I'll blow you away." "I believe you would," says Ida, her smile faltering. "Okay. I'm not your mother. Of course, you know that already, thanks to the nosy cops around here, but we're still family, distant but related." Ruby feels the slow fizz of anger. "Don't bullshit me." "It's true. Skylar was my cousin. We were the children of carnies, worked the fairs, did a few side hustles in the off-season, petty thievery and all that, but I wanted more. I sang. I was good. Everyone loved me as a kid. The little songbird, they called me. Didn't care so much when I became a teenager and developed boobs and a tight ass. Then they were all after something else, and my dad was up for letting that happen as long as he could take a cut. That's when I put him on to Skylar. My dad and Skylar's were brothers. They ran the rides and the sideshows, but Skylar, she was the real deal." "What do you mean, the real deal?" "She had the gift. We didn't need any tricks to help her read fortunes, only God knows how she did it. But she could see things about people just from touching their hand or even holding some object or treasure of theirs. She was a sensation. Daddy and my uncle were making big bucks with her, and they had major plans to take her to Vegas, which took the heat off me for a while. Then we came to the county fair in Montana. I went with her to a ballroom dancing display, and she took one look at this handsome stud and fell for him. Ray? That's him. Only he wanted to quit the farm and the dancing, so he spirited her off across the border to Canada and took up with the hippies. My uncle sent me up there to bring her back, and my dad said, make sure you get her, or we'll have to make do with whoring you out instead. So I went up to Canada. Ray had gone and got her hooked on drugs so bad she couldn't kick the habit. I took one look at her, and I knew she was too far gone. But she had you. The mirror image of her, the cutest, most beautiful little girl ever. I knew I had to have you. Ruby looks around. The room stinks of blood and death. But why? Why all this? Ida takes a deep breath. Ruby thinks she's never looked so old, so defeated.
Her blue eyes are pooled in shadows. Right from when I was a little kid, I learned to fight for what I wanted, no matter what it took, no matter who suffered. As long as I came out on top. It's all I've ever known. Guess you could say I have a strong instinct for self-preservation.
So you set a fire to kill your cousin, steal her husband and her kid?
Oh no, Ruby. It wasn't me. Ida's eyes fill with a look of pure spite. Now they're glinting. The corner of her mouth twists upwards. It was you.
Ruby gasps. I wasn't there. I was outside in the field. I thought snow was falling, but it was ashes. I tasted them on my tongue.
That's why you kept having that dream, Ruby. You knew what you'd done, and you couldn't shake off the guilt. Ida thrusts her face close to Ruby's. It was you, Ruby, playing with matches. You set the fire. You killed your mother just as surely as you killed John Grimes and his father. You're a murderer, and you'll never escape the horrible truth. The air is alive, a mess of atoms swirling around her.
No, not me. I was just a kid. I couldn't.
Ida suddenly springs up and dives at her, knocking her backward, grabs at the gun. Ruby screams, grits her teeth, and clutches it with every ounce of strength. Now Ida is pushing her, yanking her arm upwards, and she's shoving back. They stagger into the room, slipping across the pools of fresh blood. The faint whine of a siren cuts through the silence.
You're done, Ruby. I'll tell them everything,
hisses Ida, as Ruby lowers the gun. Ida goes to grab it, and Ruby's ears ring with the deafening crack of the shot. Then something solid crashes into her ribs and throws her backward into darkness. 52. Bamberg, Northumberland, a year later. Under linen-gray clouds, Bamberg Castle is even more impressive, a gaunt stone structure perched atop its own grassy hill that overlooks a deserted expanse of beach. Here the sky melds into sea at the horizon, giving the illusion that the ancient fortress is swimming in the air. Ruby stands on the shore holding her sandals. The North Sea is frigid, but crystal clear as it washes over her toes. She's been at the archaeology field school here for the past 6 months, teaching intro excavation techniques. Something about the Northeast always draws her back, and she's close enough to Durham to visit old haunts and dear friends. For now, though, the solitude and quiet are good for her as she considers her next move. She thinks of the letter she received today from the professor running the dig in Merlo near Siena. They'd be happy to have her on their team, considering her startling record of discoveries over the past few years, and the glowing recommendation from Ivan, her last supervisor, who was gutted to see her go. "Ruby has an impeccable instinct for finding the perfect dig spots," he'd said. "Her hunches are so accurate, one could almost call them uncanny." If he only knew the truth. But nowadays she's come to terms with her gift, channeled it into something positive, something she can finally make sense of. Winter and spring in Tuscany will be perfect. Then maybe she'll move on to Iceland to escape the cloying summer heat that reminds her too much of Stony Brook. She's heard there's a dig going in the eastern fjords. Stony Brook. Why can't she stop thinking about that godforsaken place? She touches the thin gold chain around her neck, strokes the tiny key that hangs from it. She doesn't know what it's for, but at least she had the sense to unfasten it from Ida's lifeless neck and slip it into her pocket, before wiping the gun grip down and planting it in Marion's hand. It took some tough manipulation of her already stiffened fingers, but she'd finally got them hooked around the handle. And staging the fall behind Aiden's chair, making sure she smacked her head on the edge of the metal crate on the way down, was way more painful than she bargained for. Fortunately, Claire arrived with reinforcements shortly afterward, and the ambulance wasn't far behind. The news media called it a tragic family bloodbath. Now Ed Bloom is infamous as the small-town lawyer secretly obsessed with a cunning scam artist who turned him into a mass murderer spurred by blind passion to wipe out his secret lover's family. Marion has been cast as the misunderstood victim, who, having only just learned the identity of her true family, had gathered them all together in a lakeside cabin in a pathetic attempt at a family reunion. Too bad her double-crossing grifter of a mother, who'd callously given her away at birth, had deviously convinced Ed she'd run away with him if he helped her jump bail.
When he showed up to kill them all, Marion shot him in self-defense, then turned the gun on Ida, but Ed found enough strength to shoot Marion before passing out and losing enough blood to finish him off. Thankfully, Aiden was unconscious and had no clue what was going on around him, didn't see Ruby shoot Ida in the gut and again in the head. She'll never tell him. Some secrets are best left buried, like Ida's last words to Ruby. "I knew I'd taught you something." Something. Like we all do what we have to get what we want. That's the nature of survival. Maybe she'd be proud of Ruby if she could see her now. A seagull dips into the water, distracting her. Ruby registers the muscular spread of its wingspan. At least she's given Marion heroic status, posthumous though it may be, and if they make some true crime Netflix documentary about the case, she'll make sure to play up Marion's positive qualities, her loyalty, her longing for acceptance, her surprising artistic talents. That girl was a hell of a decorator. Maybe she'll show them the beautiful memorial Aiden commissioned for his half-sister that sits in the Stony Brook Cemetery, a marble angel, its wings outspread, watching over Marcia's nearby grave. Ruby can find some comfort in that. Small comfort, considering what she sacrificed to break free and come back here. Or rather, who? Aiden. She left him for the second time, even though he begged her to stay. But how could she saddle him with a murderer? Worse still, a multiple murderer. So many people were dead because of her. How could their relationship flourish when she was still harboring terrible secrets that would only eat away at their love? She turns to head back to her car, parked in the lot behind the castle. Someone's standing at the bottom of the winding footpath, waving at her. A rush of recognition drives her forward to run across the beach. When she gets to him, her cheeks blaze from the briskness of the air. "How did you find me?" Aiden grins. He's tanned, unlike everyone else here. His hair bleached from the sun. His blue eye takes on the gray of the sky. The brown eye is warm like chocolate. "I'm a cop. I find people, or at least I was a cop." "You quit?" she says, hardly able to restrain herself from touching him. "I took a sabbatical. I'm spending a year working with the International Criminology Institute. After that, who knows?" "That's incredible. I'm happy you finally made the break." He shrugs. "Is that it? Is that how you greet an old friend?" She pauses, moves toward him until his arms circle her waist, and she feels the warm crush of lips on her neck. She rests her head against his chest. "I missed you," he says, slipping something metallic into her hand. She pulls away. It's her old bracelet, the one he gave her at grad. Her breath sucks back into her throat. "Where did you get this?" He covers her hand with his. "I know, Ruby. I know about John Grimes." She shakes her head, backs away. "How?" "Day after the fire, or maybe it was 2, when I found it. You know how slack our local fire chief was. They didn't do a proper search of the rubble for a whole week, and me, I was curious. I went to check it out. Found this bracelet among the wreckage from John's office, right next to the mangled-up filing cabinet. I knew you'd been there. Next thing I found was this." He takes out a charred and twisted padlock that's still locked. "You locked him in there and left." She looked down at the floor. "He attacked me. I was scared for my life. All I wanted to do was get away from him and from that house. I couldn't think straight. Then it was too late to do anything. And ever since, I can't forgive myself for leaving him to die there." He leans forward, whispers into her ear. "I know. You were in danger. You'd only do something like that if you had to. That's why I kept these pieces of evidence so they wouldn't find them. I protected you because I knew you were only trying to protect yourself." He knows the worst now. She might as well tell him everything. "And Ida? Did I have to kill her too?" He holds her shoulders firmly, steadies her. No, I saw it all. You were just defending yourself. She attacked you. See, Marion told me the day before the incident that Ida was alive and determined to escape Stony Brook with my dad and her. She'd convinced Marion that they'd finally be together as a family. But I had a hunch that was a lie, because I'd discovered something about Ed. Found his name on some of the financial documents from those accounts in the Caymans. Joint accounts he and Ida had that suggested they were planning a life together. I was worried he might do something to you if you pushed him too far or snooped around too much and found out what he was up to. I tried to convince Marion that Ida was lying and just using her, but she wouldn't hear of it. That's when she attacked me and knocked me out. My dad showed up and was so mad at her. Said I was family too, her family, and we should all make decisions together. That's why they brought me out to the cabin. Nobody knew the real plan was for Ed to kill us all and run away with Ida. Why didn't you tell me? I wanted to tell you everything I'd found out. Make sure you understood the danger you were in, if you kept on digging into the past and calling Ed. That's why I sent you the text telling you to come over, but then Marion ambushed me, cracked me over the head and knocked me out. Marion thought we could be a real family, and we could have been if Ida had stayed out of it. She used my dad and Marion, and even Ed. That woman didn't have an ounce of compassion in her body. She would have killed you. That's why you fought back so hard. You knew there was no other way to stop her. She wants to believe him, but can't dispel the feelings of dread. Can't you see I'm no good for you? I just ruin people, destroy everyone I love, even my real mother. Ida told me the truth about Skylar's death before she died. He shakes his head. She lied. She was just fucking with your mind. That was her final attempt to screw you up for good. Claire told me about Ray's confession when he was hypnotized. It was Ida who killed your mom. No doubt about that. How do you know that? Because Ione put Ray under again, and this time he told a slightly different story. Seems he was high on heroin. He kept trying to light his spliff and he couldn't, so Ida asked you to do it. And when you dropped a lit match, he didn't care. Just laughed and passed out. Ida watched the whole thing go down. She let it happen. You sure about that? Says Ruby, thinking maybe there's a chance for them. A slim chance, but it could work. Finally. She kisses him full on the lips, pulls away. Why did you do all this for me? We made a promise, remember? One forever. I take my promises seriously. You know anything about this? She says, touching the golden key on the chain around her neck. It's the key to a safety deposit box in the Cayman Islands. Amazing. How did you find that out? He touches a finger to his nose and smiles. Trade secret. Let's say I made Ida my business for a long time. Did a whole lot of digging. Then we're in the same line of work, she says, tracing a finger across his lips, touches the base of his spine with her other hand. Under the thin cotton shirt, his skin is warm where the old tattoo is. Guess we did make a pact. Sealed it with blood. He strokes her hair. I always promised you we'd be together. We just had to wait until the time was right. You never gave up on me, she says, kissing him again. She could kiss him forever. I love you for that. He pulls away, a wide smile on his face. One more question before we head over to the pub to celebrate. Did you really have the gift? She pauses, then tweaks his earlobe. Shakes her head. It was all just a show. He dips his head and kisses her. So you're sure it wasn't real? Just tricks of the trade, illusions, the power of suggestion and all that. She winks, then moves her lips over his cheek, runs her tongue down the old scar. An image blazes into her head. A school gym. Aiden falling, his face catching the sharp end of the table. A crack, the bloom of blood across his skin. She blinks, squeezes her eyes together and collects herself, but not before sensing another scene that lurks in a darker place at the far corner of her mind. A child, cross-legged on the floor, holds the pack of matches she took from the kitchen drawer. She sings as she strikes one after the other, watching them flare, then throwing them like little torches across the room. See the flames dance, she sings, shaking her curly head. Ray was far gone, couldn't even pick up a pack of matches. Could he? Ida stays still, watching her smugly. It's okay, sweetie. Light another one, she whispers. It'll be our little secret. I'll never tell. Then we'll go out into the field and watch the snowflakes fall. She feels the blood drain from her face. Has her gift finally shown her the truth? She's spent a lifetime trying to deny its existence. How can she deal with what it's revealed? There's only one way she knows. She shuts an imaginary door against the memory.
walks away, shakes herself into the present, to Aiden, her rock.